Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3466. Qigong's gaze swept across the faces as he slowly said, "A mere Diyu manner can't destroy my Qi family. Don't forget, we have Lord Yu Sang Tian behind us." Everyone's expression softened when they heard Yu Sang Tian's name. "It's time for you to know something." Qigong raised his head and looked in the direction of the Nine Regions Sunday. He said in a low voice, "Patriarch Qizun is still alive." Everyone was stunned. Patriarch Qizun. That Patriarch Qizun who dominated the consciousness universe? How is that possible? Didn't he die a long time ago? He's an expert from the same era as Yuan Qi Sang Tian. Everyone was excited. Qigong sneered. If it wasn't for the intent realm, Patriarch Qizun would have been Yuan Qi Sang Tian. Even Zhong Yuanqi might not be Patriarch Qizun's match. Alright, let's disperse. Let the third head come and bring back Patriarch Qiguan and Patriarch Qi Shangjuan. Yes. Also, don't spread this news. It's time for the outside world to know how powerful my Qi family is, Qigong said. The first thing that came to everyone's mind was the Slayer Alliance. The Slayer Alliance had relied on the genius Shirxiu to fight against the Qi family. No one in the Qi family could fight against Shirxiu in terms of consciousness cultivation. Even Patriarch Qi Shangjuan, who had broken through to the spirit prime realm, could not reach the celestial level. In the entire intent realm, only Shirxiu had reached the celestial level. Now that they knew Patriarch Qizun was still alive, it was different. Shirxiu could not compare to Patriarch Qizun. Not only the third head, but the Slayer Alliance was also finished. Qigong's eyes flashed as he watched everyone leave. On the other side, the Slayer Alliance was celebrating. The Qi family was the mountain that suppressed the Slayer Alliance. Now that someone wanted to move this mountain, as long as it could be moved, the Slayer Alliance would be supreme in the intent realm. The Slayer Alliance was made up of lone cultivators. They wanted the Qi family to be destroyed. Many of them had been bullied by the Qi family before. However, the news that Patriarch Qi was still alive spread. The Qi family was so big, it was impossible for the news not to spread. The Slayer Alliance fell silent when they heard Patriarch Qizun's name. If the intent realm was created by Yu Sang Tian, then it was created by Patriarch Qi. Qizun had created the concept, and he was the strongest cultivator of the spiritualized universe's consciousness. No one could compare to him. Yu Sang Tian was powerful, but in terms of consciousness, he couldn't compare to revered Qi. It was precisely because of his powerful consciousness that he was able to create a concept. He had once slaughtered his way in and out of the consciousness universe, and the consciousness universe could do nothing to him. Originally, this person should have died a long time ago. If he was still alive, who could contend against the Qi clan? The news quickly spread from the intent domain to the heavens before finally reaching Lu Yin's ears. Lu Yin was surprised. Reverend Qi. Old Tao was shocked. Senior Qi is still alive. How is that possible? Is this Reverend Qi very powerful? These two words caused Old Tao and Palace Master Yao's expressions to change. Also, those who were watching him in the open and in the dark were also discussing this word. Old Tao bowed to Lu Yin. "Master, are we really going to kill our way to the Qi family? If revered Qi is really alive, then this trip will be very dangerous. Supreme Qi is the first person to spiritualize the universe's consciousness, the first person since ancient times. No one can compare to him, including Shirxiu, who founded the Alliance. The Alliance relied on Shirxiu's talent to fight against the Qi family, but even Shirxiu can't compare to Reverend Qi. Reverend Qi's most famous battle record is that he fought against the 13 celestial phenomenon of the consciousness universe and successfully captured one, bringing it to spiritualize the universe. Lu Yin was shocked. He captured one of the 13 celestial phenomenon of the consciousness universe? Old Tao nodded. This is already a legend, recorded in history. Even Yu Sang Tian didn't have such a battle record. The 13 celestial phenomena of the consciousness universe were 13 cosmic realm powerhouses. Cosmic realm corresponded to the bitter adversity realm. In other words, this Reverend Qi captured a cosmic realm life form at the bitter adversity realm. This battle record shocked Lu Yin, and he couldn't believe it. Is this true? Could it be the Qi family is exaggerating? Lu Yin didn't believe it. With his current strength, it was impossible to capture a cosmic realm life form. Yu Sang Tian was powerful and could kill all 13 celestial phenomena, but it was impossible to capture one. Old Tao said, I don't know, but that's what history says. It's true. Palace Mistress Yao said. Facing Lu Yin's gaze, she said lightly, Yu Sang Tian once mentioned that Reverend Qi did capture a cosmic realm life form, but he didn't mention the details. Lu Yin looked away and tapped the rod lightly. This was troublesome. If it was true, it meant that Reverend Qi definitely had a cosmic realm consciousness. He might not be able to resist such a consciousness. Old Tao hurriedly said, Reverend Qi was from the same era as Yuanzhi Sang Tian, but because he had to create his domain, Reverend Qi didn't become Sang Tian. Otherwise, Reverend Qi would have been Sang Tian. He's definitely an expert at Sang Tian's level. Lu Yin frowned. Why was he said to be dead? It was rumored that he hadn't appeared for too long. After Yuanzhi Sang Tian went to the Tianyuan universe, Reverend Qi disappeared not long after he created his domain. After countless years, the Qi family was probed in all sorts of ways. Finally, they received news of Reverend Qi's death. Lu Yin looked into the distance. Reverend Qi is still alive. Could it be that the Qi family purposely released him to scare people? Old Tao couldn't come to a conclusion. He didn't want to go to the domain at all. Even if Reverend Qi was dead, the domain still had the Qi family's experts and spirit treasure arrays. If they weren't careful, the third master might be able to survive, but they might not. Over the years, whenever there was a vacancy for Sang Tian's position, there would always be people vying for it in the domain. This included the myriad beasts border and the gate of arts. The spiritualized universe had unified cultivation for far too long. Although such a solidified method couldn't bring about creation, it could quickly nurture powerhouses. No one knew how many hidden trump cards the various powers had. When they invaded the Tianyuan universe, Yu Sang Tian had given the order, and the various powers had only sent a small number of people. As for the three Sang Tians, they had all wanted to go on their own. They wanted to restart the Tianyuan universe and obtain eternal life. The spiritualized universe had the upper extreme and the lower extreme, the immortal beyond heaven, and the 10 foundations. However, the 7 powers couldn't be underestimated either. They had all been passed down since ancient times. Right, you said that Reverend Qi captured a cosmic realm consciousness life form. Where is it? Lu Yin suddenly asked. He wanted to go to the intent realm, not only because of Lord Qi's attack, but also because he knew that the intent realm had taken in a group of surrendered life forms from the universe of consciousness. He could absorb their consciousness. The intent realm was too suitable for him. Old Tao said hesitantly, it should be in the intent realm. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Are you sure? Old Tao smiled awkwardly. I can't be sure, but normally speaking, some of the lives that surrendered from the universe of consciousness would be taken away, while some would stay in the intent realm to prepare for the cultivation of consciousness. It's in the conception. Palace Master Yao said. Lu Yin felt a headache coming on. One was Reverend Qi, and the other was a cosmic realm consciousness life form. Both of them were at the level of bitter adversity. How was he supposed to fight them? Not to mention, speaking of the intent realm, there were still many consciousness beings who had surrendered, as well as Shi Xiao and the experts of the Qi family. He obviously couldn't handle it alone. But it was impossible not to go. Was this the foundation of one of the 7 great powers in the spiritualized universe? Old Tao stole a glance at Lu Yin. He should have retreated in the face of difficulties. How could one of the 7 great powers in the spiritualized universe be easy to deal with? Unless he pulled the entire Diyu Villa over, it would be the same as the battle at the border. The Grand Entirety Domain was also one of the 7 great powers. Yi Sangtian had pulled in many experts and even joined forces with the powerhouses at the border, but they still couldn't stop the Diyu Villa. But if it was just the 3rd master alone, the intent realm wouldn't be a problem. Continue. Lu Yin couldn't retreat. No matter what, he had no problem protecting himself, even if he couldn't destroy the Qi family. If the first time wasn't enough, he would try a second time. If the second time wasn't enough, he would try a third time. Each time, he would gain something. Every time he absorbed a little bit of consciousness, his strength would skyrocket. No matter how powerful Reverend Qi was, he couldn't suppress Lu Yin. Lu Yin still had this bit of confidence. In the entire spiritualized universe, only Yu Sangtian and Master Grass could suppress him. He wasn't afraid of anyone else. Right, there was still the hidden soul true God. There was no news about him at all. Along the way, he had asked around for Mingsang's whereabouts, but no one knew anything about her. He continued to slide his pole towards the intent realm. Lu Yin was determined to cause trouble for the Qi family. In the intent realm, the Qi family's patriarch, Qi Gong, had an ugly expression when he heard the news. Was Sovereign Qi still alive? That was a lie. He didn't know if Sovereign Qi was still alive, but he had purposely said that to scare the 3rd master so that he wouldn't dare to come to the intent realm. But he hadn't expected that this person wouldn't even care about Sovereign Qi and still head towards the intent realm. Those who believed that Sovereign Qi was still alive were no longer afraid. In their hearts, if Sovereign Qi attacked, Lu Yin definitely wouldn't be able to stop him. Lu Yin would be courting death if he came to the intent realm. Outsiders hoped that Lu Yin would go to the intent realm to test the Diyu Villa's strength and the Qi family's strength. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3467. In front, Wudong bowed to Lu Yin. Greetings, 3rd Master. I'm Wudong. Lu Yin looked over. Why are you here again? You still don't want to give up on Sage Diyu? Wudong smiled. I'm not here for Sage Diyu. Even Lord Qi has been captured by you. The past is meaningless. Lu Yin smiled. That's true. Wudong bowed to Lu Yin again. I'm here with the goodwill of the Alliance, but there are some things that I have to say. Speak. The intent realm represents the spiritualized universe's determination and strategy to conquer the consciousness universe. It has nurtured many consciousness cultivators to become the leaders of the various teams that attack the consciousness universe. If you really want to destroy the Qi family, the consciousness universe will benefit the most, regardless of what will happen to the spiritualized universe. There are many beings from the consciousness universe in the Diyu Villa. Since you can safely stay in the spiritualized universe, it means that you have been recognized by Yu Sangtian. Even if the origin provoked Yu Sangtian and rebelled against the spiritualized universe, your identity is not a problem. You have betrayed the consciousness universe. Under such circumstances, if the consciousness universe recovers, the Diyu Villa will not only face pressure from the spiritualized universe, but also from the consciousness universe. 3rd Master, please consider this carefully. Most people in the spiritualized universe thought that Lu Yin and the rest were beings from the consciousness universe. First, their aura did not belong to the spiritualized universe. Currently, only 3 universes were known. To the spiritualized universe, the Tianyuan universe was waiting to be reactivated. Even if the origin came from the Tianyuan universe, no one would suspect that Lu Yin and the rest belonged to the Tianyuan universe. They were more like beings captured from the consciousness universe by the origin. This was their disdain for the Tianyuan universe that was engraved in their bones. This was especially proven when Lu Yin resisted Lord Qi's consciousness attack. The spiritualized universe's understanding of the Dayu Villa's origins was polarized. Yu Sang Tian and the rest knew that they came from the Tianyuan universe, while those who did not know the truth all guessed that they came from the consciousness universe. If Lu Yin and the rest had really betrayed the consciousness universe, Wudong's warning was right. The Dayu Villa's provocation of the realm beyond Avalon had nothing to do with their origins. It was the origin's choice, at least on the surface. However, if the consciousness universe recovers, the people who betrayed the consciousness universe will be the unlucky ones. Lu Yin looked at Wudong and asked, "Did you come here specifically to warn me? With your wisdom, there's no need to remind me." Lu Yin looked at Wudong with a faint smile. "What else do you want to say?" They said it together. Wudong lowered her head and said, "No one knows whether or not revered Qi is still alive. I came here because I have something to tell Third Master. Although we have people in the Qi family, we haven't heard any news that Qi Zun is still alive." Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. Did the Qi family spread the news on purpose? I don't know. Maybe some people from the Qi clan were exposed, but it has nothing to do with our Crusade alliance, Wudong said. Lu Yin was puzzled. First, you reminded me of the importance of a mental state, and now you're telling me this. What are you trying to say? Wudong is just telling the truth to show my goodwill. Wudong smiled. Lu Yin laughed. I understand. Wudong bowed deeply and then retreated. After Wudong left, Old Tao said, "They're separating the Qi clan from the Yu clan because they're worried that the head of the clan will cause trouble for the Yu clan." Lu Yin nodded. That's a good thing. The Qi family is the Qi family, and their artistic conception is their artistic conception. However, this woman doesn't know the origins of the Crusade Alliance. The only value of her words is information about Qi Zun. It seems that the Qi family deliberately spread the news of Qi Zun being alive to scare me. Palace Mistress Yao said, "It's also possible that the Qi family doesn't know whether Qi Zun is still alive or not, so they can only do this." Not long after, someone else arrived and asked to see Lu Yin. Without a mental state, it would be difficult for our spiritualized universe to conquer the consciousness universe. Third manager, since you've already betrayed the consciousness universe, you naturally don't want it to exist. Now that you want to attack the mental state, could it be that you're using revenge as an excuse to help the consciousness universe? Impudent! Old Tao shouted. Lu Yin looked at the man in front of him. You're quite bold. The man was cold and arrogant. Do you think I'm afraid of death? We've all returned from the consciousness universe alive. I advise you to think carefully. If you really attack the Qi family, you'll be attacking the entire spiritualized universe. Kill him. Old Tao attacked the man with a palm. The man was shocked. You! Before he could finish speaking, the palm landed, and he was reduced to ashes. Old Tao shook his head. Did this man really think that he could be in the limelight? There was a price to be paid for being in the limelight. This person's death shocked many people, and those who had wanted to rush out stopped. Lu Yin looked around. You're not afraid of death. I admire you. Let me see how many people in this spiritualized universe are not afraid of death. The possibility of dying and the possibility of dying were two different concepts. One could gamble, and one's name would spread throughout the universe. The other could not gamble, as one would definitely lose, and losing meant death. After this person was killed, those who supported the Qi family or those who had been instigated by the Qi family to stop Lu Yin's group from going to the mental state all calmed down. Nobody dared to stop Lu Yin as he passed through the various regions. Most people hoped that Lu Yin would face off against the Qi family and see how strong both sides were. The wise prince from the wisdom domain had arrived with Mr. Li. Mr. Li did not want to face the third manager at all, but he had no other choice. Lu Yin looked at Mr. Li with interest. "What, are you planning to give that guy to me?" Mr. Li stared at Lu Yin fearfully and was ready to attack at any time. Mr. Li said, "I'm here hoping that the third manager can control himself." "I'm sure you want to control yourself, but in this spiritualized universe, my control is definitely better than yours." The next moment, he was thrown out again. Mr. Li wanted to stop him, but he could not be careless with Lu Yin's attack. He had to ensure his own safety as he knew that Lu Yin really wanted to deal with him. As for Mr. Li, he would protect him if he could, but if he could not, there was nothing he could do. Mr. Li was thrown out for the second time, but he left calmly. Mr. Li turned back to look at Lu Yin. If Honorable Qi was still alive, what would happen if he fought with this person? Soon, half a month had passed, and Lu Yin was getting closer to the mental state. The mental state was facing a great enemy, and countless cultivators who had come from the mental state came spontaneously, wanting to join forces with the Qi family to deal with Lu Yin. The Qi family was chatting and laughing, as if they did not care. Only Qi Gong stayed in the backyard alone, refusing to see anyone. The Qi family could not escape, but it was impossible to stop the third manager. The only possibility was that the Grand Ancestor Qi Zun had captured one of the 13 symbols of the consciousness universe, a consciousness life form at the starry sky level. He would wait for a while longer, and he would not look for that life form until the last moment. He did not believe that the third manager was not afraid of the Grand Ancestor Qi Zun. In the boundless territory of the 100 Herbs domain, countless people from various forces were watching. Lu Yin's every move was being watched, and so was the boundless territory. One day, an old man came to the 100 Herbs domain. His white beard was withered and forked, and his eyes were cloudy. It was obvious that he was on the verge of death. The old man looked into the distance with a complicated expression. He sighed, "The 100 Herbs domain, how nostalgic. I haven't been here for a long time, and I didn't expect it to become like this. Sigh, who would have thought that this would be my final destination? Forget it, this is fate." Then, the old man took a step forward, and his figure distorted before gradually disappearing. It was not that he was fast enough to leave this place, but that he had really disappeared, merging with the mountains, rivers, and the void as he walked towards the boundless territory. Along the way, the old man passed by many people, but he did not avoid them. Instead, he walked right through them, and they did not sense him at all. There were experts among them, but they also did not sense him. The old man continued to approach the boundless territory until he reached the bow of the ship, where he saw Yushan hanging from a tree. He only glanced at him for a moment before continuing deeper into the boundless territory. They passed by the users of the black energy source, passed by the Heaven Yuan army, passed by the second anima, passed by the hidden Luo Shan, passed by Su Wang Tian, and passed by Heavenly Lord Victor. From start to finish, they didn't notice anything at all. The old man entered the boundless territory as if there was nothing there, and he continued walking as if he was looking for something. A voice suddenly sounded out, "What are you looking for?" The old man stopped and slowly turned around. He saw someone. "Who are you?" It was the primogenitor. In the entire boundless territory, only the primogenitor had sensed the old man's presence. The others, including the primogenitor, had not sensed him. "Just an old man who has been eliminated by the times," the primogenitor said. The old man smiled. "What a coincidence. I was also eliminated by the times, and no one remembers me now. What are you doing in the boundless territory?" "Looking for someone." "Who?" A little girl. You won't be able to find her. It's useless even if I find her. I can't take her away. I'm old and can't do anything. The primogenitor looked at the old man. Your vitality has completely declined. Are you planning to be buried in the boundless territory? The old man shook his head and looked in a certain direction. I have no other choice. You can leave. The primogenitor turned and left. The old man looked at him. You won't attack me. There's no need. Go where you want to go. It's not too late. The primogenitor's voice gradually faded as he continued his seclusion. The old man bowed to the primogenitor's back. Thank you. After that, he walked out of the boundless territory and stepped into the sky, heading in a certain direction. Home. That was the direction of his home. He wanted to be buried in his hometown. I'm sorry. I couldn't find her, and even if I did, I couldn't bring her back. The boundless territory can't be offended. You're on your own now. In the sky, Luin received news that someone had entered the boundless territory. It was an old man who had one foot in the grave and was looking for a girl. Luin frowned, looking for a girl. It must be Zhang Yan. The only reason he was looking for Zhang Yan was for the key to the Gate of Arts. Who? The Gate of Arts Zhang family. Or Yu Sang Tian. Not many people knew that the key was in Zhang Yan's hands, so these two were the most suspicious. But it was hard to say. If Yuanqi could guess that Zhang Yan had taken the key, then Sang Tian could also guess the same. Forget it, no matter who it was, the Zhang family had to take the blame. This matter was more serious because the one who had discovered that old man was the primogenitor. Or rather, only the primogenitor could discover that old man. How many old men in the spiritualized universe could be buried at any time? Luin looked around. People from the Gate of Arts, come here. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3468. The surroundings were silent, and those who were staring at Luin looked at each other. They came from various large forces, and they all tacitly stared at each other, but they did not talk to each other. No one would ask where someone was from. It was not like there was something wrong with their brains. Brother, where are you from? Someone asked seriously. Killing intent flashed in the person's eyes. Scram. The person who asked rolled his eyes. Be magnanimous, just say it. We might be from the same hometown. I told you to scram. The person who was asked was furious, and he saw Lu Yin's gaze drift over. Was it because his words had attracted attention? This bastard, he did not want to die. The person who asked curled his lips, petty. The person who was asked wanted to kill him, if not for the fact that the timing was not right. He would remember this person, so he waited. Come here. The person who was asked was startled, and he turned around in a daze, meeting Lu Yin's gaze. He was afraid, and he was about to cry. Not me, I don't want to talk, it's not me. Suddenly, someone patted his shoulder, and he almost fainted from fright. Brother, it's me. The person who had asked the question walked over to Lu Yin. The person who was asked was stunned. What was going on? Lu Yin looked at the youth who was jogging over. Are you from the sect of techniques? The youth smiled brightly. Yes, I am from the sect of techniques. Greetings, third leader. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Contact the sect of techniques and give me an explanation. The youth blinked. What explanation? Give me an explanation for Wu Zhang's matter. The youth did not ask any further, and he decisively contacted the sect of techniques. In the spiritualized universe, there was a method of communication similar to the Heaven's Origin Universe's Cloud Connection Stone. Because the entire spiritualized universe was connected, Cloud Connection Stones could be used to communicate with each other, unlike the Heaven's Origin Universe where wireless goo was used in many places. Here, third leader. The youth passed a communication tool similar to the cloud connection stone to Lu Yin, which was called a spirit cloud stone in the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin took it. Who is it? Zhan Ming. Seng Tian, Zhan Ming. Old Tao, Palace Mistress Yao, and the others watched as Seng Tian was contacted. What is your name? Call me third leader. Everyone was speechless. Lu Yin was the first person to speak to Seng Tian in such a manner, but he had the right. Zhan Ming's expression didn't change. Third leader, why did you contact my sect of arts? Give me an explanation. What explanation? Boundless has been invaded by an old man who is about to die. Don't tell me you didn't instigate this. Zhan Ming frowned. It has nothing to do with me. I don't believe it. It really has nothing to do with me. I know very well that Zhan Yan shouldn't be in the boundless lands. You wouldn't leave her behind. I told you, but I don't believe you. Zhan Ming realized that he was unable to converse with this person. Wasn't this person too overbearing? They had always been the ones to say such rude words to others, but today, someone actually dared to be rude and overbearing to him. Yu Seng Tian could suppress them, but Yu Seng Tian would never speak to them like that. Everyone followed the rules, followed etiquette, and had a good demeanor, unlike this person. Third Master, what do you want? This matter has nothing to do with our School of Arts. We can't give you an explanation, Zhan Ming said in a deep voice. You have to follow the rules and regulations of the Umbrella Euro. Lu Yin sneered, either you convince me that this has nothing to do with you, or you give me an explanation. It's that simple. This was Zhan Ming's first thought. Wasn't this shameless? Back then, the 5 regions had sealed off the 100 Herb region and prevented people from joining the Dayu Mountain Villa. A few days later, the Battle of the 5 Regions are empty appeared. Everyone thought that Dayu Mountain Villa had already set up a trap in the spiritualized universe and grasped the information. Otherwise, how could they have found the 5 regions so accurately? In reality, it was the door of techniques that was helping the Dayu Villa investigate. There was no other way, as Zhan Yan and the key were in the Dayu Villa's hands, and Lu Yin had plenty of ways to force the door of techniques to do so. Now, the situation was the same. Lu Yin had grabbed the gate of techniques by the throat, leaving Zhan Ming helpless. After a while, Zhan Ming said helplessly, "What kind of explanation does the third master want? Admit that it was you who did it." Lu Yin asked. Zhan Ming said, "It has nothing to do with us, and we have no way of proving our innocence." Third master, just say what you want. Is Reverend Qi dead or not? Lu Yin asked. Zhan Ming said, "Do you really want to destroy the Qi family?" "I don't want anyone to disturb me while I'm destroying the Qi family," Lu Yin said. Zhan Ming immediately agreed, "Sure, the door of techniques guarantees this." Lu Yin casually tossed the spirit cloud stone to the youth from the door of techniques. The youth caught it and smiled at Lu Yin. "Third master, can I leave now?" Lu Yin looked at him, "You're so young, but you're so lethargic." The youth exclaimed, "Third master has good eyesight. I'm in charge of sweeping the tombs in the door of techniques." "Whose tombs are you sweeping?" "All the old guys." Lu Yin's eyes lit up. "Are there many old guys waiting to die in the door of techniques?" The youth nodded, "Many, but I don't know the exact number. I'm not qualified to know who's dead and who's alive. My job is to sweep the tombs." "What's your name?" "I'm cautious." "I'm not asking about your personality." "That's my name." Lu Yin praised, "Good name." "Thank you, third master. I'll take my leave." Zhan Ming left. Lu Yin looked at the youth's back. The door of techniques had sent a tomb sweeper to keep an eye on him. What was the meaning of this? He couldn't figure it out. The intent domain was where the intent domain was located. It had always been a place that countless cultivators in the spiritualized universe yearned for. Every time the intent domain recruited people, all the major forces would try their best to squeeze people in because those who walked out of the intent domain were almost always captains in the consciousness universe. Although the number of people was small, the value was huge. Also, being able to learn consciousness cultivation methods in the intent domain was also a type of cultivation. Now was not the time for the intent domain to recruit people, but there were more people than when it was supposed to be. Everyone was waiting for Lu Yin to arrive. According to the time, it would be soon. In the intent domain, Qi Gong walked out of the backyard and headed in a certain direction. Master, the third master is about to arrive. Patriarch Qi Zun, please come out and deal with him, someone shouted. The others echoed, we welcome Patriarch Qi Zun. Welcome Patriarch Qi Zun. In the distance, a group of people from the alliance was also waiting. Would Patriarch Qi really appear? That was really an antique. Qi Gong looked at the crowd. Who do you think Patriarch Qi Zun is? Everyone was stunned and looked at Qi Gong in confusion. Qi Gong's gaze was gloomy. Patriarch Qi Zun is the creator of the intent domain. He's above everything, second only to the Supreme Heaven Palace. Even Sang Tian can't be rude to him. A mere third master of the Dayu Manor wants Patriarch Qi Zun to come out. You think too highly of him. Everyone was confused. Patriarch Qi Zun wasn't invited. Someone's heart sank. It can't be. Was the news that Patriarch Qi Zun was still alive fake? Many people were talking about it during this period. They said that the alliance had not found out that Patriarch Qi Zun was still alive and that the Qi family had deliberately leaked the news. Could it be true? The Qi family members' faces gradually turned pale. Qi Gong shouted, my Qi family controls the intent domain. There's no need to invite Patriarch Qi Zun. If anyone dares to invade the intent domain, he won't be able to return. Wu Wei, it's time to fulfill your promise. The intent domain was turbulent. Everyone cultivated the power of consciousness. At this moment, their consciousnesses were trembling in fear. It was as if they had met their natural enemy, or as if they had touched another world. Qi Gong's face was also pale. His consciousness was on the verge of collapse. He was also at the sequence law level. Since Patriarch Qi Zun, the Qi family had almost all specialized in consciousness techniques. His consciousness was equivalent to the astral level of the consciousness universe. It was already very strong, comparable to Patriarch Qi Guan and Patriarch Qi Shangjuan. However, under this sudden consciousness, he could not even resist. There was more than one astral level consciousness cultivator in the intent domain. They were all on the verge of collapse. The leader of the alliance, Shi Lin, opened his eyes. He was the only astral level consciousness in the intent domain. Patriarch Qi Shangjuan needed the help of the spirit treasure formation to raise his consciousness to the astral level. Shi Lin himself was at this level. However, even he found it difficult to shake this terrifying consciousness. One of the 13 symbols of the consciousness universe, the astral level consciousness, Wu Wei. This was the deepest foundation of the intent domain. Unless the intent domain was destroyed, it would not make a move. When Patriarch Qi Shangjuan had escaped from the intent domain, Wu Wei had not made a move. The alliance and the Qi family had never thought of asking him to make a move. Now that Lu Yin was in danger, the Qi family had used their previous promise to ask Wu Wei to help. Very few people knew that Wu Wei was in the intent domain. Even Palace Master Yao and the others only guessed that it was in the intent domain. Only Shi Lin, Qi Gong, and a few others knew. Wu Wei's consciousness was like a violent monster. It instantly occupied the starry sky and covered the entire intent domain. Outside the intent domain, Huali was slowly approaching. When Wu Wei's consciousness appeared, Lu Yin's pupils shrank. Stop. Old Tao looked ahead in shock. Is that the power of consciousness? In front of everyone's eyes, the intent domain was covered by consciousness. Everyone saw different things. Wu Wei was a passive consciousness life form. According to everyone's impression of consciousness, it formed a completely different image. In Old Tao's eyes, Wu Wei's consciousness, which included the intent domain, was a huge spider. He had once fought with a spider-shaped consciousness in the consciousness universe. His understanding of consciousness was that of a spider. In Palace Master Yao's eyes, Wu Wei's consciousness was like an ice crystal that froze the entire intent domain. In Kai Keqing's eyes, Wu Wei's consciousness was a blade with only 3 blades. In Lu Yin's eyes, Wu Wei's consciousness was like a dark cloud that covered the entire intent domain. Boss, do you still want to go? Old Tao was shocked. Wu Wei's consciousness was too terrifying and majestic. It reminded him of the peak powerhouse he had accidentally encountered in the consciousness universe, one of the 13 symbols. At that moment, he had truly seen what a cosmic realm consciousness was like. It was not something a human could resist. That encounter alone had wiped out dozens of teams. A cosmic realm consciousness was a disaster. They were neither human nor beast, they were a disaster. Palace Master Yao and Kai Keqing were equally shocked and unwilling to go. The pressure and shock brought by Wu Wei made them instinctively want to retreat. Those who had been watching Lu Yin both openly and covertly were also shocked by this Wu Wei. This was the foundation of the intent domain. Even if the news of sovereign Qi being alive was false, the intent domain could not be trampled. Scram! A harsh shout shook the starry sky and blasted towards Lu Yin's group. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3469. In the intent realm, Qi Gong's expression changed. Wu Wei, you. Shi Lin narrowed his eyes and looked up. Wu Wei had done it on purpose. His presence was enough to deter the enemy, but once he said that, the enemy would attack even if they wanted to retreat. Otherwise, how could they survive? Wu Wei had been captured by Qi Zun, so he had a deep grudge against the Qi family. He was doing this on purpose. Just as they had expected, the moment Wu Wei cursed, Lu Yin's face sank completely. He slowly stood up and looked at the intent realm. A cosmic realm consciousness was indeed powerful, but if he could absorb this consciousness, he would be able to fight Yu Sang Tian with just his own. Don't be rash, Old Tao tried to persuade him. Lu Yin ignored him and kicked the star toad toward the intent realm. Let me test it. The star toad was stunned. It hadn't expected Lu Yin to do such a thing. This was a real beast. It wanted to turn back halfway, but Lu Yin stared at it with a cold murderous intent. The star toad gritted its teeth and swallowed its anger. Humans said that the star toad was a beast, but Lu Yin was the real beast. The star toad's body expanded, and its golden skin turned into a multicolored color. It held a pitchfork and a skull around its neck as it charged toward the intent realm. It would test it if it wanted to. No one had expected the toad to be the first to attack. The star toad's aura also caused the stars to shake. This was the aura of a bitter adversary. Although the star toad was at the bottom of this level, it was still terrifyingly powerful. Countless people watched as the giant star toad charged into the intent realm and stabbed out with its pitchfork. Go! Wu Wei's consciousness surged like a storm. In the star toad's eyes, Wu Wei's consciousness was like a dark cloud. Like Lu Yin, the strongest consciousness he had ever seen was Su Jin. The pitchfork stabbed into the dark cloud and stirred up the void. The star toad felt dizzy, like a small boat in a storm. It could faint at any moment. It gritted its teeth and kept stabbing with its pitchfork. Go! 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 Every thrust of the pitchfork pierced through the consciousness realm and struck the intent realm. The intent realm cracked, and those who were cultivating there quickly fled. Some were directly sucked in by the force and turned to dust. The Chi family and the Killing League immediately took action, wanting to block the force of the steel fork. However, the strength of the star toad was not something that an ordinary person could withstand. Go, 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 countless forces bombarded the intent realm. Qi Gong shouted, "Stone Forest, you are responsible for the destruction of your artistic conception." Shi Lin walked out of the alliance and his eyes widened. His consciousness whizzed out and swept across the land, forming a barrier on the ground. It belongs to the Crusader League. Protector intent. Qi family's intent of protection. All the cultivators in the intent realm released their consciousness and blocked the force of the steel fork. The star toad didn't purposely destroy the intent field. It only wanted to test Wu Wei's consciousness. Wu Wei was also attacking the star toad. As for the protection intent field, it had nothing to do with it. Although the star toad was at the bottom of the crossing bitter calamity level, it was still a crossing bitter calamity. Creatures that stepped into bitter calamity were all madmen, but they had an unusually firm belief in bitter calamity, so it was not easy for their consciousness to be shaken. Even Wu Wei, one of the 13 symbols. Qi Gong raised his head. He knew very well that Wu Wei's hatred towards the Qi family had led to the destruction of his intent realm. Wu Wei, you will never be able to return to the universe of consciousness. Never. Xian Xian de Xian Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Pi. In the star toad's eye, the consciousness that enveloped the intent realm boiled. A majestic consciousness suddenly condensed, like a colossal creature emerging from the dark clouds, forming an object that resembled a millstone. Great skinning heavenly disk. A deep voice resounded in his ears. The starry skies were engulfed, and the concept was everywhere. Those who were planning on watching the show were all horrified, and blood flowed from their 7 apertures. The shock of consciousness directly turned some people into idiots. The remaining people hurriedly retreated. Some things couldn't be watched. If they did, they would have to pay the price. Above the consciousness of Shi Lin and the others, everyone saw a huge millstone that was about to crush the sky. They weren't unfamiliar with this. Those who cultivated in the intent realm had to endure the crushing of this millstone every day, constantly tempering their consciousness. The crushing of this millstone made their consciousness tenacious, but it also made them wish they were dead. It was as if their entire body was being crushed. This was also the reason why a small number of people could cultivate in the intent realm. Those with weak willpower wouldn't be able to endure it. Every year, nearly half of the cultivators in the intent realm would be crushed into idiots. The millstone they encountered was very small, at most a few dozen square meters. The millstone above their heads was the biggest one they had ever seen. It was so big that it was boundless, as if it was going to crush the sky. When all the cultivators in the intent realm saw the millstone, they felt fear and coldness from the bottom of their hearts. Their instinctive fear of the millstone left a psychological shadow. This was Wu Wei's consciousness battle technique, the great skinning heavenly disk. All living things had consciousness. Otherwise, they wouldn't be called living things. Even if plants cultivated and had consciousness, as long as they had consciousness, they would be crushed by the great skinning heavenly disk. They couldn't escape. The great skinning heavenly disk had once created many disasters in the universe of consciousness, making spiritualized universe cultivators wish they were dead. Even Shi Lin was afraid of the great skinning heavenly disk, as he couldn't guarantee that he could face it alone. The moment the great skinning heavenly disk appeared, the star toad spat out a mouthful of blood. It felt dizzy, as if it could see its great-grandmother squatting by the lake and waving at it. That lake was very beautiful, with different kinds of flowers blooming and rainbow-colored grass. Great-grandmother, a hand descended, grabbed the star toad, and tossed it away. Lu Yin had arrived, and the star-toad couldn't withstand it. The millstone's suppression of consciousness was extremely terrifying. This was the strength of the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators of the consciousness universe. Lu Yin couldn't figure out how Qizun had defeated this creature. How could humans cultivate their own consciousness to such a level? It's the Dayu Villa's third master. He's made a move, someone exclaimed. A group of cultivators stared at Lu Yin. This person had actually dared to make a move. Grind him to death, grind him to death. How dare he provoke an intent realm cultivator? Qi Gong's heart sank. This person had actually dared to make a move against the great skinning heavenly disk. Where did he get his confidence from? Shi Lin frowned. How could this be? This person actually dared to make a move. He knew that this person wasn't from the consciousness universe, but rather the Tianyuan universe. More and more people from the spiritualized universe knew about this truth, but they didn't spread it out. How could a cultivator from the Tianyuan universe have such a powerful consciousness? How did he do it? Lu Yin stood under the great skinning heavenly disk, and his entire body felt like it was being crushed by the millstone. His consciousness, in particular, was constantly being pulled by the millstone, squeezed, and crushed. So that's how it is. He looked up. Regardless of whether he used his consciousness to attack or not, it would still be pulled out. Once his consciousness was crushed, he would become an idiot as well. Normal cultivators wouldn't be able to resist such a terrifying millstone, not even the star-toad. Could Qizun defeat this creature? This millstone reminded him of Yu Sang Tian. Deep. Lu Yin took a deep breath and endured the crushing pressure of the great skinning heavenly disk. He raised a hand and waved it, setting Sunday, setting Sunday, setting sun, total afterglow. Whether it was one spiritual force, physical body, battle technique, or will, everything would be burned by setting Sunday. Burn your martial power. The great skinning heavenly disk trembled, and cracks could be seen with the naked eye. Countless people were stunned, especially the cultivators who were in the intent realm. They couldn't believe that the great skinning heavenly disk had actually cracked. This was a battle technique that had broken through the great skinning heavenly disk. Shi Lin's pupils shrank. This person actually knew a battle technique. Qi Gong's expression changed. This person had actually resisted Wu Wei's consciousness and even knew a battle technique that could break through Wu Wei's great skinning heavenly disk. How was this possible? How strong was this person? An intent realm battle technique. Wu Wei's low voice sounded out. Violent consciousnesses swept out from around Lu Yin, crazily crashing into him. His consciousness planet was trembling, and his consciousness was constantly being pulled. His vision was also blurry. His consciousness couldn't catch up to Wu Wei's, and it was already quite impressive that he could resist it. Astral level consciousness. You're very strong. Wu Wei's voice spread through the sky, shocking countless people. Astral level consciousness. That third elder actually had astral level consciousness. No wonder he could withstand the great skinning heavenly disk. Shi Lin's expression changed. Astral level consciousness was the same as his. This person came from the Tianyuan universe. How did he cultivate? Reaching astral level consciousness at such a young age. Lu Yin waved his hand again, and setting sun continued to burn. The cracks on the great skinning heavenly disk grew larger and larger. Wu Wei said in a low voice, I can't do anything to him. I've already fulfilled my promise to Qizun, so I won't attack from now on. Wu Wei suddenly retracted his consciousness and disappeared into the intent realm. There was nothing above the intent realm. Light sprinkled down, and only one figure stood in the sky, overlooking the intent realm. It was Lu Yin. Lu Yin exhaled and wiped his ears. There was blood. Was he bleeding from his 7 orifices? This Wu Wei was constantly attacking him with his consciousness, and even he found it difficult to withstand. Although it couldn't do anything to him for now, it would be difficult for him to defeat it unless he used all his strength. However, Wu Wei hadn't used his full strength either. As expected of a consciousness life form. Below him, a group of intent realm cultivators looked up at him. Lu Yin's gaze swept across the crowd, and he saw many consciousness cultivating experts. There were nearly 10 people here who had reached the progenitor realm, which was quite impressive. There were also majestic consciousnesses hidden below the intent realm. If he wasn't wrong, they should belong to consciousnesses that had surrendered. These consciousnesses tempted Lu Yin. Under the light, a shadow loomed over the Qi family. Qi Gong's face was pale. Wu Wei, even if you didn't fulfill your promise, you're still a guardian of the intent realm. How can you not attack when enemies attack? Lord Yu Sang Tian won't let you off. You can't return to the consciousness realm anymore. You can only protect the intent realm. Wu Wei, no matter how he shouted, Wu Wei didn't respond. Shi Lin said coldly, this person wants to destroy the Qi family, not the intent realm. Qi Gong, you're on your own now. With that, he led the league away from the Qi family. The Qi family looked at Qi Gong expectantly, waiting for Qi Zun to appear. Only Qi Zun could deal with the third master now. Father, please ask Patriarch Qi Zun to appear. Patriarch Qi Zun should appear. Welcome, Patriarch Qi Zun. Welcome, Patriarch Qi Zun. Welcome. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3470. One by one, the Qi clan members kowtowed. The more they did this, the more it meant that they didn't believe that Qi Zun would appear. It meant that they knew some of the truth. However, they were unwilling to accept this truth. They hoped that revered Qi would appear and give them hope. Qi Gong looked at the kneeling Qi family members and felt weak all over. He raised his head and looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's gaze fell on him, but he didn't say a word as he continued to watch. Qi Gong clenched his fists. Third Master, there is no unresolvable grudge between you and the Qi clan. Lu Yin sneered, Qi Guan was disrespectful to me and Lord Qi even ambushed me, almost causing my death. How can this grudge be resolved? Qi Gong gritted his teeth. Qi Guan is at your disposal. Lord Qi has already betrayed the artistic conception and no longer belongs to the Qi family. Her actions have nothing to do with the Qi family. Lu Yin laughed heartily, what a good plan. Unfortunately, I don't buy it. I said that I will destroy the Qi family, so I must destroy the Qi family. Even if Yu Sang Tian comes, it will be useless. You want to use honored Qi to scare me. You're underestimating my Dayu manner. After saying that, he raised his hand and pressed down on the Qi family. The Qi clan occupied a large area in the intent realm. The pavilions, terraces, and pavilions were magnificent. But now, Lu Yin's palm had completely blocked out the sunlight, bringing about the end of the Qi family. Qi Gong was furious. Third Master, does your Dayu manner really want to fight to the death with my Qi clan? You're not worthy. Lu Yin's voice was emotionless as he slammed his palm down. Qi Gong's consciousness attacked from below towards Lu Yin's palm. At the same time, he shouted, Qi family, attack. In the next moment, the cultivators who belonged to the Qi family continued to assemble the spirit treasure array. Their consciousnesses rushed out from all directions and blasted towards Lu Yin like rays of light from the 9 heavens. Xian xian de xian xing chuan xing chuan xing chuan xing chuan xing chuan xing chuan pi. Lu Yin stood alone in the sky like a towering mountain. He allowed Qi Gong's consciousness to bombard him, and a single palm strike caused Qi Gong to spit out blood. The people of the Qi clan were dumbfounded. Why hadn't Chizun made a move yet? Why? Could it really be fake? From the beginning to the end, Chizun would not appear. If they had known earlier, they would have fled. Why would they have waited until now? The shadows continued to descend. The pavilions shattered, the mountains and lakes cracked, and the Qi family's territory continued to shatter. Qi Gong coughed up blood. Attack! The Qi family was in charge of the artistic conception. Although the League of Doom had risen to compete with the Qi family, the artistic conception was created by Venerable Qi after all. The foundation of the Qi family was not something the League of Doom could compete with. For example, the League of Doom could not use the consciousness life forms that had surrendered, but the Qi family could. Beneath the ground, consciousnesses appeared one after another. Some were passive while others took the initiative to transform into life forms. They all belonged to the consciousness universe, and at this moment, they all attacked Lu Yin under Qi Gong's orders. There were dozens of consciousness life forms that attacked. Among them, there were 4-star rank consciousness, 9-star light rank consciousness, and dozens of consciousness with different strengths. Even the weakest of them had 9 consciousnesses, which corresponded to a half-martial ancestor. Those who were qualified to be brought into the realm were naturally not weak. Dozens of consciousnesses bombarded Lu Yin, but they did not affect him at all. His consciousness planet was as stable as a mountain. Unless one had a starry sky-level consciousness like Wu Wei, it would be difficult to shake it. Even if Lord Qi and the 3 spirit ancestors joined forces and blasted out their astral-level consciousnesses, it would only make Lu Yin dizzy for a moment. Lu Yin's palm descended, shattering the Qi family's mountains and rivers. Qi Gong spat out a mouthful of blood as his consciousness dissipated. The Qi family members howled in grief. At this moment, it was the end of the Qi family. In the distance, Master Feng shook his head and lamented, "Is the dignified Qi family going to be destroyed just like that?" He belonged to the Crusader Alliance and had reached the star rank consciousness. His strength in the sequence law level was second only to Shi Lin in the Crusader Alliance. He believed that his consciousness strength was not weak. However, among the consciousness lifeforms that attacked just now, there were 4 who had reached this level, but they still could not shake Lu Yin. Unless a miracle appeared, the Qi family would be doomed. Shi Lin looked on coldly. The outside world thought that the Crusader Alliance and the Qi family were opposing each other, but it was actually created by Yu Seng Tian for outsiders to see. Although the opposition was fake, there was no need for him to help the Qi family at this juncture. The Qi family had provoked someone they could not afford to provoke, and that was their business. The Crusader Alliance had also sent people to find the 3rd head, but why did the 3rd head find trouble with the Qi family? It was because of the Qi family's attitude. Even if he attacked, he would not be able to win against the 3rd head. Although he was confident that he could survive under Wu Wei's consciousness, it would be difficult for him to cause harm to Wu Wei. However, the 3rd head could. This person was definitely an expert on the level of Sang Tian and could not be defeated. If the Qi family was gone, the Crusader Alliance would dominate the intent domain for a period of time. Shi Lin, why haven't you attacked yet? Qi Gong roared. Shi Lin was indifferent. Qi Gong despaired. No one could help the Qi family, and they were really going to be destroyed. He could not even beg for mercy from the 3rd head, because the Dayu Villa was at odds with outer sky. If he begged for mercy, Yu Seng Tian would not tolerate the Qi family. There was only death left. Why was this happening? Why was the Qi family in such a desperate situation? Qi Gong's eyes lost focus, and he slowly fell to the ground. Lu Yin stared at the ground beneath the Qi family and captured all of the consciousness lifeforms that had surrendered. As for the Qi family, he did not care. Ever since the Qi family created their domain, they had erected a stone tablet. That stone tablet was placed outside the Qi family's gate by Reverend Qi. Outsiders who entered the Qi family had to bow to the tablet to show their respect. That stone tablet represented the Qi family. As the Qi family continued to crumble, the tablet also began to crack. A group of Qi family members watched in despair as the tablet cracked and saw the Qi family's destruction. Suddenly, a vast consciousness surged out of the broken tablet and blasted towards Lu Yin. The moment this consciousness appeared, the intent domain changed. The sunlight froze, and everything became still. Lu Yin slowly lowered his head, and his consciousness blasted over. Accompanying it was a loud voice. Who dares to be impudent? I am Qi Gong. Whoosh! In the intent domain, a beam of light pierced through the void and rippled out in all directions. At the same time, the sound spread in all directions. Countless people were stunned. Qi Gong, Old Tao, Palace Mistress Yao, and the others were shocked. Qi Gong had really come out. Shi Lin's expression changed. Was Qi Gong still alive? How was this possible? The Qi family members were stunned. Was Qi Gong really alive? Qi Gong collapsed on the ground, his gaze unfocused. When he heard the words, Qi Gong, his eyes focused, and he looked up at the sky and laughed silently. Patriarch Qi Gong was alive. The Qi family was saved. The Qi family members all knelt down. Welcome, Patriarch Qi. Welcome, Patriarch. Welcome, Patriarch. High up in the sky, Lu Yin retreated a few steps. The consciousness blasted his head like a hammer, dazzling him. He came back to his senses and wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth. It was a very powerful consciousness. Although it was not as majestic as Wu Wei's, it was terrifyingly tenacious. This feeling was very familiar. He looked down at the Qi family's gate and the broken tablet. The consciousness had come from there. Outside the tablet, a person could faintly be seen. The figure slowly took shape and looked around. Are the Qi family's juniors so useless? The Qi family members all knelt before him. We are useless. Patriarch, please kill the enemy and show the Qi family's might. Patriarch, please kill the enemy. Patriarch, you are invincible in the universe. Show the Qi family's might. In the distance, the Alliance Crusaders felt a chill run down their spines. Qi Gong was still alive. This was going to be troublesome. Qi Gong walked out of the broken courtyard with great difficulty, covered in blood. He knelt in front of Qi Gong. Junior Qi Gong of the Qi family greets Patriarch. Qi Gong looked at Qi Gong and his expression softened. You did your best. Qi Gong said sadly, I was useless. I couldn't protect the Qi family. Patriarch, please punish me. What about Wu Wei? Wu Wei attacked once. The great skinning sky disc failed. He didn't attack again. What's going on with those people? Zun Qi looked into the distance and saw the members of the Alliance. The Alliance Crusaders felt their scalps tingle. Shi Lin calmed down. Qi Gong was an ancient strong cultivator. He didn't expect him to still be alive. He was extremely talented. Yu Sang Tian thought highly of him and gave him the right to create the Alliance Crusaders. He thought that no one could compare with him in terms of consciousness cultivation. However, everyone said that he couldn't surpass Qi Gong. Why? Qi Gong only had astral consciousness. He also had astral consciousness. How could he not surpass Qi Gong? Now that Qi Gong had appeared, he wanted to see how he would deal with the third leader. Qi Gong knew that Qi Gong was asking about the Alliance Crusaders. He didn't know what to say. He could only say in a low voice, Lord Yu Sang Tian gave him the right to create a force called the Alliance Crusaders to fight against the Qi family. Qi Gong understood and looked at Shi Lin. This person is the leader of the Alliance Crusaders. Yes. Qi Gong sighed. It's good that the younger generation of the spiritualized universe can produce such a person. He then looked up at Lu Yin, his gaze turning murderous. Who is this person? Before Qi Gong could answer, he waved his hand. Forget it. Since he wants to destroy the Qi family, I'll send him on his way. He then flew into the sky. The Qi family was excited. Qi Gong's appearance meant that the Qi family was saved. The third leader was definitely going to die. Who would dare to provoke the Qi family? Qi Gong's appearance would change the spiritualized universe's structure. At the very least, it would change its intent. The Alliance Crusaders no longer had the right to fight against the Qi family. Qi Gong's name meant that his consciousness was invincible. Shi Lin couldn't compare to him. High up in the sky, Lu Yin watched as Qi Gong approached. Are you done catching up? Qi Zun stared coldly at Lu Yin. I don't care who you are. It's rare for someone as young as you to have such a high cultivation base. However, you shouldn't have provoked my Qi family and tried to destroy it. Lu Yin couldn't help but laugh. Old man, do you think you can protect the Qi family? Junior, you're too arrogant. Qi Gong stared at Lu Yin as his consciousness surged. Lu Yin didn't move and faced Qi Gong directly. You're just a consciousness that's barely hanging on. That stone tablet is your spiritualized weapon, right? You should have died long ago, but you relied on your spiritualized weapon to preserve your consciousness. Is that all for the sake of protecting the Qi family? Unfortunately, you won't be able to protect it today. If Qi Gong was still alive, Lu Yin would be worried. However, the current Qi Gong was just a remnant of his consciousness. His physical body had long decayed. How could a mere consciousness Qi Gong be able to overturn the heavens? Qi Gong sighed. I've walked the path of consciousness for far too long. So what if I lose my physical body? Try and block my 3 tribulations first. He then took a step forward and bent his fingers to form a strange shape as he attacked Lu Yin. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3471. Lu Yin raised a brow. 3 tribulations. He waved a hand, and a sunburst appeared. The sunburst's afterglow was something that not even sentient beings could avoid. Below him, Qi Gong warned, be careful, ancestor. That's an intent realm battle technique that can break through inaction's great sky-carving disk. Qi Zun watched as the sunburst dissipated. It was as if his remnant consciousness, martial arts, and Tao were being burned away. He retreated before the 3 tribulations could be unleashed. Lu Yin's expression changed. The 3 tribulations hadn't been unleashed yet, but he had already unleashed it the moment his palm formed. He had seen the karma. He didn't know what the 3 tribulations battle technique was, but it had created karma with him. In space, old Tao was shocked. 3 tribulations battle technique. That's terrifying. Kai Keqing was curious. 3 tribulations. 3 tribulations, rebirth fall. It's a battle technique that ends before it's unleashed. It has another name, formless tribulations. Old Tao's expression turned serious. This battle technique aims to strike the tribulations into the enemy's body, creating a calamity from the inside out. It looks ordinary, and many battle techniques can do the same. However, the most powerful part of this battle technique is the formless word. It's formless and formless, making it hard to grasp. The enemy won't even know when the word is struck. This is the most powerful part of the 3 tribulations. Thinking about it, Master has already been struck. If he can't resolve it, then it'll truly be a tribulation. Palace Mistress Ya was solemn. Qi Zun used his intent realm to unleash the formless tribulations. No wonder he's the strongest sentient being in the history of the spiritualized universe. Even Yu Sang Tian couldn't compare. The toad's eyes widened as it stared at the intent realm, praying for Lu Yin's defeat. If he did, it would be free. It had to be defeated. Lu Yin and Qi Zun retreated at the same time. One was fearful of an intent realm battle technique, but the sunburst ignited it. The other was struck by the three tribulations. Qi Zun was shocked. Why was Lu Yin retreating? Had he realized that he had been struck by the three tribulations? Impossible. It hadn't been activated yet, so how had he discovered it? Lu Yin felt the stars in his heart, shattering the tribulations that had been struck. Qi Zun's expression changed. He had indeed discovered it. How? Formless calamity hands was his ultimate technique, and it had once silenced an entire era of the spiritualized universe. Even when he fought against Primal Beginning and the others at the same time, he wasn't at a disadvantage. Even Yu Sang Tian had praised him. Ever since his body had fallen, this combat skill had been lost. There were no elites in the spiritualized universe who had cultivated this combat skill, so it was impossible for this child to have predicted it in advance. What was going on? Lu Yin raised his head and looked at Reverend Qi. Not bad. Is it called Three Tribulations? Unfortunately, it won't change the outcome of the battle. Since you're dead, you better behave yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and waved it. It was still the setting sun. Qi Zun was extremely wary of such a light battle skill. His expression froze as he sat cross-legged in the air. A millstone appeared around him. This millstone was different from Wu Wei's great skyflying disc, but it still caused Lu Yin's expression to change. This was a heart like a boulder. It was the second-ranked method of spiritualizing the universe, Yu Sang Tian's power. Reverend Qi had also cultivated a heart like a boulder. Below, the Qi family members were excited. That's right, the reason why Reverend Qi was known as the first spiritualized consciousness in the universe, and why Shirlin couldn't catch up to him, was because not only was his consciousness powerful, but he also cultivated the heart of rock. In the consciousness universe, he was fearless even in the face of 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators. In that era, Reverend Qi had brought disaster to the universe. Under the heart like a boulder, Reverend Qi's consciousness continued to solidify. It wasn't as majestic as Wu Wei's, but if Wu Wei's consciousness was water, then Reverend Qi's was mud. It had the softness of water, but the hardness of mud. Reverend Qi wanted to defeat Lu Yin with pure consciousness. Lu Yin's consciousness was similar to Reverend Qi's, both at the celestial phenomenon level. However, Lu Yin's consciousness was mixed. He had absorbed the consciousness of ruins, black and white soulless, and his own cultivation of consciousness. Even though he had fused them into a star, they hadn't completely fused together. On the other hand, Reverend Qi's consciousness had been strengthened by the heart like a boulder a long time ago. If it was a contest of consciousness, Lu Yin wouldn't be a match for him. Under the heart like a boulder, even Kanyang would find it difficult to shake Reverend Qi's consciousness. Against a life form without a physical body, Lu Yin's battle techniques wouldn't be of much use. As for karma, it didn't mean much. Reverend Qi was already dead, but his consciousness was still alive. He had the strength of an celestial phenomenon level consciousness, but he wasn't at the primordial realm or Kuai. Even the karmic will couldn't do anything to him. The only thing that could defeat him was his consciousness. Was that why the Qi family would remain in the domain forever? Only the domain could protect the Qi family. Within the domain, many consciousness cultivators used the sourcebox array to direct their consciousnesses towards Reverend Qi, using the heart like a boulder to strengthen themselves. Reverend Qi's consciousness encompassed the entire domain. He wanted to destroy Lu Yin and completely eliminate the threat to the Qi family. However, Reverend Qi didn't understand Lu Yin at all. If Lu Yin wanted to leave, Reverend Qi wouldn't be able to stop him. Even if the entire domain worked together, they wouldn't be able to stop him. However, Lu Yin didn't want to leave. His goal wasn't to destroy the Qi family, this was just a facade. Reverend Qi's consciousness continued to strengthen. The consciousness planet in Lu Yin's heart swayed, and cracks appeared. It couldn't stop Reverend Qi's consciousness at all. Reverend Qi himself was bleeding from his 7 orifices, and his vision was blurry. This scene caused Qi Gong and the rest of the Qi family to become agitated. This third manager couldn't stop Reverend Qi at all. He was finished. Shi Lin looked up. Reverend Qi's consciousness was terrifyingly powerful, and he knew that he wouldn't be able to withstand it. It was no wonder that Reverend Qi was the strongest consciousness cultivator in the history of the spiritualized universe. Outside the domain, everyone who was watching unconsciously shed tears of blood. Although Reverend Qi's consciousness didn't attack them, it still affected the surrounding void and expanded its range. It was as if the entire universe was trembling. These people were also affected by Reverend Qi's consciousness. Their consciousnesses couldn't withstand it, and they shed tears of blood. Old Tao gripped the pole and felt a splitting headache. The manager can't leave. Tears of blood flowed from the corners of Reverend Qi's eyes. He looked at the domain and at the figure whose back was facing them. Was he really unable to leave? Palace Mistress Yao frowned, but she wasn't affected. She was Yu Sang Tian's whetstone, and even though she didn't cultivate her consciousness, her own consciousness was still growing stronger. Thus, she wasn't affected by this little bit of consciousness leakage. But how was this third manager? She didn't want anything to happen to him. The person closest to Yu Sang Tian had been taken away to be a maid. If the Dayu villa ended, she would be in trouble. Even further away, Zhang Qianqian was constantly sending messages to the Gate of Arts. This third manager wasn't reliable. Even an old monster like Reverend Qi had appeared. The various powers were watching the domain and the Dayu villa. If something happened to the third manager, how could the Dayu villa not have any experts to support them? In Beyond Heaven, Yu Sang Tian calmly looked into the distance. The domain was about to end. Had this person really gone to the domain to destroy the Qi family? Or did he have other motives? To be able to control the heaven's origin universe, one must have a powerful spirit. His actions during this time didn't match his personality, and he was actually playing a game of chess with himself. Then why had he gone to the domain? He couldn't have known about that. Then let's see what you'll do. Let me see clearly. In the domain, Lu Yin's vision became more and more blurry, and he couldn't hear his surroundings clearly. He felt as if he was inside a spinning gear, and his body was numb. Reverend Qi sat in front of him, his heart like a boulder as he stared at Lu Yin. This kid's consciousness was even more boundless than he'd expected. His astral consciousness should have been defeated, but this kid was still standing. As soon as he thought of this, Lu Yin's body fell down toward the domain. Reverend Qi heaved a sigh of relief, as he couldn't hold on any longer. Below, Reverend Qi Gong shouted, "Kill him." A group of Qi family cultivators acted, waiting for Lu Yin to fall. The members of the alliance looked at each other, not knowing what to do. If they joined forces with the Qi family, they might be able to leave a good impression on Reverend Qi. If Reverend Qi was still alive, then the domain wasn't something the alliance could control. This consciousness was too terrifying. Even Wu Wei couldn't do anything to the third manager, but he still wasn't Reverend Qi's match. Reverend Qi was the strongest. Alliance leader, what should we do? Reverend Feng wanted to act as well. Shi Lin watched Lu Yin fall. It has nothing to do with us. Reverend Feng said, "Attack now." Reverend Qi is there. So what? Shi Lin looked at Reverend Feng. Do I need to curry favor with someone who's already dead? Reverend Feng hurriedly retreated, not daring to say anything else. If he did, Reverend Qi might hear what Shi Lin said. Reverend Qi was dead, but his consciousness still existed. Even without a physical body, he could still suppress the third manager. This was something no one in the domain could do. Lin wasn't afraid, but he didn't dare provoke Reverend Qi. In the sky, Lu Yin's body fell faster and faster. Reverend Qi's consciousness was pressing him to the ground. Below, countless attacks were waiting for him. They weren't consciousness attacks, but battle techniques and other kinds of physical strength. The domain couldn't be provoked, and the Qi family couldn't be provoked either. From now on, the Qi family's position would be even more secure. Reverend Qi was enough to make Sang Tian fear him. Attack! Countless attacks rained down on Lu Yin, drowning him. Lu Yin's body slammed into the ground, shattering the surface and falling underground. Reverend Qi raised a hand and pressed down. His consciousness suddenly condensed into a beam of light that shot down from above. The beam connected the sky and the ground, and it was even more solid than before. This attack caused Lin's eyes to narrow. If he took it head-on, he would definitely be beaten into an idiot. This was the power of the heart of Boulder. Legend had it that Yu Sang Tian also cultivated the heart of Boulder. Outside the domain, Old Tao and the others were pale. How was the third manager? Palace Mistress Yao clenched her fists. Even she could feel the terrifying power contained in this attack. Reverend Qi didn't relax at all. He'd still managed to deal such a heavy blow at the last moment. This was the vigilance of someone who'd survived the consciousness universe. The Star-Toad almost cheered. This consciousness was too terrifying. That brat definitely wouldn't survive. He'd be an idiot if he did. Above the domain, Reverend Qi's lips curled up. When Lu Yin had fallen to the ground, he didn't know if the brat was truly unable to resist or if he was just faking it. Regardless, he would go all out and not give Lu Yin any chance to retaliate. This time, it was all over. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3472. Just as he was about to retract his consciousness, Qizun's expression suddenly changed as he stared at the ground. Impossible. A storm raged underground, shattering the ground and sending a group of cultivators flying. Qizun's consciousness beam was like a crystal that pierced the ground, but it didn't hit Lu Yin's body. Instead, it was blocked by Lu Yin's consciousness. Sky Palace. Within the Sky Palace, one's power was limitless, and there was no consumption. Whether it was physical strength, battle techniques, or consciousness, there was no consumption. Qizun's consciousness had indeed pressured Lu Yin to the point of suffocation, and Lu Yin had indeed been pushed underground. However, that had been done on purpose, otherwise, how would he have found the surrendered lifeforms of the consciousness universe? Qizun's final attack had exceeded Lu Yin's expectations. He hadn't expected Qizun to be so cautious. It was obvious that he couldn't hold on any longer, but Qizun had still attacked fiercely, forcing Lu Yin to use his Sky Palace. Lu Yin's consciousness couldn't block Qizun's attack, but as long as he didn't consume any of it, he could still hold on. No one had expected that the seemingly exhausted Lu Yin would be able to block Qizun's strongest consciousness attack. Qizun's expression darkened. It was indeed a disguise. Domain, Spirit Treasure Array. At this moment, both the Qi family and the Alliance Crusaders subconsciously joined forces to form a Spirit Treasure Array, releasing their consciousnesses towards Qizun. The domain spread out in all directions, connecting with Qizun. Qizun sat with a heart like a boulder, constantly expanding and emitting thunderous sounds. The void exploded as he combined all the consciousnesses and merged them into one through his heart like a boulder. Above the domain, a terrifying behemoth had been formed. This consciousness surpassed what it had been before, and it wasn't much weaker than Wu Wei's cosmic realm consciousness. Outside the domain, everyone quickly retreated, not daring to be affected by this consciousness. Otherwise, who knew what would happen? Everyone's retreat caused the domain surroundings to become empty. This only served to highlight the behemoth. Beneath the domain, Luin looked up at the terrifying consciousness. It was no wonder that the sequence foundation created by the heart like a boulder could dominate the consciousness universe. The heart like a boulder was too suitable to deal with consciousness lifeforms. Their consciousness wasn't necessarily boundless, but it was terrifyingly sturdy. Luin looked around. There were many consciousnesses underground, all of them from the consciousness universe that had surrendered. Some of these consciousnesses had physical bodies, while others didn't. They were all trapped underground. Luin looked around him and released the starry sky from his heart. His consciousness planet rotated, and he decided to give it a try. Let's see if you're stronger when you're gathering the consciousness of a cultivator or if I'm gathering the consciousness of a universe's lifeforms. Above the intent realm, revered Chi pressed down with both hands. With a rumble, heaven and earth shook. Countless people's faces turned pale, and they unconsciously vomited blood. The terrifying consciousness distorted the void, forming a black ray of light that ruthlessly fell to the ground. Suddenly, a majestic consciousness gushed out from the ground, whizzing upwards and colliding with the black light. Boom! A thunder-like explosion sounded in everyone's ears. With the collision as the center, the consciousness turned into ripples and dissipated, spreading out to the surroundings like a tsunami. Old Tao and the others were aghast. Quickly dodge. At this moment, Palace Master Yao did not want to take it and hurriedly retreated. No one was willing to bear the brunt of this collision of consciousness. Many consciousness cultivators fell to the ground. Shi Lin looked down at the ground in shock. How could this be? Where did this third master get such majestic consciousness power from? Even further away, a consciousness swept over. It was Wu Wei. He had thought that it was over, but he did not expect Luin to explode with such a terrifying consciousness. It was vast and boundless, and even continued to increase. It had already surpassed the astral level and was heading towards the starry level. And it was gone. How did this human cultivate? Where did he get such a terrifying consciousness from? If he did, why didn't he use it from the start? Revered Chi vomited blood, his face pale. How could he block it? Ancestor, Revered Chi could not believe it. He gritted his teeth and frantically attacked with his consciousness. Underground, Luin also gritted his teeth, absorbing the consciousness of the surrounding life forms while resisting Revered Chi. He temporarily maintained a balance, but the life forms of the universe of consciousness continued to move away, and his absorption became slower and slower. At first, it was a sneak attack, but now, since this was the case, Luin spread out the sky palace, raised his hand, and pressed down with one palm. The earth was below, and the sky was above. Now that the earth was in the sky, it was bound to flip the sky, flipping sky palm. The flipping sky palm suppressed all the surrendered life forms of the universe of consciousness underground. These life forms of the universe of consciousness were aghast. This human can absorb our consciousness. Run. How can this human absorb our consciousness? Human, you will die a horrible death. Human, absorbing the consciousness of the life forms of the universe of consciousness was not the same as absorbing their life forms. They had their own life core, and their consciousness was cultivated from this core. It was also a type of power. Luin had noticed this the first time he had absorbed Black Wushan's consciousness. This also made him think of another matter, Bai Wushan's existence. Luin had absorbed Black Wushan's consciousness, causing his life core to dissipate. That life core included his consciousness, which was equivalent to the physical body of the life forms of the universe of consciousness. However, Bai Wushan had poured into his consciousness planet, which Luin did not understand. He had always felt that Bai Wushan might not be dead. But he could not find him. Revered Chi had borrowed the consciousness of a group of cultivators to attack, but not the surrendered life forms of the universe of consciousness. This was because the consciousness of the universe of consciousness life forms could not be borrowed by outsiders. Lu Yin was an exception. This was why Black Wuxian had once said that he would be the greatest enemy of the universe of consciousness. Now, these surrendered life forms of the universe of consciousness also saw this fact, but they could not escape. Suppressed by the flipping sky palm, they could only become carriers of consciousness. Lu Yin's consciousness planet spun furiously, constantly plundering consciousness to strengthen his consciousness against Qi Xun. In the sky above and on the ground below, the two beams of consciousness continuously clashed. At first, Qi Xun's consciousness suppressed Lu Yin's, but as time passed, Lu Yin's consciousness gradually overpowered Qi Xun's and headed upwards. Honorable Qi was aghast. Impossible, impossible, impossible. How can you surpass this old man's consciousness? Who are you? Who is it? Outside the intent realm, everyone who was watching heard revered Qi's shout. They were all confused. What was going on? Wasn't that third head a life form from the universe of consciousness? Revered Qi couldn't be mistaken. Now that revered Qi didn't know who this person was, it meant that he didn't belong to the consciousness universe. Then where did he come from? Who exactly was he? Stillwater. Old Tao and the others watched in shock as the two consciousnesses collided. The third master was too ferocious. His consciousness could contend against revered Master Qi, which was equivalent to becoming the first person to spiritualize the universe's consciousness. How did he do it? No one could figure it out. Even Honorable Qi couldn't figure it out. No one had expected Lu Yin to be able to contend against Honorable Qi in terms of consciousness. Underground, Lu Yin had absorbed the consciousnesses of all the universe lifeforms that had surrendered. After some calculations, he found that there were 2 astral beasts, 8 star beasts, 27 starlight beasts, and dozens of 9th chakra beasts. Altogether, his consciousness had been pushed to the cosmic realm. Even though his consciousness was mixed and not pure, the vastness of his consciousness was definitely at the cosmic level. This meant that Lu Yin had obtained the strength to overcome bitter adversity, which was his consciousness. This was also his goal in coming to the intent realm. The cracks on his consciousness planet were mended, and it expanded several times. It constantly rotated, giving Lu Yin a sense of majesty. However, he knew that even if he reached the cosmic level, he wouldn't be able to crush Honorable Qi's heart. Otherwise, how could Honorable Qi dominate the consciousness universe? He could only be considered an equal to Honorable Qi in terms of consciousness. With a boom, Lu Yin's consciousness dissipated. The 2 terrifying consciousnesses turned into ripples and disappeared. Everyone looked down at the ground. What had happened? Lu Yin walked out step by step in a sorry state. His clothes were tattered, and he was covered in dust. There were still bloodstains on his face and body. Even so, when he walked out of the ground, no one dared to speak. The entire intent realm was silent. Lu Yin grabbed his shirt and tore it open, revealing his firm muscles. He moved a bit and looked up at Honorable Qi. Old man, you're ruthless. Honorable Qi was stunned. He was ruthless. Who was the ruthless one here? This person had actually blocked his consciousness attack. This wasn't just him, but the entire intent realm and the combined consciousness of many cultivators. They couldn't suppress this person. Who are you? Honorable Qi's voice was dry, no longer as arrogant as before. Lu Yin sneered. I'm the 3rd master of the Dayu Villa. I'm going to destroy the Qi family today. Lu Yin's words echoed in the intent realm. Everyone in the Qi family was terrified. They looked at Lu Yin with fear. Honorable Qi had made a move, but he still couldn't do anything to this person. Qi Gong vomited blood. The alliance looked at the Qi family sympathetically. The Qi family was finished after being targeted by such a monster. Wudong returned to the alliance and looked at Lu Yin with infatuation. This person was so powerful. Her first impression of Luin was that he was arrogant, but at this moment, Luin gave her the feeling that he deserved it. With this kind of strength, she dared to point at Yu Sang Tian and scold him. Too powerful. The stone forest was shocked. They boasted that they had created the alliance and had the strongest consciousness, but compared to this person, they were nothing. This person was the strongest spiritualized consciousness in the universe. Even Honorable Qi couldn't compare to him. The intent realm was silent for a moment. Honorable Qi landed and looked at Luin. His voice was much more helpless. Third Master, why must you destroy the Qi family? Lu Yin's lips curled up. Why? Do you want to make peace with me? Honorable Qi sighed. I died a long time ago. My consciousness lives only to protect the Qi family. If Third Master is willing to stop, the Qi family can pay any price. Lu Yin moved his finger. Water gathered and poured down from the top of his head, washing away the dust. At the same time, blood flowed down the water. It was much more comfortable. Old man, you almost took my life. The Qi family can't buy my life at any price, Lu Yin said casually. Honorable Qi shook his head. Kill everyone in this generation of the Qi family, leaving only the ignorant children. Protect the Qi family bloodline, and everything in the Qi family will belong to Third Master. What do you think? Lu Yin praised, that's ruthless. Then you should ask your descendants if they are willing. Why wouldn't I be willing to die for the Qi family? Honorable Qi glanced at Qi Gong and the others. Qi Gong closed his eyes. Ancestor, if we can protect the Qi family, we are willing. Yes, yes. He wanted to say something but stopped. Honorable Qi frowned. Speak. Qi Gong was in despair. But this person is Lord Yu Sang Tian's enemy. He is the enemy of sky beyond sky. Thank you brothers for your support. Thank you. Here's the update, thanks. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3473. Qi Zun was shocked, and he looked at Lu Yin. You're Lord Yu Sang Tian's enemy. Then why are you in the spiritualized universe? Lu Yin looked at him playfully. Yu Sang Tian can't stop me. The spiritualized universe is mine to roam freely. Impossible. With your strength, you're definitely not Lord Yu Sang Tian's match. Qi Zun could not believe it. He had thought that this was just an internal conflict in the spiritualized universe, and with the Qi family's position in Yu Sang Tian's heart, he would be able to protect the Qi bloodline even if he paid a huge price. He had not expected this person to be Yu Sang Tian's enemy. This was beyond his understanding. Lu Yin smiled. Your junior wanted to tell you at the start, but you didn't listen. Now, tell him properly. Let's see what kind of price Senior Qi Zun will pay. Qi Zun looked at Qi Gong with an ugly expression. Qi Gong was helpless. He's the third master of Dayu Villa. Dayu Villa. While Qi Gong was speaking, Lu Yin's fingertip was wrapped in a karmic spiral that moved towards the intent realm. He wanted to complete his second goal in coming to the intent realm. The moment the 9 domains ring sun appeared, Lu Yin looked at the 36 domains and discovered a scene that could not be seen by those who did not cultivate karma. Only those who had cultivated karma could see it. The spiritualized universe looked normal on the surface, but when Lu Yin looked at it through karma, he saw a strange scene in that instant. The spiritualized universe was split into 7 karmic lands. He did not know how to describe it, but in that instant, he saw karma split into 7 parts, and one of them was in the intent realm. Along the way to the intent realm, Lu Yin had asked Old Tao and confirmed that the other 6 karmic lands belonged to the 6 major powers of the spiritualized universe. In other words, there were 7 karmic lands and 7 major powers. Not one more, not one less. Was this a coincidence? Luin did not know, but this was also his goal in coming to the intent realm. While Qigong was speaking, Luin used karma to investigate the intent realm. This spiritualized universe had a huge secret. Karma spirals shot out and headed towards the intent realm. This scene covered the sky for those who could see it, but for those who could not see it, it was nothing. Even Qizun and Wu Wei could not sense it. Countless karma spirals pierced through the intent realm, and Luin was certain of what was inside. Such majestic karma happened to be divided into 7 regions. What was this karma? The existence of karma originated from living things themselves, and it was only when a living being had a cause that an effect would be born. This was common knowledge, but Luin had comprehended the way of karma, and he had glimpsed into the word karma. While it was true that there was a cause for an effect, karma itself might have already existed. He had entered the karmic cycle many times, attempting to change the past time and time again. However, the future was always in a few directions. These few directions had long determined karma. Karma was a line. One could place living beings on this line, but it didn't necessarily have to be a living being to have karma. Just as Saruzin had once said, good and evil in the universe, karma, and cause and effect could all be quantified. But who could quantify it? Luin explored the concept of karma. However, not long after, he was interrupted by revered Qi. Do you really want to use the Dayu Mountain Villa to clash with the Outland? Provoking Lord Yu Sang Tian. Luin looked at Qizun. So, have you thought of the price? Reverend Qi's expression was gloomy. You must be from the Tian Yuan cosmos. Qigong explained the origins of the Dayu Mountain Manor, including his guesses. Qigong was very certain that the guesses of the outside world regarding the people from the Dayu Mountain Manor were wrong. They were not life forms from the consciousness universe, but from the Tian Yuan universe. Luin probed the concept of karma. He replied, give me a price that satisfies me. Otherwise, the Qi family will be destroyed. Reverend Qi shook his head. You don't understand the strength of the spiritualized universe. You don't understand Lord Yu Sang Tian at all. Then, he looked in a direction and shouted, in action, the concept is the key to survival. If you don't act now, the Qi family will be destroyed, and you won't be able to live either. A low voice came from afar. Don't threaten me, old man. You're no longer the Reverend Qi of the past. What's the difference between you and me? If you head to the consciousness universe, you'll only cultivate to become a life form from the consciousness universe. You're no longer a pure spiritualized universe life form. Reverend Qi's tone was cold. No matter what kind of life form I am, even if Lord Yu Sang Tian abandoned me, this concept and the Qi family will not be abandoned by Lord Yu Sang Tian. You're just a surrendered life form from the consciousness universe. If you can't protect your concept, what value do you have? Luin felt it was a pity. Death is like an extinguished lamp. Why do you think the Crusader League exists? Old man, your value is gone the moment you die. With that, Luin attacked. His consciousness planet rotated as a boundless consciousness bombarded Qizun. Qizun's rock-like heart reappeared. He sat on a millstone, unmoving like a mountain. Do you really think this old man is afraid of you? Your consciousness is a mess. No matter how many you have, you won't be able to defeat this old man. The only reason I let Wu Wei take action was to keep you here. Even if it didn't take action, you can forget about destroying the Qi family. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Is that so? Then try your best to block it. The starry sky in his heart was released, and the blue sky heavenly palace spread out. The terrifying consciousness did not attack Venerable Qi, but was released in a frenzy. The consciousness planet spun faster and faster. Venerable Qi's pupils shrank. It was this move again. This person's consciousness had clearly been inferior to his before, but this move had allowed him to block Venerable Chi's consciousness attack. Now, this person's consciousness had exploded, and he was using this move again. Wu Wei, are you really not going to take action? Domain cultivators, release all of your consciousness and release all of the consciousness life forms that have surrendered. This old man promises that once your domain survives this calamity, you will all be free. The ground exploded as Venerable Chi prepared to release all of the consciousness life forms that had surrendered. However, the ground was silent, and there was nothing. He did not know that the consciousness life forms that had surrendered were already gone. Many domain cultivators, including the Rebel Alliance, took action from all directions, sending their consciousnesses into Venerable Chi's rock-like heart. Venerable Chi suddenly charged out, using his rock-like heart to ram into Lu Yin. Lu Yin watched as Venerable Chi charged over. Did he still have this move? Forcefully colliding with Venerable Chi was like a rock crashing into a river. Even though the river itself would not be affected by the rock, the riverbed would be broken, causing the river to scatter. This was Venerable Chi's goal. However, Venerable Chi had already taken on a physical form. In the distance, Qi Gong was shocked. Ancestor, this person specializes in physical strength. Venerable Chi did not hear him at all, as he only had Lu Yin in his eyes. Lu Yin raised a hand. Boom! The ground caved in, and the heavens were turned upside down. A terrifying collision shot into the heavens, as if the universe had been split in two. Around the domain, the crowd watched in a daze. This battle was too intense, and it was definitely a battle on the level of Sang Tian. The shockwaves from the collision made it so that no one dared to approach. Within the domain, Venerable Chi stared blankly at Lu Yin, who had single-handedly blocked the millstone. How was this possible? Lu Yin looked at Venerable Chi, who was right in front of him. I thought that it would take some effort, but since you've turned from nothingness into reality, let's end this. He then struck out with his left palm, causing the millstone to crack. Lu Yin's consciousness followed the crack in his heart. Venerable Chi was struck by a boulder. Venerable Chi howled in agony as his body retreated, becoming more illusory with each step. He was not a physical body to begin with, but rather a remnant of his consciousness. Now that his consciousness had been severely damaged, he looked like he was about to disappear. The world spun, and Venerable Chi forgot everything in that instant. His mind went blank. Lu Yin raised a hand to suppress Venerable Chi into the hell of the general appointing platform. Venerable Chi's consciousness would not exist for much longer, but his existence would be accompanied by karma. With karma, the heavenly Tao of karma would increase. Today, I'll put you in prison. This is the result of opposing me. Chi Zun finally reacted. No, this old man won't die. This old man's consciousness lives on. This is the path to immortality. Let this old man go. This old man is willing to pay any price. Let this old man go. Let this old man go. Venerable Chi's voice gradually faded away as he was pushed into the hell of the general appointing platform. The Chi family despaired at this scene. Qi Gong knelt on the ground and stared blankly, his eyes lifeless and devoid of color. In the distance, Shi Lin was silent. The dignified Venerable Chi had fallen to such a state. Master Feng and the rest of the Alliance Crusaders trembled. This third master was too terrifying. How could he be so strong? He was so strong that it made them despair. This was equivalent to using his own strength to suppress the entire domain. How had he done it? Lu Yin retracted the starry sky in his heart. Venerable Chi's consciousness was enormous, but he could not absorb it. After all, this consciousness represented Venerable Chi himself. He looked up and saw that everyone was looking at him with eyes full of fear. Even the Alliance Crusaders in the distance felt the same. The domain was in tatters, and this region was half destroyed. Liu Yin's sorry state meant that this battle would not be easy, but he had still won in the end. Clang! The blade fell to the ground with a soft sound. Someone from the Qi family fell down powerlessly, his eyes glazed over as he looked up at the sky. Why? Why is this happening? Even the forefather appeared. Why? The Qi family despaired. They had actually experienced despair when they saw the Qi family's courtyard being destroyed. At that moment, they had already accepted their fate, but Venerable Qi's appearance had rekindled their hope. They had thought that they could win, but in the end, this was still the case. Why did you give us hope, but make us experience despair? Why? 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 Qi Gong spat out a mouthful of blood, his body swaying as he slowly fell down. The Qi family was in tatters, just like the domain. Not long ago, the Qi family had never imagined that this would happen. Qi Guan, Lord Qi, and Qi Gong were all powerhouses of the sequence laws. The Qi family had obtained Yuseng Tian's protection, controlled the domain, and nurtured geniuses who could invade the consciousness universe. Even when the Alliance Crusaders appeared and split the domain into two, no one dared to offend the Qi family. Now, the Qi family was in such a state. No one from the spiritualized universe helped them, and no one from the realm beyond heaven helped them. Why? Were they all afraid of this third master? Liu Yin was no longer interested in the Qi family, but since he had said that he would destroy the Qi family, he should end this matter. He looked at Qi Gong. The Qi family is gone. As the head of the Qi family, you should be suppressed by me like your forefather. He then raised a hand and pressed down on Qi Gong. Qi Gong looked at the black shadow that enveloped him, his eyes lifeless. At that moment, a low voice sounded from Wu Wei. Third Master, the Qi family has been destroyed, and Venerable Qi has been captured by you. How about we end this matter here? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3474. Liu Yin looked in a certain direction and his eyes flashed. You didn't attack earlier, but now you want to attack. It's enough that the battle has reached this stage. The intent domain is on the verge of shattering. If third leader attacks again, this intent domain will be gone, and I will be gone as well. Third leader, please give me some face, Wu Wei said bluntly. Liu Yin laughed. I can't give you that much face. Now, what attracted him the most was, firstly, to investigate karma, and secondly, to do nothing. He could absorb Wu Wei's consciousness. Once he succeeded, in the three universes, perhaps only the legendary universe-level consciousness life forms could surpass him in the field of consciousness. He would be invincible in the path of consciousness. This temptation was not small at all. Even if Wu Wei didn't make a move, he would think of a way to make him do it. In any case, Yuseng Tian could not make a move. He could do whatever he wanted in the spiritualized universe. How many of the 7 great Sang Tian could come? At this time, he would increase his strength as much as he could. Third Master, are you really not going to give me face? Wu Wei's voice became lower and lower. I heard you were captured by Sovereign Qi. Even Sovereign Qi isn't my match, so where do you get the confidence to threaten me? Wu Wei sneered, Supreme Qi. Do you think he can catch me? You underestimate the 13 celestial phenomenon, heavenly phenomenon. Many cultivators were shocked. Wasn't Wu Wei captured by revered Qi? The Qi family was also shocked. This news was just as shocking as Qi Zun's capture. The pride of the Qi clan for many years was that revered Qi had captured Wu Wei. This was their pride, their belief. Could it be fake? Outside the intent realm, all the cultivators who were watching were astonished. Was this fake? Old Tao and Palace Master Yao looked at each other. They had not expected the entire spiritualized universe to know that Wu Wei had been captured by Senior Qi. That was why Senior Qi had become the strongest person in the spiritualized universe. What did Wu Wei mean by that? Wu Wei's voice slowly echoed in the world. From the results, it seems that I was indeed captured by Qi Zun and brought to the spiritualized universe. But before he caught me, I was already heavily injured, and most of my consciousness was gone. I only managed to recover after staying in this spiritualized universe for many years. If that wasn't the case, would he even be qualified to catch me? What a joke. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. Then where does your confidence come from? Great skinning skyboard. Wu Wei said, Third boss, the consciousness universe's 13 celestial phenomenon is the ruler. It's equivalent to the spiritualized universe's Sang Tian. Do you think it's that simple? Now that I've recovered, the Qi clan has been destroyed, and your goal has been achieved. Please leave. If we fight again, neither of us knows what the result will be. Lu Yin's eyes surged with battle intent. Your words make me want to test the strength of the 13 celestial phenomenon ascendants even more. Third Master, do you really want to fall in the intent realm? You can't do it. In the direction that Lu Yin was looking at, Wu Wei's consciousness suddenly exploded and blasted towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin's consciousness planet rotated, and he launched a similar attack. The collision of the two starry sky-level consciousnesses caused another explosion. Most of the cultivators in the intent realm were stunned. Shi Lin shouted, Third Master, please stop. The Qi clan has been destroyed. Why are you implicating the intent realm? Lu Yin ignored him. This Wu Wei's consciousness was similar to his. They were both as majestic as the abyss, but they were not as solid as Qi Zun's. If the collision between Lu Yin and Qi Zun's consciousness was like a river crashing against a rock, then the collision between Wu Wei's consciousness was like a river crashing against a river, or even an ocean crashing against an ocean. Not only the intent realm, but the starry sky outside the intent realm was distorted, and the range was expanding rapidly. Everyone retreated again and again. Qi Zun's heart was like a boulder, and he suppressed the collision of consciousnesses to a certain extent. But Lu Yin and Wu Wei did not. They wantonly attacked each other's consciousnesses, competing with the majesty of their consciousnesses. Around the intent realm, the consciousnesses turned into a tornado, sweeping the entire intent realm. Outsiders could not even see what was happening inside the intent realm. The great skinning sky board appeared again, but this time, it was bigger and more real than before. Wu Wei was one of the 13 celestial phenomenon ascendants. How could he be defeated by Lu Yin's setting sun? He had only attacked because of his promise. His mission was to protect the intent realm, not the Qi clan. Now that the Qi clan was destroyed, Lu Yin could only attack. The great skinning sky board pulled and crushed Lu Yin's consciousness. Lu Yin released the sky palace and allowed it to be crushed, but his consciousness did not seem to be exhausted. The great skinning sky board was trapped in the sky palace and was under unimaginable pressure. It suddenly shattered. However, the shattered great skinning sky board turned into violent consciousness blades that slashed in all directions. Lu Yin stood on the ground and used himself as the eye of the storm to grab the blades. The blades shattered and turned back into consciousness, condensing into the great skinning sky board. He was shocked. So that's how it is. Wu Wei's great skinning sky board was not very powerful, but it was similar to the sky palace. It felt like an infinite combination. The sky palace allowed Lu Yin to not use up any energy, and the great skinning sky board allowed Wu Wei to continuously reassemble his consciousness. Although it did not have the same ability as the sky palace, it was very resilient. It was not easy to rely on the sky palace to defeat the great skinning sky board, and it would take a long time. Third Master, you don't have to waste your intent realm. Wu Wei's voice sounded again. In Lu Yin's eyes, it was a dark cloud, similar to the image of ruins. Lu Yin looked up at the dark cloud. You can be considered to have passed the bitter calamity. Wu Wei did not understand why Lu Yin suddenly said this. That's right, so you should retreat. An expert who has passed the bitter calamity will not be defeated so easily. Lu Yin smiled happily. That's interesting. With that, karma appeared and pierced through the sky, forming a wheel, the karma wheel. The karma wheel was useless against a dead old man like Reverend Qi, but it was different for Wu Wei. Wu Wei was a life form in the consciousness universe. Since it was a life form, it also pursued immortality. In order to pursue immortality, one had to pass the bitter calamity. This was the same for all life forms because Wu Wei was a life form in the consciousness universe. It was different from Reverend Qi. Humans had their own bitter calamity, beasts had their bitter calamity, and even plants had their bitter calamity. Consciousness life forms also had their bitter calamity. Every life form in the universe had karma. The karma will move towards the great skinning sky board and pass through it, disappearing into the dark cloud. The great skinning sky board suddenly stopped moving. Lu Yin stared at the dark cloud. He did not know what the bitter calamity of life forms in the consciousness universe was like, but karma was the same. Suddenly, the dark cloud shrank, and the great skinning sky board disappeared. The consciousness that permeated the world also disappeared. Lu Yin stared at the sky and saw a sword falling from the sky, stabbing towards him. Celestial sword, Wu Wei's voice rang out. Lu Yin's pupils shrank, and his scalp almost exploded. The moment that sword stared at him, all his hair stood on end. This was a feeling that could only be felt when one was in mortal danger. How could this be? How could Wu Wei make him feel mortal danger? Right now, only Yu Seng Tian could make him feel this way. The celestial sword stabbed towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin knew that he could not dodge it. The void? Time reversal? No, he could not dodge it. He did not know why, but he felt that he could not dodge it no matter what. This sword was not aimed at him, but at the end. He was destined to be stabbed by this sword. Destined? Why was it destined? Lu Yin used his sky palace and the Tao of Tianyin pointed out. His finger touched the sword's edge, and blood flowed. Light flashed, and Lu Yin retracted his hand. If he had not reversed time by 1 second, his hand would have been gone. What was going on with this sword? How could Wu Wei know such a sword technique? This was a sword technique that used one's consciousness, and Lu Yin had never seen such a terrifying technique before. The sword fell, not caring about the process, only the result. This sword technique pierced towards the end. The celestial sword pierced through the ground and chased after Lu Yin. The sky palace's power and consciousness continuously flowed around Lu Yin's body, bombarding the celestial sword. The celestial sword continued to shrink, but Lu Yin still felt the danger. The sword continued to approach, causing Lu Yin to feel a chill run down his spine. Above the intent realm, Wu Wei's consciousness was weak. He had never thought of using this sword, but Wu Wei had done something that made his bitter calamity unstable. He had no choice but to use it. The celestial sword was his trump card, and not even Yu Sang Tian knew about it. After this battle, anyone who saw this sword would die. Below the intent realm, the sword continued to approach, getting closer and closer. Lu Yin stared at the sword's edge and pierced towards the end. Where there was an effect, there was a cause. A karmic spiral revolved around his fingertip as he pointed towards the celestial sword. The karmic spiral collided with the sword, and the world rumbled as everything turned white. When he opened his eyes again, Lu Yin saw a strange scene flash by. He saw karma forming a city wall, and he also saw a piece of land covered by karma. He could not explain this scene, as it should not have appeared here. Was it an illusion created by karma? Or did this collision allow him to see the cause of this sword technique? Still, Lu Yin felt as if he had touched something. In front of him, the celestial sword trembled and shrank by more than half before slowly coming to a stop. He pointed out, and the karmic spiral once again moved towards the sword's edge. The world rumbled as the scene appeared once more. This time, Lu Yin could see it even more clearly. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3475. Shi Lin's voice rang out. Third Master, this battle has lasted long enough. Lu Yin retracted his gaze and looked at Shi Lin. He also saw Wu Tong behind Shi Lin. Wu Tong bowed to Lu Yin. Greetings, Third Master. Lu Yin smiled and stretched. It's been long enough. I'm a little tired. Alright, I'll give you some face. Shi Lin heaved a sigh of relief and looked up. Senior Wu Wei, please leave. Wu Wei was a consciousness life form that had surrendered. Although it was powerful, it had no right to speak in this intent realm. Shi Lin told it to leave, so it had to leave. The dark clouds quickly dispersed. In Old Tao's eyes, the huge spider had left. In Kai Keqing's eyes, the saber had left. Different people saw different things when they looked at Wu Wei. Lu Yin watched the dark clouds disperse and looked at Shi Lin. I don't want the Qi family to have any right to speak in this intent realm. Shi Lin said naturally, Third Master, you can take the Qi family away. Lu Yin disdainfully said, there's no need. I won't attack these people. Then, he stepped out and left the intent realm. Shi Lin looked at Lu Yin's back and heaved a sigh of relief. It was finally over. After this battle, the intent realm was greatly damaged, but it also showed the outside world the strength of the intent realm. They lost honored Master Qi, but they still had Wu Wei, who was comparable to Sang Tian. The intent realm's status was still unshakable. This battle had made the Third Master even more famous. Only Sang Tian could defeat him. What was Lord Yu Sang Tian thinking? The intent realm was almost destroyed, but he didn't make a move. Outside the intent realm, countless people looked at Lu Yin with fear and dread. If they had guessed before, they were now certain. The Third Master had the strength of Sang Tian. Lu Yin casually sat on the pole and changed his clothes. He exhaled tiredly. Let's go. Old Tao said respectfully, Yes, Master. Let's go. He glided into the distance, and the people who had been watching Lu Yin both openly and covertly retreated a little further away. This was a ruthless person who could destroy the Qi family. Honored Master Qi and Wu Wei couldn't stop him. If this person targeted them, they would be finished. Thinking of this, many people wanted to retreat. This was a battle at Sang Tian's level. What did it have to do with them? Why did they have to be targeted? They didn't want to die. The Battle of Wills had reduced the number of people watching Lu Yin by more than half. The rest were from the 7 major forces or their subsidiary forces. They wanted to retreat, but they couldn't. As the news of the Battle of Wills spread, the outside world's perception of the Third Master of the Dayu Villa was constantly refreshed. He was now comparable to Sang Tian. Previously, whether it was the battle with Palace Master Yao or the assassination attempt on Zhujia's son, he had only guessed that Sang Tian was needed to suppress the situation. Now, he was absolutely certain. As long as Sang Tian didn't appear, the Third Master was invincible. He had the terrifying physical strength to suppress Yushan and the consciousness power to defeat Qizun. Even Sang Tian might not be able to do anything to him. In the spiritualized universe, there was the imperial mulberry sky and the 7 major mulberry skies. Other than that, there were also the 7 major powers. Some Sang Tian were the masters of the 7 major forces, but most of them had nothing to do with the 7 major forces. Zhang Ming was the leader of the School of Arts. He had Sang Tian's identity and the School of Arts. Bao Qi, Meng Sang, and the others had nothing to do with the 7 major powers. In outer heaven, many cultivators gathered and requested Yu Sang Tian to come out of seclusion and suppress the Dayu Villa. Bao Qi Sang Tian personally entered sky beyond sky and found you. Sang Tian. You want to do it? Yu Sang Tian was calm. Bao Qi said in a low voice, everyone says that Sang Tian can't take down the 3rd master. He's too arrogant. Yu Sang Tian found it funny and looked at Bao Qi. In the entire spiritualized universe, I don't think anyone is more arrogant than you. Bao Qi used a shortcut to become Sang Tian. He was much younger than Zhang Ming and the others. He was the youngest of the 7 major Sang Tian. Because he cultivated the sound sequence, he was arrogant. Bao Qi was confident. I have the qualifications. Let me deal with the 3rd master. Yu Sang Tian looked away. Deal with him? Of course not. In time, Bao Qi died in the Tian Yuan universe. He seemed to have died at the hands of Master Lu. Although he didn't know the details, Bao Qi definitely had karma with Master Lu. He couldn't let Master Lu make up for the karma. You don't have to do it. The 10,000 beasts land won't let the Dayu Villa go. Many of their experts died at the hands of the Dayu Villa. 10,000 beasts land. They can't do it unless Wu Huang returns. He's coming back. Bao Qi was stunned. Wu Huang is coming back. What about the consciousness universe? Yu Sang Tian's gaze turned cold as he stared at Bao Qi. I shouldn't have let you become Sang Tian. How could you forget such an important day? Bao Qi stared at Yu Sang Tian in a daze. Suddenly, his eyes widened. The day of the spirit sacrifice. Yu Sang Tian said coldly, have you forgotten how miserable the competition for the position of Sang Tian was? The Gate of Techniques, the Royal God Mountain, the 10,000 Beasts Land, and even the Jikong Domain all had people. If I hadn't given you the cauldron bell at the last moment, how could you have become Sang Tian? Don't think that your position is secure. There are many people eyeing the position of Sang Tian. Some are beyond your imagination. Don't provoke the Dayu Villa. It's fine if you win, but if you lose, you'll lose your position. Bao Qi was unwilling to accept Yu Sang Tian's words. He wanted to prove himself. Everyone said that his position of Sang Tian was given to him by Yu Sang Tian. If not for the cauldron bell, he wouldn't have been able to become Sang Tian. This was also why he was anxious to find Yu Sang Tian to deal with Lu Yin. Bao Qi had always been arrogant, so how could he tolerate such talk? However, Yu Sang Tian's words struck his soul. If he lost, he would lose his position. Would he lose? Impossible. With the cauldron bell, he was Sang Tian. How could Sang Tian lose? Bao Qi stood in place, his expression changing. Yu Sang Tian had allowed him to leave, so he wouldn't restrict Bao Qi. However, if Bao Qi really went to find trouble with Lu Yin and was defeated, then his position as Sang Tian would be gone. Sang Tian could not be defeated. This was the highest position in the spiritualized universe, second only to Yu Sang Tian himself. The word defeat was not meant for Sang Tian. Anyone who lost would not be qualified to become Sang Tian. No matter how arrogant Bao Qi was, he still had a brain. At the same time, in outer space, Old Tao mentioned the day of the spirit sacrifice. What's the day of the spirit sacrifice? Lu Yin was curious. Old Tao respectfully explained, if the 9 domains ring sun is the end of the year for the 9 domains, then the day of the spirit sacrifice is the end of the entire spiritualized universe. Legend has it that this day is the birth of supreme extremity, and it is also said that this day is the day when the spiritualized universe unifies all cultivation methods. Some even say that this day is the day when the spiritualized universe's 36 domains form the word spirit. In any case, there are all sorts of legends, and they vary from place to place. However, the result is the same. On this day, the entire spiritualized universe will celebrate, pray, and bless. Translation: Han Li's Wuxia Adventures. Translation: P. Yu Sang Tian will lead the 7 great Sang Tian guardian spirits. When the time comes, even Wu Huang and the 9th spirit, who are far away in the consciousness universe, will return. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Wu Huang and the 9th spirit. Of the 7 great Sang Tian, he had met Yi Sang Tian, Meng Sang, Bao Qi, and Yuan. There were 3 that he had not met before. They were Zhanming, Wu Huang, and the 9th spirit. He had interacted with Zhanming before and was no stranger. To a certain extent, he could threaten this person. But Wu Huang and the 9th spirit were complete strangers. Especially Wu Huang, who represented the 10,000 beasts border and was his enemy. Once this person returned, he would definitely compete with the Dayu Villa. What is Wu Huang's personality like? Lu Yin asked. Old Tao was wary. Wu Huang is domineering. With him around, no one dares to provoke the 10,000 beasts border. Even the 7 great powers like Wills, Imperial God Mountain, and Heaven's Hand have to retreat. Whoever offends the 10,000 beasts border will be personally beaten up by Wu Huang. Lu Yin laughed. You mean that he will definitely come looking for trouble with me? Definitely. Old Tao did not hesitate. Palace Mistress Yao interjected. Wu Huang once said that he did not want the Sang Tian to succeed, but that the Sang Tian must have him. So arrogant. Lu Yin was surprised. Palace Mistress Yao's gaze was wary. He has the qualifications. Perhaps you have heard of a title. After a pause, her gaze turned serious. Undying Wu Huang. Lu Yin had heard of this title, but thought it was just a title. Old Tao reminded him, Wu Huang's most famous battle was against 3 Sang Tians at the same time. That was a true battle of life and death, witnessed by Yu Sang Tian. The cause of that battle was long forgotten, but the result was recorded in history. Wu Huang used his own strength to beat the 3 Sang Tians half to death. He himself was also half dead, but the 3 Sang Tians could not kill him. At most, they could suppress him. But given some time, he could counterattack. In the end, Yu Sang Tian determined that the battle was a draw. Lu Yin was curious. Which 3 Sang Tians? Yi Sang Tian, Meng Sang, and one who died long ago. Lu Yin praised, that's really powerful. Yi Sang Tian did not have too many killing moves, but the sealed world was not to be trifled with. That thing belonged to the round-faced elder. Meng Sang's physical strength was strong, and with the 6th life's final chapter, it was a sure kill move. He believed that Wu Huang would be prepared, but with the 3 Sang Tians working together, they would definitely have a way to use the final chapter. Even that could not defeat Wu Huang. He was worthy of that title. How long until the day of the spirit sacrifice? Some time, but according to the usual pattern, Wu Huang will return early. Palace Mistress Yao said. Lu Yin patted the rod. All right, to the myriad beasts border. Lu Yin's words shocked Old Tao and the others. Even Startoad could not help but stare at Lu Yin. Master, to the myriad beasts border. Yes. Wu Huang will return early. Rather than wait for him to find trouble with me, I'll go find him first. Was that the logic? Old Tao was stunned. Palace Mistress Yao could not help but speak up. Other than Wu Huang, there are also a group of old fellows in the myriad beasts border. They are said to be hiding in the myriad beasts border because they do not like you Sang Tian and do not want to be used as a tool to create the sequence foundation. The myriad beasts border is not to be trifled with. In terms of overall strength, even the intent realm cannot compare. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. Nonsense, if the intent realm did not have Reverend Qi and Wu Wei, I could defeat them with one hand. If the myriad beasts border had such strength, then Wu Huang would not have the right to be arrogant. If that is the case, Master still wants to go to the myriad beasts border? Old Tao asked carefully. The myriad beasts border was not to be trifled with. Thank you brothers for your support, thank you, thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3476. Lu Yin casually said, I like to nip trouble in the bud. I know where the myriad beasts border is, and it's on the way to beyond heaven. Let's make a trip there. There are so many people in the spiritualized universe who want to know more about me, so I'll go check out the myriad beasts border first. Old Tao and Palace Master Yao exchanged glances. Since they couldn't persuade her, they could only brace themselves and go. They had spoken so much about Emperor Wu in hopes that Lu Yin wouldn't provoke him. Even if Emperor Wu returned to cause trouble for him, he would just deal with him. Emperor Wu was an old monster from the same era as Genesis, and there was no shame in losing. They had not expected Lu Yin to take the initiative to cause trouble for Emperor Wu Huang. If they had known, they would not have said anything. Facing Wu Huang, Palace Master Yao was terrified. He was one of the few experts who could argue with Yu Sang Tian. He glided his pole toward the starry sky. I just remembered something. Is there a gigantic tree in this spiritualized universe? Black. It sounds familiar, right? Where did it go? It said that it interferes with the formation of the word bling, so it was moved away. Right, it was moved to the Tian Yuan universe. What is the significance of that big tree in the spiritualized universe? I don't know. Lu Yin ate some fruit as he looked into the distance. The myriad beasts border was one of the 7 karmic lands, and he wanted to see it more clearly. The myriad beasts border was quite a distance away from the intent domain, and it just so happened that it was on the way to beyond heaven, so it could be considered on the way. No one had expected Lu Yin to go there. Stillwater. Along the way, Old Tao kept thinking of ways to stop Lu Yin from going to the myriad beasts border, but he couldn't come up with a suitable excuse. The cultivation model of the spiritualized universe was the same. With the spirit molting as the division, there were 2 branches. One was the human-shaped spirit molting, and the other was the beast-shaped spirit molting. Even though humanoid spirit molting was the mainstream of the spiritualized universe, 90% of the cultivators would still maintain their human form. However, there were also 10% of cultivators who molted as beasts. After countless years, even though only 10% of the cultivators were beast-shaped spirit molting, there were still many beast-shaped spirit molting experts. Due to the uniqueness of the beast-shaped spirit molting species, some beast-shaped spirit molting cultivators had much longer lifespans than ordinary people. No one knew how many beast-form spirit molting experts were hidden in the 10,000 beast border. These hidden old fellows were just like the old fellows in the Door of Arts who were waiting to die. They didn't have the strength to go out and fight, but they could still protect their own territory. If the 10,000 beasts border went on an expedition to the universe of consciousness, they might not be very powerful. Many of the old fellows might have died before they even reached the universe of consciousness. However, if the universe of consciousness attacked the 10,000 beasts border, that would be completely different. It would bring a huge surprise to the universe of consciousness. At this moment, Old Tao felt like he was on an expedition to the myriad beasts border. He was courting death. No matter how powerful the third master was, it was difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. Even if he could hold on, what about them? He was definitely dead. Along the way, old Tao had a bitter expression. It was just like when he wanted to kill his way into the intent realm and learn of Qizun's existence. Old Tao. Boss, I'm here. Although old Tao was depressed, he didn't dare to show it in front of Lu Yin. Lu Yin asked, "Do you know of a guy who uses a throwing knife battle technique?" Old Tao was startled, but his expression did not change. Flying dagger. There are many such weapons in the spiritualized universe. What's so special about them? Lu Yin thought about it. Special, huh? Right, this guy's flying dagger can threaten me, but he doesn't train in the sequence. Palace Mistress Yao looked at Lu Yin and recalled the battle at the Jadewater Palace. That person who had been killed by Lu Yin had used a flying dagger to ambush Lu Yin. Why was he asking this now? Even if he wanted to ask, he should be asking her. Old Tao thought about it. That sounds familiar. It should be the suppressing hand flying dagger, Booyah. Booyah. Old Tao said respectfully, "This Booyah is an assassin of the heaven's hand and is ranked very high. He uses flying daggers to kill people and doesn't train in the sequence. I was ambushed by this person and almost died. Does that mean that the heaven's hand sent someone to kill me?" "It's possible." Old Tao was solemn. Lu Yin nodded and did not ask any more questions. "What's up ahead?" Old Tao said, "Boss, it's an ordinary heavenly city. There are too many such cities in the universe, and they are all outside the Spirit Silk Road. They can be said to be all over the universe. Let's go rest." Lu Yin decided. Old Tao was delighted. Yes. The later they went to the myriad beasts border, the better. Soon, the sliding pole entered the heavenly city. The people who had been watching Lu Yin also followed him into the heavenly city, and they could finally rest for a while. After entering the city, Lu Yin announced that he would be in seclusion for a few days. He had suffered some injuries during the intent realm battle and needed to rest. Old Tao directly booked a large courtyard in the city, and the rest were scattered around to protect Lu Yin. Many people were secretly discussing how serious Lu Yin's injuries were, but there was no conclusion. None of them dared to enter the intent realm to watch the battle since they were too far away. Lu Yin had not been injured, and he did not rest. Instead, he left the courtyard and kept an eye on someone. After leaving the intent realm, the number of people watching him decreased by more than half. Those who dared to watch him either had no choice or had ulterior motives. Lu Yin saw through the karmic threads, and when they collided, he realized that one of them was related to Old Tao. That karmic thread involved himself, Old Tao, and Booyah. That was strange. During the battle at the Jadewater Palace, Booyah had tried to assassinate him, so it was normal to have karmic ties with him. But what did that have to do with Old Tao? Because of this, he had specifically asked Old Tao about Booyah. Otherwise, there was no need to ask about a dead person. There were too many people in the spiritualized universe who wanted to kill him. In particular, Sovereign Qi had said that he did not belong to the consciousness universe, so there was only one explanation left, the Tian Yuan universe. More and more people in the spiritualized universe knew that he came from the Tian Yuan universe, which led to many people wanting to kill him. Yusang Tian was one of the reasons why Lu Yin had not made it clear. Yusang Tian had allowed the Dayu Villa to enter the spiritualized universe, which puzzled the various powers, and they were all watching from the sidelines. As long as Yusang Tian made his stance clear, the Dayu Villa would definitely be attacked. Lu Yin knew that Yusang Tian would not make it clear, and neither would he. They both tacitly acknowledged each other's existence. As for what would happen to the various powers in the spiritualized universe, Yusang Tian did not care. Lu Yin had his own goals. He wanted to expand the heavenly Tao of karma to the point where he did not need to compensate for karma or suffer any backlash from karma. However, Yu Sang Tian had not made any moves, which made Lu Yin uneasy. It seemed like he had comprehended the heavenly Tao of karma and had turned from passive to active, but the longer this dragged on, the more passive he would become. This was because he did not know Yu Sang Tian's plans. He had to think of a way to test Yu Sang Tian. Within a heavenly city, Lu Yin found the person whose karmic threads were connected to Old Tao and Buya. He followed the person to a corner of the city and personally saw the person contact someone. Number 4 is currently following the third master. Yes, I'm sure it's number 4. I can't contact him. Number 4 is very close to the third master. Yes, I understand. Soon after, the person finished contacting Lu Yin and was about to leave when he bumped into him. The person fainted before he could even see Lu Yin clearly. Lu Yin did not expect to gain anything from the interrogation, so he directly checked the karmic threads. A single person had too much karma, and Lu Yin needed to check the karmic threads that were connected to him. Eventually, he would be able to trace them back to find more clues. After a while, he sighed and tossed the person into the commander appointment platform. He then disguised himself as the person and headed to the courtyard. Skyhand had a way to contact him, and it was extremely secretive. Through the karmic threads, Lu Yin learned how to contact Skyhand, and he used this method to contact Old Tao. Old Tao was watching from outside the courtyard, and when he saw that Skyhand was trying to contact him, he acted as if he did not see it and ignored it. Lu Yin tried a few times, but Old Tao did not respond. Only then did he leave. Lu Yin's eyes flashed as he looked at the item in his hand that resembled a cloud stone. He originally wanted to contact Skyhand, but once he did, he would be easily seen through. Since that was the case, he looked at Old Tao in the distance. In the courtyard, Lu Yin called Old Tao in. Old Tao faced Lu Yin with an extremely respectful expression. "Master, you called for me." Lu Yin smiled at Old Tao. "I'm injured." Old Tao was sorrowful. "I didn't expect that the intent realm could injure you. It's all because of supremacy Qi and Wu Wei. They're just consciousness lifeforms that have surrendered. How could they have the guts to attack you? Don't worry, Master. When my strength soars, I'll definitely find trouble with Wu Wei and make him kowtow and apologize to you." Lu Yin found it funny. "What I mean is that I'm injured. You can make a move now." Old Tao was confused. "What are you talking about? What move? I don't understand." Lu Yin leaned forward and stared at Old Tao. Number 4. Old Tao's body shook, and he looked at Lu Yin in disbelief. "Master, what happened to you? How did I know?" Lu Yin looked at Old Tao in admiration. "To be honest, I'm also surprised that you were able to hide it until now." In the end, Bao Qi became Sang Tian's successor because of Ding Zhong. If not for Ding Zhong, no one would know who would have taken the position. At that time, Bao Qi's Sang Tian called those who fought for the position of Sang Tian mad dogs. Lu Yin understood. So that was how the term mad dogs came about. In the Mirage domain, a tributary of the River of Time, Bao Qi had said before his death that there would be a bunch of mad dogs fighting for the position of Sang Tian. So it was these people. Many of them. Old Tao said, "I'm not sure. They're all old monsters who live in seclusion. Even Yu Sang Tian doesn't know if they're dead or alive. They only come out when Sang Tian's position is vacant. Zhen is one of them. Everyone thought that he died in the battle for Sang Tian's position with Bao Qi. No one expected him to still be alive." Lu Yin found it strange. Even if he's alive, what does it have to do with Skyhand? Why does Skyhand want to eliminate him? He's not on the dark spirit list. Old Tao said solemnly, because Skyhand wants to compete for Sang Tian's position as well. Lu Yin understood. Yuanxi had returned and provoked beyond heaven, which meant that he wanted to rebel. His position as Sang Tian would not last for long. As soon as Yu Sang Tian came out of seclusion, he would immediately be stripped of his position. At that time, there would be a group of people fighting for the position. Although Skyhand was one of the 7 great powers, it did not have Sang Tian. Is Sang Tian really that attractive? Lu Yin did not understand. Those who could become Sang Tian, even if they were not Sang Tian, still had extremely high statuses in the spiritualized universe. Why would they fight for Sang Tian's position? Old Tao did not know either. Perhaps Sang Tian has other benefits that others don't know about. Lu Yin immediately contacted Wu Jiang and asked about Yuanxi. He had never asked about this before, and he had assumed that it was a symbol of status. When the spiritualized universe had invaded the Tian Yuan universe, Sang Tian had been the leader. Although there had been many other experts, there had not been many of them, so Lu Yin had not thought too much about it. It was normal for experts to hold a higher position. But after coming to the spiritualized universe, he had learned that there were so many experts fighting for Sang Tian's position. Bao Qi had even called him a mad dog, which made Lu Yin wonder. Why did they have to become Sang Tian? There had to be a reason. Yuanxi quickly recovered. Because only Sang Tian can enter the depths of the extreme palace and see the illusory supreme extremity. Although we have never seen it before, the supreme extremity is very likely to be an eternal realm expert. Even if there is only a 1 in a billion chance of meeting such an expert, we are still willing to wait. Only Sang Tian can become Yu Sang Tian. The current Yu Sang Tian was once Sang Tian. Especially on the day of the sacrifice spirit. Only Yu Sang Tian and the 7 great Sang Tian can host the sacrifice spirit. On that day, we might be able to see a different scenery. Lu Yin was surprised. A different scenery? Yuanxi replied, I did not see that. The other Sang Tian also said that they did not see it, but they would not say whether they saw it or not. Yu Sang Tian once said that seeing a different scenery might make Yu Sang Tian, and he saw it. Because of this, even if the other Sang Tian saw it, they would not admit it to prevent being targeted. Although this is just a rumor, and it might be Yu Sang Tian's technique, no one wants to give up. Also, Sang Tian has the right to mobilize any resources in the spiritualized universe and any power, including the 7 great powers. Becoming Sang Tian was not just a matter of status, it was also related to reaching the pinnacle and becoming Yu Sang Tian. It was no wonder that so many people were vying for the position of Sang Tian. Lu Yin ended his communication with Yuanxi. Where is this Shin? Are you going? Old Tao asked. Lu Yin moved his arm. I want to find the world's experts, and Skyhand helped me find them. Why wouldn't I go? But Skyhand is using you, Master. That's fine. Only valuable people have the right to be used. Lead the way. Old Tao nodded helplessly. Not long after, Huali set off from the heavenly city and headed in a certain direction. Lu Yin seemed to have forgotten that he was going to the heavens beyond palace to engrave some words, as no one could understand his itinerary. He had clearly said that he was going to recuperate in this heavenly city after being injured, but how long had it been? He had set off again, and this time, he clearly had a goal. Everyone looked in the direction that Huali had headed. What was in that direction? That's the direction of the Intellicong domain. Is Third Master going to the Intellicong domain? Someone exclaimed. Someone else guessed, it's not impossible. If the domain can't stop Third Master, then the Intellicong domain might not be able to either. That's the Intellicong domain, which controls the distribution of the spiritualized universe's resources. Its history is even older than Lord Yu Sang Tian's. Hurry up and follow him. If he's really going to the Intellicong domain, I'll wait. Everyone wanted to know more about the Intellicong domain, but no one dared to. The Intellicong domain was the only organization that Yu Sang Tian had confirmed could not become Yu Sang Tian, so everyone was curious. If Third Master was really going to the Intellicong domain, then it would be interesting. Huali continued to travel through the void at a fast speed, and only the spirit progenitors could keep up with him. This speed was much faster than when he had gone to the domain. The various great organizations hurriedly sent people to follow him, including some organizations that had already retreated. Third Master's goal was obvious, and he was definitely going to the Intellicong domain. A few days later, as the direction changed, everyone was confused. Was he not going to the Intellicong domain? The location that Skyhand had given them was getting closer and closer, but there were no 36 domains in this area. There was only a chaotic asteroid belt, and there was not even a heavenly city. It was a desolate land. Huali stopped. Toad, go and try. The star toad gritted his teeth. Me again. That can't be. That's true. The star toad blinked. Was he that easy to talk to? Lu Yin looked at Palace Mistress Yao. Go and find Jin. She was shocked. Me? You know him, right? Shen isn't dead. She was even more shocked. She did not know where they were going, but she had not expected them to be looking for Zhen. She knew Zhen, as she had also taken action when Bao Qi had fought for Sang Tian's position. However, she had not been the strongest person below Sang Tian at the time, and there had been a gap between her and Zhen. She had only taken action once from afar, and she had personally seen Jin deal a blow to Bao Qi. She had thought that Jin was dead, but he was still alive. Had Bao Qi not sought him out for revenge? Is Jin here? She asked. Lu Yin took a sip of his drink. Lure him out. There were some things that did not need to be done personally, otherwise, why would he bring these people along? He still needed to have style, and he had to act for the people around him. Palace Mistress Yao frowned and slowly walked out. I'm not Jin's match right now. She did not wait for Lu Yin's reply and stepped into the asteroid belt. Those who had been staring at Lu Yin were at a loss, not knowing what he was doing. What could be in this desolate land? Palace Mistress Yao stepped into the asteroid belt, her body surrounded by jade water that transformed into swords that slashed out. Invincible jade water. The asteroid belt shattered, and invincible jade water seemed to turn this place into a second jade water palace. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3478. Suddenly, the flames boiled and evaporated the water. Palace Mistress Yao's gaze turned cold as she raised her hand. The sword of jade water. Your Palace Mistress Yao. A shocked voice rang out as the flames burned the sky and distorted the starry sky. A figure walked out, bringing with it a boundless pressure that swept across the starry sky. Everyone who was staring at the figure felt stifled. That's Jin. What? That old monster Jin. The one who fought with Bao Qi's Sang Tian. He's still alive. He's actually still alive. No one had expected Jin to still be alive. Back then, he had attacked Bao Qi, causing him to almost lose his chance to become Sang Tian. During that battle, he had been buried by Bao Qi's sound sequence. Everyone had thought that he was dead, but he was still alive. The water around Palace Mistress Yao continued to press down, trying to suppress the flames. Palace Mistress Yao, how did you know I was here? And why did you attack me? Jin's tone was low as flames burned around him like a red continent. The pressure forced Palace Mistress Yao to back away. She was known as the #1 person under Sang Tian, but that was only if those old monsters did not appear. Many people had fought for Sang Tian's position, but not many had left a deep impression on her. Fighting for Sang Tian's position did not mean that one was close to it. Some people fought for Sang Tian's position just for show, such as Death with 3 heads or the powerhouse from the Myriad Beast territory with no Emperor Radiance. Since he had no Emperor Radiance, he had placed himself below the Emperor Radiance. Openly fighting for Sang Tian's position was just to increase the Myriad Beast territory status in the spiritualized universe. However, some people were truly fighting for Sang Tian's position. The list that Skyhand had given them was the same. Bao Qi had called these people mad dogs. Zhen was one of them. He was a loner who had cultivated 16 levels of blazing glory. It was difficult to find a match for him in the universe. Not to mention the current palace mistress Yao, whose spiritualized weapon was suppressed in Beyond Heaven. Even at her peak, palace mistress Yao might not be able to defeat Jin. Her face paled as her sequence particles spread out. This was an absolute reversal sequence technique that could overturn any battle. However, Jin did not give her a chance. Her sequence particles were blocked by 8 shadows. The 8 doors sealing 8 hands. Palace Mistress Yao's eyes narrowed. In the distance, Lu Yin's eyes lit up. It's this technique again. During his battle with Meng Sang in the tributary of the River of Time, he had witnessed the Gate of 8 Directions being sealed by the foundation of the Echelon, the 8 tribes. Since ancient times, it had been formed by 51 powerhouses who had cultivated the gate's sealing 8-hand sequence. It could seal off all sequence laws. At that time, Lu Yin had tried to use the starry sky in his heart to repel her, but it had been useless. He had still been sealed, and Meng Sang had been able to escape. However, Meng Sang also lost the octatic spectral squad. Now, the foundation of the sequence of the 8 was also a karma that needed to be filled. Blocked by the 8 hands, Palace Master Yao was unable to execute her sequence art. Jin appeared before her eyes, and a blazing brilliance appeared between her palms. I don't care why you attacked me or how you found me. Die. As his palm fell, the void was obliterated. He did not care about the beauty of Palace Master Yao at all. Palace Master Yao watched as Jin's palm fell. At the same time, she raised her palm, and blue water gathered. Bang! When their palms collided, Jin was surprised. How could Yi Futian block his palm? Palace Master Yao panted heavily. If Bai Shui had not been suppressed in Sky Beyond Sky, she would not have been so passive. Her sequence weapon, Bai Shui, could strengthen the surrounding blue water and prevent it from being easily evaporated by flames. It was hard to say who would win if she fought Jin. She was no match for him now, but if Jin wanted to kill her, she would not die as long as she wanted to escape. However, her mission was over. Beside her, Lu Yin walked out and faced Jin. Are you one of the mad dogs who fought with Bao Qi for the position of Sang Tian? Jin's gaze fell on Lu Yin, and his eyes flashed as he felt a sense of danger. He had cultivated for many years and experienced many life and death situations. Regardless of whether it was within the spiritualized universe or the consciousness universe, he had fought countless times. He was very sensitive to danger. The moment this person appeared, he felt a sense of danger. His thoughts raced. How had his location been exposed? This person had obviously come to find him. Palace Master Yao had also acted under this person's orders. Who are you? Shin asked. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. You don't need to know who I am. Consider yourself unlucky. Go to hell. He could find powerhouses to increase the way of karma and weaken the number of powerhouses in the spiritualized universe. Why not? Jin's gaze turned cold, and he turned to leave. He had no intention of fighting. His goal was to fight for the position of Sang Tian, and he would do anything to achieve it. However, he did not want to be targeted by others. Now was not the time to fight for the position of Sang Tian. Lu Yin took a step forward, and everything around him froze in time. Zhen's gaze followed Lu Yin's movements. Although he did not use the power of time, he could see through other people's usage of it. He was a spiritual prime powerhouse. Flames burned the sky as they pressed down, forming 16 layers of blazing glory. Above Lu Yin's head, 16 red continents pressed down, and each layer of flames grew stronger. This was Zhen's famous technique, and it was rumored that he had used this technique to defeat Bao Qi. As the flames pressed down, Lu Yin raised a hand, and all 16 layers of blazing glory vanished into his palm. Zhen's eyes narrowed. How could this be? In the distance, Palace Master Yao was shocked. She had just experienced the might of Zhen's blazing glory and knew how powerful it was. She was not surprised that Lu Yin could defeat Zhen, but how had he done it? It was impossible to control all 16 layers of blazing glory unless this person had also cultivated all 16 layers of blazing glory. In the distance, everyone was shocked. I'll return this to you. Lu Yin struck out with his palm, condensing 16 layers of blazing glory in his palm. It was as if he was holding a sun in his hand. This was a technique created by progenitor Qin, and it could be used to attack both oneself and the enemy. Even if he was trapped in the landscape painting, he could use the boundless horizon sequence particles to attack, and not even the primordial origin could trap him. Even the one true God had marveled at this technique. Zhen was struck by the palm, and a palm print landed on his shoulder, causing it to protrude and leave a bloody scar. He spat out blood as he retreated, and the sequence particles spread out as the 8 hands of sealing door spread. 8 shadows appeared to seal off Lu Yin. Lu Yin's heart released a starry sky that repelled the sequence particles. He could not repel the 8 sequence particles because there were too many of them. After all, they were the foundation of the sequence. However, this person's 8 hands of sealing door was far inferior to the 8, it was just a sequence technique. The 8 hands of sealing door was immediately repelled. Zhen had not expected the 8 hands to deal with Lu Yin, he had only wanted to buy time to escape. However, he had not expected that it would be completely useless. The starry sky in Lu Yin's heart repelled the sequence particles too quickly, to the point that it was abnormal. Even in his wildest dreams, Zhen had not expected Lu Yin to absorb the 8 sequence particles. Although he could not use them due to the backlash from karma, the familiar sequence particles could be absorbed quickly and repelled even faster. Just as Zhen pulled away, Lu Yin caught up and grabbed at him. Everyone who saw this felt their mouths go dry. This kind of attack was only possible when the gap between the two sides was too great. It was like an adult bullying a child, and one could grab him with one hand. Zhen turned around. Who are you? Where did this old monster come from? He felt a suffocating pressure as he retreated, but his speed could not match Lu Yin's. He watched as Lu Yin's hand reached out. It was just like how he had wanted to kill Palace Mistress Yao. Zhen gritted his teeth, and an incomparably deep light appeared in his palm as he struck out at Lu Yin. The two palms collided. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as his palm melted, and a heart-wrenching pain shot through his body. The stream of light shuttled back and forth for a second. Zhen was shocked, it was the power of time again. This person, before he could react, his consciousness whizzed past, and Zhen felt his brain explode before he lost consciousness. Lu Yin watched as Zhen fell to the ground, raised his hand, and looked at his palm. His own palm had actually melted, and he knew how strong Zhen's physical strength was. Especially when he was in danger, he could use battle force at the palm realm, but even so, he could not block it. His gaze landed on Zhen's palm, and the deep darkness attracted his attention. Was this it? Was this a spiritual weapon? Palace Mistress Yao walked over. That's Mu Blazing Glory. Zhen used the 16th layer of Blazing Glory as a cover to attack Bao Qi, leaving a permanent mark on his body that cannot be recovered. Mu blazing glory. It's really powerful. Lu Yin sighed in admiration as he grabbed at the Mu blazing glory. In the distance, the crowd was bitter. Zhen had been defeated. Zhen, who had once competed for the position of Sang Tian and had even attacked Bao Qi's Sang Tian, had been defeated so miserably. They had been separated by a great distance and could not see the battle clearly, but time had passed quickly. The third master had won by a landslide. This was the power of Sang Tian. Within the asteroid belt, Lu Yin touched the Mu blazing glory. Without Zhen's support, the Mu blazing glory was not as hot, but he could still feel the burning pain. This was good stuff. Lu Yin wondered if he could use his dai to upgrade it. Even if he could not, this thing could still be used at a critical moment. After all, if even his own physical strength could not withstand it, Lu Yin could not imagine who could. As expected of the mad dog that had competed with Bao Qi for the position of Sang Tian, Lu Yin pushed Zhen into the judgment platform hell, and he looked forward to seeing how much his karmic Tao had increased. Who's next? Old Tao rushed over and respectfully said, "Carefree old man." Palace Mistress Yao frowned. "He's still alive." "How did you know?" Old Tao smiled bitterly. "I didn't expect the carefree old man to still be alive." Just like Zhen, he fought for the position of Sang Tian. However, he didn't fight against Bao Qi. It was Meng Sang Tian who fought for the position of Sang Tian. "That's quite ancient," Lu Yin said. Palace Mistress Yao's tone was gloomy. "Carefree old man is almost from the same era as Origin Sang Tian and Wuhuang Sang Tian. He reached the spiritual prime realm long ago, but he has yet to undergo bitter adversity. I don't know why." When Meng Sang Tian competed for the position of Sang Tian, he did make a move, but it was only once. He did not seem determined to win. When Bao Qi competed for the position of Sang Tian, he did not show up at all. Everyone thought that he was dead. Carefree Valley has already changed a few valley masters, and it's completely weakened. Then let's go. Lu Yin decided. Soon, they were heading towards Carefree Valley. Carefree Valley was located in one of the 36 filaments, the open zone. The open zone was currently ruled by the Gate of Revelation, and it was located below the word Ling. Among the 36 filaments, its strength was below average, and it was even weaker than the Great Ming domain. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3479. The Enlightenment Gate did not have a specific gate master. Instead, the three venerables of Revelation were in charge. The three of them decided everything in the open region. This situation was relatively rare, but it was not unheard of. The three of them were all sequence law powerhouses and cultivated the same sequence technique: stop at a certain point. Lu Yin was curious about this point. Stopping at a certain point is ranked 25th among the 88 sequence techniques. It's not a low ranking, but very few people cultivate it because it requires a kind of belief. The universe is a living creature. Lu Yin was surprised. The universe is a living creature. Old Tao nodded. That's right. This is the prerequisite for cultivating the sequence technique. Only by believing that the universe is a living creature can one cultivate it. Stopping at a certain point is to use sequence particles to tap the acupoints of the starry sky. All living creatures have acupoints. Once tapped, they will not be able to move, and the starry sky is the same. For those who firmly believe that the starry sky is a living creature, sequence particles can tap its acupoints. This is because the sequence law originates from the starry sky and is similar to the blood of the human body. Once an acupoint is tapped, the starry sky within an area will not be able to move. In theory, if one cultivates stopping at a certain point, time, space, and everything can be tapped and immobilized. Lu Yin praised, "There's such a sequence technique. Interesting. Who created it?" Old Tao shook his head. "I don't know. Some of the 88 sequence techniques have origins, while others don't. No one has traced them back. The Enlightenment Gate specializes in cultivating stopping at a certain point. All the disciples inside firmly believe that the universe is a living creature. The three venerables of revelation have all cultivated stopping at a certain point. With the three of them working together, no one dares to covet the open region." As he spoke, he slid his pole towards the open region. Many people became more and more confused. Lu Yin's direction had deviated again. He was getting further and further away from beyond heaven, but closer and closer to the border. Was he trying to escape? There were all sorts of guesses. At this moment, ancient battleships were closing in on the area between Flame Torch City and the spiritualized universe. They came from the consciousness universe and were heading towards the spiritualized universe after a short rest in Torch City. They were all cultivators who had returned from the battle in the consciousness universe. Among them were ancient powerhouses and elite geniuses. Fortunately, Lord Yu Sang Tian stopped the expedition to the Tian Yuan cosmos several decades ago. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had the chance to go. A young man had a jade-like complexion. His body was enveloped in light as his arrogance soared into the clouds. There was also a beautiful woman beside him. She smiled and said, "That's right. We're lucky. After the day of the sacrifice, we'll definitely go on another expedition to the Tian Yuan universe. We'll show those little guys from the spiritualized universe that we're not old. Ha 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 ha, competing with them is just a game. I wonder how many elite geniuses have appeared in my hometown over the years. I'm really looking forward to it. Brother, be gentle. Don't scare those little guys." No, I know what I'm doing. He's finally back. On the day of the sacrifice, Sang Tian will be present. Will Yi Xia still be in Torch City? Yi Sang Tian has paved the way for him, but we will not give up. Yi Xia might not be able to suppress us one-on-one. I keep feeling that there's something wrong with Yi Xia when we met in Torch City, but I can't put my finger on it. I have the same feeling. As a result, almost every debater was a powerful cultivator, creating the illusion that the cultivators of the open realm were all eloquent and eloquent. Although they were eloquent, outsiders secretly said that these people had nothing better to do. This was a phenomenon. There was another phenomenon in the state of enlightenment that existed in the Forgotten Worries Valley. Forgotten Worries Valley was a place where one could forget their worries and troubles. The people living there were very happy. Outsiders couldn't even find a reason to cause trouble there. The people there were very friendly to outsiders. They were so friendly that they would smile back at you if you hit them. Their smiles would make you feel embarrassed. If one went to the state of enlightenment and entered that kind of atmosphere, they might be surrounded and debated. They might even run into people from the Forgotten Worries Valley, who wouldn't retaliate at all. As a result, outsiders had the impression that the state of enlightenment was sick and that everyone in the state of enlightenment was mentally challenged. Fortunately, there weren't any unique resources in the state of enlightenment that attracted outsiders, so they didn't go there often. On this day, Huali arrived at the state of enlightenment and entered. Those who had been watching Lu Yin's group felt strange, as they didn't understand why the third master was going to the state of enlightenment. Along the way, Old Tao had already told Lu Yin about the state of enlightenment. Lu Yin wasn't in a hurry to go to the Forgotten Worries Valley. Instead, he went to the Gate of Revelation. "Boss, why are you going to the Gate of Revelation?" Old Tao was curious. Lu Yin grinned. "To have a quarrel." Old Tao was confused. "Quarrel?" Huali flew over the state of enlightenment and slowed down considerably. Those who had been watching Lu Yin's group also entered the state of enlightenment and warned each other. "Be careful what you say. There's something wrong with the people of the state of enlightenment. Just keep an eye on the third master and don't cause trouble. I don't need you to remind me. Who doesn't know about the state of enlightenment? Warn those juniors. I'm sorry, senior. I don't know about the state of enlightenment. Then get lost and don't come in. Master told me to follow the third master. We told you to get lost. I don't know about the state of enlightenment either. Can you tell me more? Zhang Qianqian asked carefully. Several cultivators around him glared at him, but when they saw that it was Zhang Qianqian, they were afraid and didn't dare to scold him. After all, he was from the Gate of Techniques. Helpless, they could only warn him. The people of the state of enlightenment believe that the universe is a living creature. Just don't argue with them on this point. Zhang Qianqian blinked. The universe is a living creature. Impossible. The people around him hurriedly warned him, lower your voice. Don't worry about whether it's possible or not. Just don't argue with them. How can this be? How can we let these people be deceived? The universe is a living environment. How can it be a living creature? Cultivators like us not only need to be wise, but we also need to teach others, especially those ordinary people. They haven't even embarked on the path of cultivation and are already very pitiful. How can we let them be deceived? Zhang Qianqian said seriously, his entire person becoming exceptionally solemn. The people around him were speechless. Don't worry about this. What does it have to do with you? Zhang Qianqian clenched his fists. I just can't stand these deceptions. Fine, then go tell them yourself. Stay away from us. Do you believe that the universe is a living creature? What does it have to do with me? I'm just telling you. I'm just asking if you believe it. Of course not. Good, that's right. Are you crazy? The person was furious and turned around. A stranger suddenly appeared and stared at him. Sir, you don't believe that the universe is a living creature. And who are you? I'm the Realm of Revelation debater. Please enlighten me. As soon as he finished speaking, more and more cultivators appeared and surrounded the people who were staring at Lu Yin. May I ask if you believe that the universe is a living creature? May I ask if Sir believes that the universe is a living creature? May I ask if Sir believes? Everyone was stunned. They were surrounded just like that. It was all that Gate of Techniques' fault. Zhang Qianqian walked out. I don't believe it. None of us do. The debater smiled. Then let's debate it. Bring it on. Zhang Qianqian shouted. Everyone was stunned. This guy was a bit stubborn. He doesn't believe it, but we do. The others hurriedly said, we believe it, we believe it. Let us go. It wasn't that they couldn't fight their way out, but this was the realm of revelation after all. They might not be able to win if they really fought here. The debater looked at everyone seriously. Tell me why you believe it. Everyone was speechless. This debater was also very stubborn. They were caught by a group of people with mental problems. On the other side, Lu Yin looked back. What was going on? He hadn't even started arguing, but the other side had already started. The atmosphere was very lively. Kai Kaching gave a rare smile. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3480. Seeing this scene, Old Tao was speechless. This is the apocalypse, and the debaters exist in every corner of the apocalypse. Their cultivation might not be high, but their ears are definitely sensitive. Furthermore, the debaters are recognized by the door of revelation, and anyone who attacks them will be hunted down. That's just words, not actions, Lu Yin said. Old Tao nodded. That's the apocalypse's specialty. Boss, we're almost at the door of revelation. As they spoke, a rather strange building appeared in the distance. This building style was different from the ones they had seen in the spiritualized universe, but it had some technological flair. The entire building was triangular and arranged horizontally. It looked rather old-fashioned, but it also had a special rhythm to it. Who are you? Stop at the door of revelation. Old Tao stepped forward. The third master of the Dayu Villa is here. The door of revelation shook, as they had not expected the third master to actually come here. No matter how special the apocalypse was, it was still a domain that existed in the spiritualized universe, so it understood what was happening in the outside world. This third master was not someone to be trifled with, as he had dealt with experts that even the apocalypse felt were unreachable. Why would such a person come to the door of revelation? Fortunately, they were polite and did not force their way in, which meant that nothing would happen. Inside the door of revelation, 3 elders opened their eyes at the same time. They each sat on a triangular chair, stood up, and walked out. They stepped into the air and arrived in front of Lu Yin, politely saying, "The third venerable of the door of revelation greets the third master." Lu Yin smiled. The universe is not a living creature. The third venerable was stunned. There were many debaters in the door of revelation, and they immediately rose into the air to debate Lu Yin's words. This was their instinct, but it was suppressed by the door of revelation. The third venerable looked at each other and gestured for Lu Yin to enter. It seems like the third master has his own opinion. Then, please enter. We are willing to discuss it in detail with you. Lu Yin had old Tao and the others wait outside while he entered the door of revelation alone. Old Tao could not understand what Lu Yin was doing, so he could only wait outside. The door of revelation only had the third venerable who were at the level of the law sequence, and even if they worked together, they could not give Lu Yin any pressure. Soon, Lu Yin was brought back to where he had been. Third master, please do as you please. This is our meditation land. Among the 3 venerables, the one who was obviously the oldest said politely. Lu Yin replied, "There's no need for that. I've just offended you, and I'm just here to divert attention. What the third leader said just now is not an offense to our revelation gate, but an insult." Among the 3 venerables, the old man on the left spoke. Lu Yin stopped and looked at him. "You should know that I don't mind offending people." The oldest old man in the middle smiled. "Of course we understand, but the order of revelation is not a place where we fear death. We are willing to sacrifice our lives to save the order of revelation's face." Lu Yin laughed. Just because of one sentence. He used the gate of revelation as an excuse to go to the Forgotten Sorrow Valley to find the Forgotten Sorrow old man. Old Tao's words gave him an understanding of the Carefree Elder. If he were to attack Carefree Valley directly, the old man would likely flee. After all, the outside world believed that he was dead. Lu Yin could only find a pretense. As long as he could enter the Carefree Valley, he could ensure that the carefree old man would not be able to escape. Lu Yin was about to leave when he heard this sentence. He suddenly turned back and looked at the old man in the middle. His eyes flickered. The universe is a circle. The old man in the middle looked at Lu Yin. The universe is a living creature. Lu Yin and the old man looked at each other. The atmosphere froze, and there was silence. After looking at each other for a while, Lu Yin nodded. "I respect your understanding. Not refuting it doesn't mean that I agree. At the same time, I apologize for insulting your understanding just now." The old man on the left looked relieved. The old man in the middle slowly bowed. The third master's cultivation is unparalleled. If you want, you can easily destroy the revelation gate. Such a person respects our understanding. The 3 of us thank the third master on behalf of the revelation gate. Lu Yin looked at them. "It was me who offended you first." The old man on the right suddenly bowed again. This old man has a request. I don't know if the third master can agree. The old man in the middle yelled, "Don't talk nonsense. This matter will be solved by the revelation gate. It has nothing to do with the third master." The old man in the middle was not pretending. He really didn't want to ask Lu Yin to help. Lu Yin could see this. He was curious. What is it? The old man on the right looked sad. There is an abyss in the revelation gate. The other two old men trembled and bowed their heads silently. Third Master, do you know about the forgotten Sorrow Valley? Lu Yin nodded and walked to the triangular chair to sit down. He was not in a hurry to leave. Was it related to the forgotten Sorrow Valley? The old man on the right said in a low voice, "The people in the forgotten Sorrow Valley have no worries and are open-minded." The third master may have heard of this before. In fact, these people are not willing. Their nature has been taken away. Lu Yin was puzzled. What do you mean? The old man in the middle sighed. A person has a personality no matter what, but the people in the forgotten Sorrow Valley don't. Even if you beat them or scold them, they will let it go. It's not that they are open-minded and have no worries. It's just that their nature has been taken away. They don't have emotions like anger, anxiety, happiness, and sadness. Instead of saying that they are people, it's better to say that they are empty shells with the appearance of humans. How can they be human if they have lost their nature? Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Corpse King. He thought of the everlasting race. Continue. The old man on the right said, "The person who took away their nature is the forgotten Sorrow Valley." From the outside, the forgotten Sorrow Valley looks very ordinary. The revelation gate is the master of the revelation gate, but in fact, the hidden abyss in the revelation gate is the forgotten Sorrow Valley. There is an extremely powerful old monster in the forgotten Sorrow Valley. We once wanted to attack the forgotten Sorrow Valley, but a fatal crisis occurred before we could do anything. We know that this request will make things difficult for the third master, but the third master has challenged all the experts in the world before, which gave us confidence. Otherwise, we would not have implicated the third master. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. How long has this been going on? Are those who have lost their nature different from ordinary people in terms of appearance or body structure? There is no difference. Other than losing their nature, they are no different from ordinary people. Lu Yin nodded. It seemed that it was not the Corpse King. That made sense. The only true God cooperated with the spiritualized universe, but the spiritualized universe was still ruled by humans and would not allow the existence of the Corpse King. Was their nature taken away? It should be the carefree old man. Actually, if it was just their nature being taken away, although it would be very cruel to those people, they would still be alive and would not make things difficult for us. After a pause, the elder in the middle said solemnly, "The main thing is that those people did not just have their nature taken away. The emotions and memories that once existed in their bodies have all been messed up. The son killed his father, the husband killed his wife, and the face that was stained with blood still had a smile on it. The people who died still had a smile on their faces. What a strange scene this is. They can bathe in blood and drink freely in a mountain of corpses. They have lost their loved ones, and those loved ones were even killed by them. They have lost all the morals that humans know. This is not something that a single person can bear. If they wake up, what kind of sorrowful past would they have to bear? It would be enough to drive them crazy." As the third venerable spoke, Lu Yin's expression gradually darkened. In the world of cultivation, death was very common, but this kind of thing should not happen. To many people, death was not the most frightening thing, and waiting for death was not the most frightening thing. The most frightening thing was to personally end one's loved ones, the people closest to them, and still have to live on to bear this sin. This was the most frightening thing. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3481. As he listened to their narration, Lu Yin recalled the scene that he had seen in the Book of Destiny. He had personally massacred the Above Heaven sect, killing the people closest to him. At that moment, his heart had been in so much pain that it had been difficult for him to breathe. Just thinking about it was enough to suffocate him, but the people of Forgotten Sorrow Valley had endured it. The three venerables knelt down and said, "If Third Head is willing, please help the open realm fill this abyss. We are willing to go through water and tread on fire for Third Head." Lu Yin did not respond. The three looked up, but Lu Yin had already disappeared. They looked at each other, not knowing if Lu Yin would help them, but they had no other choice. The spiritualized universe indeed had a unified cultivation model. The heavens beyond heaven ruled over everything, but the 36 domains were still separated from each other. Even if they reported this matter to the heavens beyond heaven would not care, nor would they have the energy to help them. The 36 domains had to deal with their own affairs. If Lu Yin didn't help them, then they would have no other choice. The murderous aura in Forget Worries Valley made it impossible for them to resist. The Gate of Revelation was not afraid of death, but they could not die for nothing. On the other side, Lu Yin had left the Revelation door without anyone noticing that he had gone to Forgotten Worries Valley. He had to take a look at what the Third Lord said. Regardless of whether it was true or not, the carefree old man had to be dealt with. Spiritualized universe experts could increase the heavenly Tao of karma. If they were kind, they would be released when they returned to the Tian Yuan universe. If they were evil, they would be dealt with. No matter what, it would reduce the number of elites in the spiritualized universe, so why not? In fact, he had a deeper thought, the starry sky in his heart. If he had really created a starry sky, why couldn't these people live in the starry sky he had created? If a human created the starry sky, then was the starry sky he was in now created by someone else? The Gate of Revelation said that the universe was a living creature. He did not agree, but he did agree that this universe was definitely not what they were currently seeing. What they were seeing might still be the surface. Xian xian de xian xing chuan xing chuan xing chuan xing chuan xing chuan xing chuan pi, just like the pond civilization in the starry sky tree, they were not necessarily not in the same pond civilization. With that in mind, he arrived at Forgotten Worries Valley. The people here were indeed very happy, and they all had smiles on their faces when they saw Lu Yin. However, when Lu Yin scanned the area with his domain, he saw that the dark corners were filled with bloodstains. Within the closed courtyards and houses, there was a terrifying scene that made his hair stand on end. Just as Third Reverend had said, those innocent smiles were stained with blood. This scene reminded Lu Yin of the first time he had visited the Eternal Kingdom. It was impossible for the Corpse King to coexist with humans, but if the Corpse King wanted to coexist with these people who had been stripped of their nature, it would be very simple. It would be as simple as, the same kind of creature. Lu Yin retracted his gaze and took a step forward. The moment his foot touched the ground, the entire open realm shook. Old Tao and the others suddenly looked into the distance. What was this? Inside the Revelation Gate, the three supreme experts walked out. They gazed into the distance in the direction of Forgotten Sorrow Valley. They were excited. The third boss had taken action. Further away, Zhang Qianqian was still debating with the debaters. They were all surrounded and could not escape. Those people wanted Zhang Qian to quickly admit that the universe was a living creature, but they underestimated Zhang Qian's persistence. That persistence was shining. In contrast, the debaters' bodies were also shining, and their gazes were so persistent that no one dared to look them in the eye. Don't even think about leaving. Don't even think about leaving. No matter what happened in the outside world, there had to be a winner and a loser in this debate. In Forgotten Sorrow Valley, the ground cracked as Lu Yin's foot stomped down. One cultivator after another rushed out, wanting to attack Lu Yin. These people had not been stripped of their nature. However, with a wave of Lu Yin's hand, they were all sent flying. In the depths of Forgotten Sorrow Valley, the old man opened his eyes and looked up. What a young fellow, but he gave off a sense of danger. He did not hesitate to tear through the void and leave. Now was not the time to reveal himself. No matter why this person had attacked Forgotten Sorrow Valley, the old man did not care if it was destroyed. However, in the next instant, the void distorted, and he could not leave. The old man looked up again, and at this moment, Lu Yin's gaze also fell. Forgotten Sorrow Elder. The old man's gaze turned cold. Was this person actually looking for him? No one should have known that he was still alive. Who are you? If this old man has offended you, then I apologize. Lu Yin stepped out again. Get out here and talk. Terrifying power obliterated the earth and rushed towards the old man like a dragon. The old man's expression changed as the suffocating pressure caused the space around him to tremble. What terrifying power! He pushed through the void in an attempt to resist this power, but soon after, the power rippled and continued to spread. The old man suddenly thought of someone, Yushan. Yushan was Yu Sang Tian's disciple, and he had single-handedly destroyed the 100 Herbs realm. The old man had seen this person before, and he was an absolute powerhouse of the sequence laws. He was second on the White Soul list and specialized in strength. The ripples caused by this power were not easy to deal with. Both this person and Yushan specialized in strength. The old man walked out of the ground and avoided the ripples, facing Lu Yin with a single palm. I don't care who you are, but I have never offended you. This battle is not what I wanted. He then struck out with a palm. Lu Yin was surprised. The art of forgetfulness. No, it was very similar, but different. This was a battle technique that could cause one's mind to go blank, just like the art of forgetfulness. However, it was much more powerful. Lu Yin waved his hand at the same time. This was setting sun, sharing afterglow. The two battle techniques clashed in the Forgotten Valley. This was a power that ordinary people could not comprehend. One wanted to make people forget their past, while the other wanted to burn their opponent's martial arts. Both were unfathomable. This was a battle of wills. The old man had not expected Lu Yin to have comprehended a battle technique at such a young age. Killing intent flashed in the old man's eyes. This person was so young, and his wills could not compare to his own. He should be able to defeat him. Lu Yin's setting sun had been comprehended from Wu Tian's firmament. His wills were both his and Wu Tian's wills. The three realms 6 Daos were the disciples of the Tianyuan universe's progenitor. The only reason they had not broken through to the primordial realm was because they had been suppressed by the progenitor. Otherwise, the three realms 6 Daos would have broken through to the primordial realm long ago, or even reached the level of transcending misery. In terms of wills, Lu Yin was not inferior to the old man's. However, he was unable to defeat the old man. The two wills clashed. The old man had not expected a draw in a battle technique. This person constantly gave him a sense of danger, one that surpassed even the battle with Dream for Sang Tian's position. He could not fight to the death. Now was not the time. The old man's white hair fluttered in the wind, extending endlessly to cover the sky. This was clearly some sort of battle technique. Lu Yin tapped out with his Tao of Tianyi. The white hair that covered the sky could not trap the Tao of Tianyi. Chu Yi's uni-word incarnation could see through the old man's weakness. In terms of cultivation, Chu Yi was on par with the old man, but in terms of experience, the old man could not compare to Chu Yi. If the three realms and 6 Daos had not been suppressed by the primogenitor, they could have all reached the level of passing bitter adversity. The spiritualized universe had unified the cultivation system for countless years, and many powerhouses had reached passing bitter adversity. The Tianyuan universe had been schemed against by the spiritualized universe from the very beginning, but even so, the 3 realms and 6 Daos could still reach passing bitter adversity. They had only been unable to do so because of the primogenitor. If they wanted to, they could break through to the primordial realm at any time and reach passing bitter adversity. This was something that the spiritualized universe's powerhouses could not compare to. Ignoring their current strength, the only ones in the spiritualized universe who could truly compare to the 3 realms and 6 Daos were Yuanqi, Huang Wuhuang, and the older generation, Sang Tian. A majestic power constellation flowed and gathered at the tip of Lu Yin's finger as he pointed at the old man. Sequence particles appeared in front of the old man, causing the power of Lu Yin's finger to disappear. Lu Yin raised a brow. "What's this?" The old man was afraid and kept retreating. "You've attacked me several times, and I've tolerated it. I hope that you'll take care of yourself and clear up any misunderstandings. If it's my fault, I'll give you a satisfactory explanation." "You can't afford it." Lu Yin took a step forward and paralleled time. The old man was shocked. The power of time. The old man did not hesitate to surround himself with sequence particles, but they instantly dissipated. The laws could not get close to him. Lu Yin pressed down on the old man with one hand and stepped out from behind. The old man turned around and used his intent realm battle technique. At the same time, the sequence particles continued to press down on Lu Yin. The old man could not understand. This person looked young and was definitely not a spiritual prime powerhouse, so how could the laws not get close to him? No matter what, the old man would not be able to easily repel the power of his sequence particles. The stacking sequence, right? Lu Yin's voice was calm. The power of his finger had not truly disappeared, it had simply been stacked. The sequence that the old man cultivated was exactly the same as Tianxi's. It was the stacking sequence. The stacking of power would strengthen the power of Lu Yin's finger, but when the power would explode was determined by the master of the sequence. In other words, even if the power of Lu Yin's finger was strengthened, he could not control the timing of the attack. Tianxi had used this sequence to baffle everyone in the Tianyuan universe. It was considered a rather strange sequence. The old man was not surprised that Lu Yin knew about it. Although this person was not a spiritualized universe creature, he must be a being from the consciousness universe to be able to exist in the spiritualized universe. The old man was in seclusion all year round and did not pay attention to the outside world, so he did not think that Lu Yin was related to the Tianyuan universe. This was also the reason why he wanted to retreat. He guessed that Lu Yin was a being from the consciousness universe, so his strongest power must be his consciousness. The old man was not confident that he could deal with a powerful consciousness. The old man clapped his hands, and the valley suddenly shook. It was as if it had come to life and pressed down on Lu Yin from all directions. Lu Yin's gaze was piercingly cold. "I see. This valley is your spiritualized weapon." Entering the valley was a matter of thought. This was Forgotten Valley, the old man's spiritualized weapon. He wanted to use Forgotten Valley to suppress Lu Yin and use the time to escape. He wanted to figure out Lu Yin's identity first. However, the next moment, something unbelievable happened. Forgotten Valley shrank and tried to suppress Lu Yin. Lu Yin raised his right fist and punched to the right. The unbelievable power instantly shattered a corner of the Forgotten Worry Valley. The old man was shocked. Impossible. Countless cultivators in the spiritualized universe sighed when they saw Lu Yin attack. It was impossible. It should have been a miracle, but it had happened to Lu Yin time and time again. This was a power that surpassed the limits of a living being. The old man was certain that his Forgotten Valley could temporarily suppress the limits of a spiritualized universe creature. He had deliberately tested it on such a creature, which was why he had placed Forgotten Valley outside. He wanted to fight for a chance of survival against a strong enemy. However, he had not expected Lu Yin to destroy it with a single punch. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3482. Lu Yin threw a punch at Old Man Wang from afar. Using brute force to break everything was a waste of time. It was not worth it. Old Man Wang's pupils constricted, and the half-destroyed Forgotten Worry Valley immediately blocked in front of him. With a bang, the valley was completely shattered, and the fragments slashed across Old Man Wang's face, leaving behind a trail of blood. The moment Carefree Valley was destroyed, Old Man Carefree's gaze turned sinister. He slowly rose into the air and stared at Lu Yin. Carefree. Many pairs of eyes stared at Lu Yin. He did not know where they came from, but they were numb, cold, and smiling. Their smiles were horrifying and emotionless. These gazes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts, and they instantly covered everything Lu Yin could see. He was assimilated by these gazes and lowered his arm. His memories were in chaos. Who was he? Lu Yin. Lu Shaoxian. Who was Ming Yan? Who was Jiang Qingyue? Who was Bai Wuxian? Who was Long Shi? Right, he was Jiang Qin. My name is Jiang Qin. No, I'm Lu Yin. Who killed my father? Was it Jiang Qin? Was it Ku Wei? Who was Ku Wei? Was it my master? Who was Mr. Mu? The only true God was my master. Countless chaotic memories caused Lu Yin's mind to go blank. He was like an empty shell as he stood there blankly. The carefree old man coughed up blood. He had been hiding in the Carefree Valley for so many years. He did not even participate in the battle for Sangtian with Bao Qi, all for the sake of Carefree. Carefree was a perfected intent realm battle skill that he had derived after many years of seclusion. He had derived it based on the intent realm battle skill Carefree. The moment he derived it, he knew that once he mastered it, the position of Sangtian would be at his fingertips. There was no one in the same realm who could compete with him for the position of Sangtian. The only ones who could be his opponents were those in the Bitter Calamity realm. Moreover, even those in the Bitter Calamity realm would be unstable after being hit by Worryless. No one in the Bitter Calamity realm would fight him to the death. This was his confidence in the Great Perfection realm battle technique, Worryless. This was the reason why he had been hiding in Forgotten Worry Valley. However, Worryless had never been able to reach Great Perfection. He had taken a shortcut, constantly stripping people of their nature and prying into their lives after they lost their nature to explore the path of Worryless. You have to follow the rules and regulations of the Umbrella Euro. If he was given more time, he would definitely be able to cultivate it successfully. But this person just had to come at this time, and was terrifyingly strong. He could only forcibly use Worryless. Although this kind of unsuccessful worry-free caused this person to be affected, causing his memories and emotions to become chaotic, it also caused him to suffer the backlash. Fresh blood dripped onto the ground, and the carefree old man looked at Lu Yin, who was still standing in his original spot with his head lowered. He was muttering to himself, this was the price he had to pay for losing his memories and emotions. He had denied himself. The carefree old man slowly walked towards Lu Yin. This was his only chance to kill this person. Step by step, he walked forward with great difficulty. At the same time, his memories were also in disarray. He had become one of those people who had their nature stripped away by him. He had killed his own lover with his own hands. He had killed his own son and killed his own father. Painful emotions spread and drowned him. It was so heavy that he could not breathe. His hair and beard fell off one by one. His cold gaze became pained. He took a step forward, but his body could no longer support him. He knelt down and wailed. Regardless of whether they were hiding or pretending to be dead, Luin would do his best to get rid of them. Before the Dayue villa was besieged, Luin would try his best to deal with some of the threats. Yu Sang Tian had not explicitly given the order to besiege the Dayue villa, but he had his own plans. This deep plan made Luin apprehensive, but Luin could only continue on his own path. He would increase the Tao of karma and eliminate the threat of the Tian Yuan universe. This was his responsibility as the master of the Tian Yuan universe. No one could replace what he was doing, not even the primogenitor. The battle in Carefree Valley seemed intense, but it did not cause much of a commotion. It was only after Lu Yin had left that people arrived and saw the battlefield. Zhang Qian, Gu Hou, and the others had been surrounded by the debaters, but not everyone who had been watching Lu Yin had been surrounded. There were still some who had been watching the Gate of Revelation. They had only gone over when the battle in Carefree Valley had erupted. By the time they had arrived, it was already too late, and Lu Yin had returned to the Gate of Revelation. Facing the third Venerable's expectant gaze, Lu Yin sat down rather tiredly. It's done. It's the carefree old man. The three looked at each other and knelt down. Thank you, Third Master. Lu Yin waved a hand. We're even now. The old man in the middle smiled bitterly. Third Master, you're exaggerating. How can we be even? We will never forget the kindness that you've shown us. We will not hesitate to go through fire and water for you. Lu Yin stood up. All right, let's go. He took a step forward. He left the Gate of Revelation and sat down on the pole. Let's go. Within the Gate of Revelation, the third Venerable watched from afar and bowed once more. The people around them were stunned. The third Master was at the Gate of Revelation. Then who had caused the commotion in the battle just now? Some people had gone to Carefree Valley, while others remained outside the Gate of Revelation to watch. There was also a group of people who had been surrounded by the debaters with Zhang Qian and could not leave. They were somewhat desperate because Zhang Qian was still arguing. He did not believe that the universe was a living creature, and he would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. More and more debaters joined in. Come on, do you think I'm afraid of you? Drown me with your saliva. If you can't drown me, I'll fight it out with you. We're being reasonable. You're all liars. You're a debater. You're the debater. Your whole family is debaters. The people around them despaired. You're all debaters. As the pole passed by, Lu Yin looked at the scene strangely. Young people are really energetic. The battle in Carefree Valley had not caused a huge commotion, as it was not Lu Yin's style. Some people said that the battle had nothing to do with him, while others said that it had been caused by him. As for Lu Yin coming out of the Gate of Revelation, no one cared. He could have gone to Carefree Valley without anyone noticing. As time passed, some of the older generation's powerhouses arrived at Carefree Valley and saw traces of Carefree's intent realm battle technique. They concluded that Carefree Elder was still alive, and one of the people involved in the battle had been the old man. This conclusion shocked countless people. Although Carefree Elder was not very famous, and only many of the older generation had heard of him, his deeds were enough to shock countless people. He was a powerhouse who had fought for Sang Tian's position in an era and had fought with Meng Sang Tian. He had even made a name for himself in the universe a long time ago. He was an absolute powerhouse, and his seniority was even higher than Zhen's. Everyone had thought that Carefree Elder was dead, and no one had expected him to still be alive. However, no one knew what had happened to him now. They looked at Lu Yin again and thought of Zhen. They guessed that Lu Yin had attacked Carefree Elder. Now that Lu Yin was alive and kicking, eating fruits, and teasing Palace Mistress Yao, it was obvious that something had happened to Carefree Elder. How was this third master so sure that Carefree Elder was still alive? And why had he attacked Carefree Elder? Countless mysteries appeared in everyone's minds. If this third master had really attacked Carefree Elder, then his target in the open zone was Carefree Elder. If Deuvilla knew that Carefree Elder was in the open zone, then it must have been plotting against the spiritualized universe for a long time, just like the Five Realms War. This speculation made the various great powers even more fearful. Suddenly, a guess was made. Deuvilla's third master wanted to fight for Sang Tian's position. This guess seemed laughable, but when combined with his repeated attacks, it was not that laughable. Was there a conflict between challenging Yu Sang Tian and obtaining Sang Tian's position? Yu Sang Tian had always ruled over the spiritualized universe, which gave people the impression that he was the master of the spiritualized universe. However, in reality, it was Yu Sang Tian and the 7 great Sang Tians who ruled over the spiritualized universe. The 7 great Sang Tians could influence Yu Sang Tian's decisions. Originally, Sang Tian had violated the rules, which might have represented himself or Deuvilla. However, it did not necessarily represent this third master. If this third master left Deuvilla and joined Beyond Heaven, then even if he challenged Yu Sang Tian and did not join Zenith Palace, he might still be able to obtain Sang Tian's position. All he had to do was eliminate all the competitors for Sang Tian's position. That seemed to be what he was doing right now. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3483. Achieve greatness. Me. Lu Yin was shocked. Old Tao said, "That's what the outside world is saying." Lu Yin laughed. "What achievements do I have? I'm almost at the extreme palace." Palace Mistress Yao looked at Lu Yin, and her eyes flashed. The Imperial Mulberry Sky is one of the 7 great mulberry skies, and it rules over the spiritualized universe. In theory, the Imperial Mulberry Sky and the 7 great mulberry skies can influence the future of the spiritualized universe. Only the Supreme Extremity can decide everything with a single word, but the Supreme Extremity has yet to appear. The Imperial Mulberry Sky is also very powerful, and it established the Imperial God Mountain. Actually, as long as Sang Tian's position is vacant, anyone can compete for it. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. "I'm from the Tianyuan universe?" Old Tao was very certain. "As long as the other 6 Sang Tian agree, it will be fine." Lu Yin looked at Palace Mistress Yao. Palace Mistress Yao nodded. Her beautiful face had an indescribable expression. "That's right. If Yu Sang Tian opposes it, the worst-case scenario is that there will always be a vacant Sang Tian position. However, this vacant position won't last for long, because the Guardian Spirit Day is coming. At that time, Yu Sang Tian will have to lead the 7 great Sang Tian Guardian Spirits. As long as you can fight until no one dares to compete for the position of Sang Tian, the position of Sang Tian will definitely be yours." Was it Sang Tian? To be honest, he had never thought about it before. How could a person from the Tianyuan cosmos like him become Sang Tian? But now, on the day of the sacrifice spirit, as long as he could beat everyone to the point that they couldn't become Sang Tian, it would be fine. "Are you sure you can force Yu Sang Tian to acknowledge me on the day of the spirit sacrifice? What if he insists on appointing Sang Tian?" Lu Yin retorted. Empress Yao's lips curled up, and this was the first time Lu Yin had seen her smile. "Then let's fight. Sang Tian cannot be defeated. If he is defeated, then he is no longer Sang Tian. A defeated Sang Tian does not have the right to be a guardian spirit. This is the understanding of the spiritualized universe. Xian xian de xian xing chuan xing chuan xing chuan xing chuan xing chuan xing chuan pi." Lu Yin's eyes lit up as he looked into the distance. Sang Tian. Sang Tian. Was he really going to become Sang Tian? Sang Tian was qualified to enter the depths of the extreme palace and wait for an audience with the supreme extremity. Sang Tian could see the wonders of the day of sacrifice. Sang Tian could mobilize all resources, including the 7 major forces. Sang Tian was an indispensable link in the spiritualized universe's culture and represented the highest. Primordial Origin knew that Yu Sang Tian had a big secret like the small spirit universe, but Yu Sang Tian still could not kill Primordial Origin because Primordial Origin was Sang Tian. Sang Tian's identity seemed to be a good protection. Old Tao said respectfully, "Head, if you obtain Sang Tian's identity, you can even influence the spiritualized universe's attitude towards the Tian Yuan universe." This thought flashed through Lu Yin's mind like a flash of inspiration. The only problem is that Deyu Mountain Villa violated the rules. This is a taboo for everyone in the spiritualized universe. Old Tao was in a difficult position. Lu Yin didn't mind breaking the rules. Who did he offend? Yu Sang Tian. I really don't care about him. His imprisonment is worthless to me. My prohibitions are prohibitions. My rules are rules. Help me find out who is vying for the position of Sang Tian. I will go and cause trouble for him. Old Tao carefully asked, "Then what about the extreme palace's carvings?" "Not for now," Lu Yin replied. If they really wanted to fight for the position of Sang Tian, then the provocation of the extreme palace's carvings could wait. What could destroy the spiritualized universe more than Sang Tian? It could even disgust Yu Sang Tian. Old Tao relaxed. It was good that Lu Yin wasn't going. Palace Mistress Yao also relaxed. Even Kai Kiching and Star Toad relaxed. Just thinking about the extreme palace's carvings made their hearts tremble. Sang Tian would definitely come out to stop them. Ever since leaving Dayu Mountain Villa, Lu Yin had encountered many experts along the way, but none of them were easy to deal with. The extreme palace was definitely the most powerful. Who's next? Lu Yin asked. Old Tao hesitated for a moment before answering, "Dancing Butterfly." Palace Mistress Yao was shocked. Dancing Butterfly. Kai Kiching also looked at Old Tao in shock. Lu Yin was curious. Is that their name? Old Tao respectfully replied, "Those are their names. They are Butterfly Dance and World's Edge. These two are husband and wife. For some reason, they hate each other, but they never leave each other." During Bao Qi's battle for Sang Tian, they also took action, and their threat far surpassed Zhen's. If not for their conflict, the position of Sang Tian might not have ended up in Bao Qi's hands. Lu Yin was interested. They're that powerful? Palace Mistress Yao's expression turned serious. They are powerful, and I can deal with one of them alone. But if they work together, I'm definitely not their match. Lu Yin no longer had much of an impression of Palace Mistress Yao, the number 1 person under Sang Tian. He had encountered too many experts in the spiritualized universe, such as Zhen and Carefree Old Man. Which one of them was easy to deal with? Although Palace Mistress Yao wasn't weak in comparison, she was still far from being the number 1 person under Sang Tian. Old Tao said, "If the two of them work together, they can be called the number 1 person under Sang Tian." Of course, that's if they work together. Boss, their strength can't be underestimated. The best way to deal with them is to sow discord and prevent them from working together. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. I'm not that despicable. Let's go find them. They'll also compete for Sang Tian's position. There will definitely be competition. Old Tao was certain. Then that's fine, Lu Yin said. He then thought of something. Tell the people behind you that I'm looking for Bao Qi. Palace Mistress Yao didn't understand what Lu Yin was saying. The people behind Old Tao. Old Tao thought about it. I'll give it a try. Lu Yin looked at him. I'm not just giving it a try. I must find Bao Qi. If Yu Sang Tian doesn't strip the original Sang Tian of his position, then I'll let him reap what he sowed and leave the position empty. Bao Qi is also very suitable. If the people behind you don't help me, then I'll go find them. You can tell them directly. Old Tao smiled bitterly. Yes, I understand. Asking Lu Yin to find Skyhand. Skyhand had a headache. No one wanted Lu Yin to go, as the third master's strength was shocking. Even if they could deal with him, the price would be too great. If this had been in the past, Old Tao wouldn't have been troubled, and Skyhand would have been willing to help Lu Yin find Bao Qi. However, now that news had spread that Lu Yin wanted to compete for Sang Tian's position, Skyhand might not be willing. Skyhand wanted to use Lu Yin to deal with the hidden powerhouses because he wanted to eliminate the competitors for Sang Tian's position. If they had to compete with Lu Yin in the end, Old Tao could guess what they would think. Not long after, the gliding pole landed in a heavenly city, and Old Tao contacted Skyhand. Bao Qi. Yes, the third master wants to find Bao Qi. He said that he won't make a move until he finds Bao Qi. He originally wanted to find trouble with the dancing butterfly horizon. Let me ask you, does this person want to compete for Sang Tian's position? Skyhand's people were apprehensive. Old Tao didn't hesitate. No, the Dayu villa has violated the rules, and the third master can't leave the villa. He naturally won't compete for Sang Tian's position. I'm certain of that. Skyhand paused for a moment. You must remember that you are the fourth Skyhand, not the Dayu villa. The Dayu villa will eventually be destroyed. You can't imagine how powerful Lord Yu Sang Tian is. The Dayu villa provoked the realm beyond heaven and is doomed. If you still want to leave the Dayu villa, you have to help Skyhand. Old Tao promised, I will definitely side with Skyhand. Don't worry, it wasn't easy for me to climb up. It's good that you know. What about Bao Qi? We will help him find Bao Qi. We will take him to deal with the dancing butterfly horizon first. The call ended. Old Tao was helpless. It seemed that both sides had tacitly acknowledged each other's existence. Otherwise, Skyhand wouldn't have said that last sentence. It was just that they didn't mention it. They were both using each other, and it was just a matter of who would end up using the other. The dancing butterfly horizon was different from Zhen and the carefree elder. Everyone knew that they were still alive, and their lives were shocking. The spiritualized universe's 36 filaments were just a path formed by the spiritualized universe's spirit threads. Compared to the entire spiritualized universe, these filaments were still very small. The 36 filaments controlled the spiritualized universe, but they couldn't represent the entire universe. On a barren land, a red rain fell from the sky. In the distance, tornadoes connected the sky and the earth. There were black, white, and blue tornadoes. This was a place where ordinary people couldn't survive, but two figures were fighting. Boom! Boom! The ground cracked, and the sky exploded. A man and a woman fought against each other, and this had been going on for many years. They fought like this without speaking. The ground continued to shatter, but it was constantly restored by the nourishment of the red rain. A long time ago, many people had watched from afar, but after a long time, those people had all left. No one was watching anymore, and their battles seemed to be never-ending. In a corner of the land, there was a paradise that was completely different from the harsh climate of the land. It was filled with pink peach blossoms, and there was a small bridge over flowing water. When they were tired of fighting, they would return to the paradise to rest and then fight again. This cycle repeated itself. When Lu Yin's group arrived, they were still fighting. Lu Yin's group's arrival attracted quite a few people. These people were all staring at Lu Yin, and now, they were also looking at the land. That third master's target is the dancing butterfly horizon. He really dares to attack. The dancing butterfly horizon is fine if he's alone, as he can't even compare to Qizun and Wu Wei. But when the two of them work together, even Ku Jie's powerhouses fear them. It looks like the third master's target is the Sang Tian's position. Otherwise, why would he attack the dancing butterfly horizon? The dancing butterfly horizon has vowed to fight for the Sang Tian's position. Once the primordial land's position is taken away, they'll have to compete for it. It makes sense for them to attack now. I wonder how this battle will turn out. Lu Yin sat on a pole and watched the battle on the land. It seemed intense, but it was actually very ordinary. How should he put it? There was no technique involved at all. It was more like the two sides were just venting their boredom and playing around. It would be impossible for others to see the dancing butterfly horizon through this battle. However, for those who had not reached Lu Yin's level of vision, the battle at the dancing butterfly horizon was still quite intense. It could even be said to be tragic. Old Tao was dumbfounded. On the land, every move made his heart tremble. He knew that if he stayed on the ground, he wouldn't be able to last more than a few moves. B-boss, they've been fighting for many years. Although there's no clear victor, they've been fighting each other. But the more they fight, the more they understand each other. Once they work together, their strength will increase exponentially. Are you really going to attack them? Lu Yin stood up and stretched. They're destined opponents. There's no other way. After he finished speaking, he took a step forward and appeared on the ground in an instant. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3484. Red rain fell, and the black tornado seemed to have a mind of its own as it swept towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at dancing butterfly border, who was still fighting, and slowly said, "I'll give you all some time to rest." The black tornado suddenly dissipated. In the distance, dancing butterfly border stopped and returned to the paradise without a word, each of them returning to their own rooms to recover. Their expressions were serious. That person was very strong. Just now, when that person had stepped into their circle, they had all felt a chill. That chill had clearly told them that they might not be his match if they fought alone. After so many years, were they finally going to work together again after their battle with Bao Qi? Lu Yin stood on the piece of land and raised his hand, causing red rain to fall onto his palm. It smelled of metal, but it was also mixed with the smell of dirt. It was a very strange substance, and it was just enough to repair this piece of land that had been destroyed. It was no wonder that dancing butterfly border had chosen this place to fight all year round. Otherwise, with the frequency of their battles, the 36 filaments would not have been able to withstand it. It was normal for one battle to destroy an entire region. Outside the land, many gazes gathered on Lu Yin. Was he really going to fight? This third master was really going to challenge all the experts in the world, and he was not just spouting nonsense. How many battles had he fought since he left the Dayu Villa? Each opponent was stronger than the last, and the battle of wills had shaken the spiritualized universe. Who knew how his battle with dancing butterfly border would turn out? Several days later, dancing butterfly border walked out of the paradise and arrived at the center of the land, facing Lu Yin. She was beautiful, and although she could not compare to Palace Empress Yao in terms of talent, there was a stubbornness in her eyes that was as sharp as a blade. Horizon was a handsome man with an elegant demeanor. His gaze was gentle, but hidden beneath his gentle gaze was a high fighting spirit. The two were very compatible, and the more one looked at them, the more compatible they seemed. They were like one person standing together, fusing with each other. "Who are you?" Border asked. Butterfly border frowned. "What are you talking about? If he's looking for trouble, let's deal with him first. Border said, you should at least know your opponent's name. His strength is worthy of our respect. What, is Yu Sang Tian worthy of your respect? Xiao Wu, these are two different things. Put away your disgusting personality. An enemy is an enemy. Who cares about his background and strength? If you can deal with him, then do it. If you can't, then run. Tianya said helplessly, being impulsive won't get you anywhere. Jia Wu coldly laughed, being a coward is even more useless. Lu Yin listened to their conversation and said, it seems like the two of you want to quarrel. I can wait. Tianya looked at Lu Yin. I've embarrassed myself in front of you. Jia Wu suddenly charged out and kicked out at Lu Yin. Her movements were swift and decisive, and the void continuously crumbled. This kick contained an enormous amount of power, and it also contained a sequence technique that spread out sequence particles. Lu Yin kicked out as well. Tianya's expression changed. Be careful. Jia Wu abruptly retracted her leg and dodged Lu Yin's kick. She flipped over, and her sequence particles converged like a second Jia Wu as they pressed down on Lu Yin. At the same time, World Edge attacked from another direction. He held the wooden flute in his hand and spun it. A green shadow flickered as sequence particles gathered at the same time. The two strands of sequence particles condensed and fused together in the void, forming a power that even Lu Yin feared as it crashed down. Lu Yin released the starry sky from his heart in an attempt to disperse the energy. But he found that it was not that easy, although it was easier to dispel than the foundation of the sequences. Yes, but it wasn't much easier. This was the method of fusing sequences. Outside the continent, Old Tao sighed. The 38th sequence technique, annihilation, has a very impressive name, but its power isn't that great. Those who have just reached the sequence law level and have comprehended the annihilation sequence technique have an advantage, but the greatest disadvantage of this sequence technique is that there's a limit to its power. It's purely destructive power, and only destructive power. In a battle at the sequence law level, the further one goes, the more one will be seen through. However, Dancing Butterfly Horizon cultivates the annihilation sequence technique at the same time, and based on their many years of mutual understanding, they have fused the two sequence techniques together to form a power similar to the foundation of the sequences. This is different. Palace Mistress Yao looked at Old Tao. You seem to know everything. Kai Keqing had noticed as well. Even the Star Toad had noticed, and it gave Old Tao a strange look. This guy's power was mediocre, so how did he know everything? Old Tao coughed. Well, I have a wide circle of friends. On the continent, Lu Yin dodged the sequence technique, and the void collapsed where he stood. The sequence technique continuously spread out in all directions, trying to envelop him. Lu Yin could tell that this was a different kind of foundation of the sequences. When Dancing Butterfly Horizon worked together, it was the same as controlling a foundation of the sequences. It was no wonder why they were so powerful. But if that was all, it wouldn't be enough to cause him any trouble. The two had cultivated for many years, and their sequence particles were boundless. Two majestic waves of sequence particles converged like a monster that wreaked havoc towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin raised a hand and struck out with a palm. Dancing Butterfly Horizon attacked at the same time, and the sequence particles fused together and fiercely pressed down, destroying both of them. Suddenly, the sequence particles became unstable, and they were pulled back by Lu Yin's palm. Impossible! Butterfly Dance was shocked. This person had actually borrowed their sequence particles. Horizon pulled Butterfly Dance back. This person isn't easy to deal with. Be careful. Lu Yin used a chain palm, and although it didn't cause any damage to Dancing Butterfly Horizon, it still broke through their dual annihilation. Outside the continent, many people were shocked. This palm seemed ordinary, but it was extremely stunning. Something like this had never happened before. Was this considered borrowing strength to fight strength? Someone else's sequence particles could be used. Where had this third master learned such a stunning palm technique? Or had he created it himself? Your Excellency's palm technique is astonishing. I'm impressed, Horizon exclaimed. Lu Yin retracted his palm and looked at the two. Your cooperation is equivalent to controlling a foundation of the sequences. I'm impressed as well. Progenitor Chen's chain palm was similar to Ancestor Ku's chain palm. It was like turning something rotten into something miraculous. When things reached an extreme, they would move in the opposite direction. Many times, it had allowed Lu Yin to break through desperate situations. However, there was no upper limit to the chain palm. Now, he could borrow sequence particles, and in the future, he might even be able to borrow an enemy's intent realm or even stronger strength. It could be said that Ancestor Ku and Progenitor Chen represented the pinnacle of an era. They had opened up two different paths, not just battle techniques. Who are you? Why are you looking for trouble with us? Horizon asked. This time, butterfly dance didn't stop them. Lu Yin's strength made her apprehensive, and she had to be careful when dealing with such a person. Many things went with her personality, but there were also many things that suppressed her personality. Lu Yin smiled, Dayu Villa's third master. You can call me seventh bro. Horizon and butterfly dance were confused. Dayu Villa. They had never heard of it. They had always been fighting on this continent and didn't know anything about the outside world. Lu Yin said, I want to challenge all the experts in the world, and you are one of them. There are no personal grudges, that's all. So that's how it is. You want to challenge all the experts in the world. I admire your courage, but with the two of us working together, even if we win, it's still a victory. If we fight alone, we won't be able to defeat you, Horizon said. Butterfly Dance was dissatisfied. Who says we won't be able to defeat him alone? You're admitting defeat without even fighting. Trash. Horizon was helpless. The two of us can only work together. Alone, we aren't considered the peak of the spirit prime realm. It's not like you don't know that. Butterfly Dance sneered, is that why you don't have any ambition? Horizon was helpless. Lu Yin said, Dancing Butterfly's World's Edge is originally a single entity, so I will also see the two of you working together as one entity. Make your move. They've already provoked you to this extent, and you're still not acting. You're not a man. Alright, since you've said so, we won't hold back. Dancing Butterfly's World's Edge. With that, the red rain stopped and was replaced by pink peach blossoms that fell from the sky. It was as beautiful as a fairyland, and even the roaring tornadoes in the distance were dyed in a layer of light. Beneath his feet, a dark green color surged up like a wave, rising from the bottom. The pink peach blossoms and the dark green waves covered the sky, and Lu Yin was in the middle. Outside the continent, Palace Mistress Yao's gaze turned serious. This was Dancing Butterfly's World's Edge's combination battle technique, and it was also their signature technique. Lu Yin didn't feel anything, but he could tell that this was the power of spiritual force. It turned out that Dancing Butterfly's World's Edge specialized in spiritual force. On the other side, Dancing Butterfly's World's Edge had a serious expression. They had used spiritual force, and the moment the peach blossoms and waves appeared, their spiritual force had already attacked, but this person remained unmoved. This wasn't unexpected, as this person was very strong. Even though he looked like a spirit progenitor, he was definitely a spirit prime. He hadn't used any echelon techniques yet, so it wasn't strange for him to be able to resist this level of spiritual force. Then, next. Butterfly Dance took out her zither. Horizon placed his wooden flute horizontally. Third mistress, be careful. If you can't take it, just admit defeat. With that, the zither and flute resonated together. Butterflies and flowers danced in the sky, and waves surged on the ground. Everything distorted, and the sound traveled out of the continent and into space. When Old Tao heard this, his body trembled. Retreat. Palace Mistress Yao's gaze turned solemn. This spiritual force was very powerful, and she couldn't withstand it even if the two worked together. She could only decide the victor before the two joined forces. Spiritual force and consciousness were two different types of power. One attacked the body, while the other attacked the mind. However, the results were similar. Around them, the people who were staring at them also retreated. They felt as if they were witnessing a battle between intents again. Qi Zun, Wu Wei's consciousness, and Dancing Butterfly's world's spiritual force made it so that they didn't dare to approach. This third mistress had such a terrifying consciousness, so her spiritual force was definitely not strong. No one was strong in both spiritual force and spiritual force. However, consciousness could completely resist spiritual force, so Dancing Butterfly's world didn't know how strong this third mistress consciousness was. Someone's voice traveled to Dancing Butterfly's world's ears. This third mistress has the power to cross the bitter adversity level. Dancing Butterfly shouted and looked up into space. Who is it? Despicable. Horizon frowned and looked at Lu Yin. Sorry, someone warned us that you have the power to cross the bitter adversity level and told us to be careful. Lu Yin laughed. It doesn't matter. Whether you care or not has nothing to do with us, but we won't do such a despicable thing. Horizon's expression was serious as he stared at Lu Yin. We'll take one of your consciousness attacks. Dancing Butterfly snorted but didn't object. She urged, hurry up. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3485. Lu Yin looked at them in surprise. Is there a need? World's Edge nodded. We've lived honorable lives and have never done anything despicable. If we didn't know about your consciousness beforehand, it would have been enough to attack us once. Even if we took the hit, it would have been an advantage. Even if we won, it wouldn't have been glorious. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. You're overthinking things. I never planned on using my consciousness. Are you looking down on us? Dia Wu's gaze turned cold. Lu Yin shrugged. I admire your personalities, but your strength isn't enough for me to use my consciousness. Dia Wu laughed coldly. World's Edge, we've been underestimated. We've really been underestimated. World's Edge sighed. How many years has it been since we last met? To think that such a peerless figure has appeared among the younger generation. Third head, you're very arrogant. Lu Yin shook his head. I'm not arrogant. You haven't seen true arrogance yet. Since that's the case, we won't be polite. World's Edge was also angered. Although he had a good temper, it didn't mean that he didn't have a temper. Lu Yin's arrogant words had infuriated him several times. The flute continued to grow louder and the zither music became clearer. Listening to the flute, Lu Yin felt as if he could see Mr. Mu. Master, are you all right? Although they hadn't been apart for long, he didn't know if he could return alive. Closing his eyes, Lu Yin listened quietly. These two were worthy of respect. Spiritual force rained down on Lu Yin like a storm. Outside the continent, everyone retreated again and again. This spiritual force had formed a huge monster, and the moment they heard the zither and flute, their entire body would be affected. They didn't dare to approach. Only Lu Yin stood there with his hands behind his back and his eyes closed, not moving at all. No matter how intense the zither and flute combination was, or how violent the spiritual force was, it couldn't shake Lu Yin. World's Edge was shocked. How could this be? This person had the consciousness of someone who had crossed the bitter adversity level. Could it be that he had also cultivated spiritual force to the same level? There shouldn't be such a person. Lu Yin had never slacked off on his spiritual force cultivation. Although he hadn't reached the spirit prime level or even crossed the bitter adversity level, with the support of the primogenitor scripture, even ancestor she couldn't shake him. The ancestor of the ancient era was the light Civ sword Heaven, and his light Civ sword Qi had once forced the Lu clan to bow their heads. As a result, Patriarch Lu Yuan had no choice but to beg the ancestor for the ancestor scripture to make up for the Lu clan's lack of essence, Qi, and spirit. Not only did he possess the primogenitor scripture, but he had also cultivated the true God's freedom technique. This technique was also related to spiritual force, and it had caused Lu Yin's spiritual force to transform. He didn't even know when it had happened. He might not be able to reach the power of the Qing Luo sword Heaven like the ancestor of the past, but withstanding that kind of power was not a problem. The dancing butterfly World's Edge was also a spiritual prime, and their spiritual force was close to the ancestors. Their combined spiritual force battle technique surpassed the ancestors' like Gau's sword technique, but it was still unable to shake Lu Yin. You have to follow the rules and regulations of the umbrella Euro. At most, Lu Yin's face paled a little. The zither and flute ensemble stopped. The peach blossoms and waves dissipated. Tianya said helplessly, "It's useless." Jia Wu was shocked. Red rain fell once more, and the air distorted as a figure slowly walked out from the ground. Jia Wu looked over, and her face paled as her body swayed. World's Edge hurriedly hugged her. Her soft body was in his embrace, and there was still the fragrance of peach blossoms. However, he did not have the time to appreciate this beauty. "He's a monster," Jia Wu muttered to herself as she stared blankly at Lu Yin walking over. World's Edge was bitter. If he's like this, then that person is even more of a monster. Outside the land, those searching for Lu Yin stopped and sighed deeply. He wasn't dead, he really wasn't dead. They were not surprised at all. This third master was unfathomable, and his strength was shocking. In particular, the battle of wills was unfathomable. World's Edge was very powerful, and he had used some unknown technique to beat the third master to the point where he could not even retaliate. However, that was all he could do. So what if he could not retaliate? He would not retaliate since he could not be injured. Old Tao, Palace Mistress Yao, and the rest heaved sighs of relief. At first, they had been captured by Lu Yin, but as time passed, they had been tied up in the Dayu Villa and could not leave. If the Dayu Villa collapsed, they would be in trouble as well, and the entire spiritualized universe would not be able to contain them. Seeing that Lu Yin was completely unharmed, they once again understood their situation. Startoad could not help but cover his eyes. As expected, being cautious. Who didn't know of Palace Mistress Yao's name? Her appearance had long since spread, causing countless people to fall in love with her. Jia Wu and Tianya naturally recognized Palace Mistress Yao. Palace Mistress Yao didn't understand why Lu Yin had called her over, so she quietly stood behind him. Tianya was confused. "Who are you and Palace Mistress Yao?" Lu Yin's lips curled up. "She's a chess piece abandoned by you, sang Tian. And I picked up this chess piece." Palace Mistress Yao's expression was calm. Lu Yin's words were insulting, but they were also the truth. Jia Wu and Tianya looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. From what they knew, Palace Mistress Yao would be the first to be dealt with in the next competition for Sang Tian's position, and they wouldn't leave her until the end. They hadn't expected her to be abandoned by Yu Sang Tian. How could this be? They didn't know how to react. Lu Yin shook his head. "Sometimes, it's good to look at the outside world. Palace Mistress Yao isn't your target anymore, so do you know who else is Yu Sang Tian's scheme? Jia Wu and Tian Ye's eyes were filled with confusion. They didn't know either. Not long after, in Xanadu, flowing water flowed beneath their feet. Jia Wu brewed tea with flower petals. Lu Yin reminisced about Zhao Ran. He might never be able to drink that girl's tea again. Tian Ye sat across from Lu Yin and said apologetically, "No matter what, we must obtain Sang Tian's position. Whether it's you or anyone else, we won't give up even if we die. If you don't trust us, you can end us here and bury us in this peach garden." Jia Wu was calm, as if death didn't matter to them. Lu Yin didn't want to kill them, and he hadn't from the start. "I can choose not to kill you, but I can suppress you somewhere so that you won't be able to move," Lu Yin said. Jia Wu looked at the peach blossoms in the distance and didn't mind. Tianya smiled, "That's not bad, but can you allow us to bring 2 peach blossoms with us?" Lu Yin stared at Tianya. "Is Sang Tian's position that important to you? No matter how I look at it, you don't seem like people who seek power." Tianya smiled and took a sip of tea. "We don't care about Sang Tian's position, but we care about the possibility of seeing it on the day of the sacrifice spirits. Legend has it that Yu Sang Tian leads 7 Sang Tian sacrifice spirits. Is there a chance of seeing something different?" Lu Yin asked. Tianya nodded. "Is that scene very important to you?" Lu Yin didn't understand. "That seems to be just a legend, and no details about it have ever been leaked." "That's right." Tianya thought about it for a moment before continuing. "We don't know what this scene represents, but we want to see if there's a possibility." Jia Wu retracted her gaze and coldly glanced at Tianya. "Nonsense." Lu Yin looked at Jia Wu. Jia Wu met Lu Yin's gaze and coldly said, "Seeing the scene is just one reason. Since ancient times, so many Sang Tians have never seen one, and we don't have any hope. What we want the most is to get close to Yu Sang Tian and kill him." Lu Yin was stunned. "Kill Yu Sang Tian?" Jia Wu proudly replied, "That's right. Kill him, and if we fail, we'll mess up this spiritual universe. It's best if we mess up the unified cultivation model. The messier, the better." Lu Yin blinked. "Wasn't that the same as him?" "Why?" Tianya laughed and shook his head. "We've made a fool of ourselves. With our strength, isn't it laughable to say that we want to kill Yu Sang Tian?" Jia Wu wanted to retort, but when she thought about the battle from before, she deflated. Tianya looked at her. "I already said that the time wasn't right, and we weren't strong enough. You didn't believe me and fought with me for so many years. If I hadn't held you back, you would have already died at Yu Sang Tian's hands." Jia Wu glared at him. "Shut up." Tianya fell silent. If not for the fact that he knew that they weren't aware of the outside world, Lu Yin would have thought that they were pandering to him. This was too much of a coincidence. These two had the same goal as him. He curiously asked, "Why do you want to kill Yu Sang Tian?" Tianya replied, "Since things have already gotten to this point, there's no harm in telling you. After all, our lives are in your hands. Jia Wu and I are husband and wife, but we're also fellow apprentices. Our master is Elder Xing Xia, who is also Jia Wu's grandfather." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3487. Old Man Beneath the Stars. Lu Yin seemed to have heard of him before. Old Tao had mentioned him on the way to Sun City. "It seems that you don't know much about Old Man Beneath the Stars." "That's right, you're still young, so it's normal that you don't know much about him. But if you've been to Ring Sun City, you might have heard of the legend of Old Man Beneath the Stars. Old Man Beneath the Stars once left a water tower in Ring Sun City, which once surpassed Yu Sang Tian. But with his death, the water tower was forcefully dispersed. He was of the same generation as Yu Sang Tian, and they both became Sky Sang Tian at the same time. At the same time, they both saw a miraculous scene on the day of sacrifice. But he was killed by Yu Sang Tian. Jia Wu clenched her fists, her eyes bloodshot. My grandfather is Yu Sang Tian. Back then, Yu Sang Tian couldn't compare to my grandfather at all. Yu Sang Tian's position originally belonged to my grandfather, but Yu Sang Tian ambushed my grandfather in the name of exchanging pointers, killing him and erasing his legend. No one in the spiritualized universe mentions Old Man Beneath the Stars because of Yu Sang Tian. I want to get rid of Yu Sang Tian and take revenge for my grandfather. Tianya nodded. Master's kindness to me is as heavy as a mountain, and Yu Sang Tian killed him. We must take revenge, but after so many years, I know how strong Yu Sang Tian is. He's far beyond our reach. Jia Wu and I aren't strong enough to kill Yu Sang Tian, far from it. Jia Wu was impulsive and wanted to kill her way to beyond the stars, but she couldn't do it alone. We can only become stronger if we work together, but I don't want to die for nothing. This is why we've been fighting for so many years. We had an agreement to become Yu Sang Tian and get close to him. That's the only way to kill him, and the opportunity lies in Thunderous World. Jia Wu despaired, but this move can't even hurt you, let alone Yu Sang Tian. Lu Yin agreed, you can't hurt him. He can kill you with a single slap. Tianya was helpless, the truth was just too unpleasant to listen to. Jia Wu clenched her fists. Heavenly lightning is our only chance at killing Yu Sang Tian. If we can't even use it, I really don't know what to do. Tianya said bitterly, if we cultivate, we won't be able to live longer than Yu Sang Tian. Yu Sang Tian has a very high chance of attaining eternal life. Back then, Yu Sang Tian sent experts to invade the Tian Yuan cosmos, hoping to achieve eternal life by rebooting the Tian Yuan cosmos. We wanted to destroy it back then, but we were powerless. We can't even ruin his plan, and we still want to kill him. How laughable. Jia Wu was unwilling. Even if that's the case, we have to get close to him first. We have to get Sang Tian's position. Tianya placed his hand on Jia Wu's. Dai Wu's body trembled, but she didn't push him away and allowed him to hold her. For so many years, Tianya had allowed her to be capricious and fought with her until now. She felt guilty and her heart ached for him. This man could be famous throughout the universe. Whether it was in the 36 domains or the heavens beyond, he could be a top-notch master. But he had accompanied her to bear this hatred. He had long since repaid the favor of her grandfather's teachings, and he had only stayed here for her. Lu Yin took a sip of tea. Everyone had their own story, but Dancing Butterfly's story coincided with his goal. As he thought about it, a karmic spiral appeared at his fingertip and pierced through Dancing Butterfly's horizon. Dancing Butterfly's horizon sensed something. They couldn't see the karmic spiral, but they felt as if something was about to attack them. Just like Mr. Lee, they couldn't see it, but they could feel it. However, they couldn't avoid it. Mr. Lee was a powerhouse who had undergone bitter adversity, so he could avoid it. When the karmic spiral pierced through them, the feeling became even clearer. Dancing Butterfly's horizon closed his eyes and didn't resist, as he couldn't. They didn't know what Lu Yin had done to them. Death? Or suppression? It didn't matter. This was the path they had chosen. There was no hatred or resentment, only unwillingness. The karmic spiral continued to pierce through Dancing Butterfly's horizon, and Lu Yin could see the karmic threads and the past. He couldn't see everything clearly, as this was different from the Dai's possession. However, he could use the karmic threads and karmic threads to sort out the relationship. At the very least, he could be sure that Dancing Butterfly's horizon hadn't lied to him. They truly didn't know about the Daiyu Villa, and they didn't know that he was the third master. They truly did want to kill Yu Sang Tian. Of these two, one was loyal, while the other was stubborn. The stubborn one was still rational and didn't kill his way to outer sky alone. He had to hold the other one back. Otherwise, the two would have died long ago. These two were connected by a thread. No matter how one wanted to go in another direction, he had to drag the other along while the other desperately retreated. Interesting. Speaking of which, what you want to do is the same as me, Luin said as he took a sip of tea. Dancing Butterfly's Horizon looked at Luin, not understanding what he meant. Luin smiled, let's go out and take a look. Come back and talk to me. Dancing Butterfly's Horizon and Mr. Lee looked at each other, even more confused. You want to let us go? Luin said, you'll come back. The two stood up. If they could avoid death, neither of them wanted to die. What do you mean? Dancing Butterfly couldn't help but ask. Luin didn't say anything and just sat there calmly, sipping his tea. Horizon pulled Dancing Butterfly away and left the continent. After they left, Luin looked at the peach garden. The scenery was pretty good, and it was a stark contrast to the desolate land in the distance. Old Tao and the others came over. Boss, are you injured? Startoad stared at Luin. Luin replied, I'm fine. Sit, the tea here is pretty good. Maid, pour some tea. Palace Mistress Ya was very obedient and poured tea for them. Only then did Luin look into the distance. He hadn't expected Dancing Butterfly's Horizon to have such a paradise here. The outside world had always said that Dancing Butterfly's Horizon was a place where they would fight to the death, but this was also their life. Luin stayed in the peach garden and thought about Thunderclap World. He couldn't block it in an instant, so would Yu Sang Tian be able to block it? This move definitely wouldn't be able to injure Yu Sang Tian, but if it could stun Yu Sang Tian, then the primogenitor might be able to heavily injure him. The most terrifying thing about Yu Sang Tian wasn't his strength, but his inability to see through it. No one knew his true strength. Outside the continent, the group of people watching Luin were confused when they saw Dancing Butterfly's Horizon leave. Had the third boss personality changed? He hadn't captured Dancing Butterfly's Horizon. They wanted to ask Dancing Butterfly what had happened, but they didn't have the courage to do so. Dancing Butterfly's Horizon had lost to Luin, but he wasn't someone these people could provoke. Even the 7 major powers didn't dare to casually provoke Dancing Butterfly's Horizon. They were all spirit primes, and if they worked together, they could rival Sang Tian. A few days later, Luin was still drinking tea in the peach garden as Palace Mistress Ya waited on him respectfully. Dancing Butterfly's Horizon had returned. Palace Mistress Yao and the others had left. Luin put down his teacup and looked over. You're faster than I expected. Dancing Butterfly's Horizon looked at Luin strangely. They had specifically asked around about this person over the past few days, and only now did they understand who they had fought. How could such a person appear in this spiritualized universe? Dayu Villa was known for breaking the rules and provoking beyond heaven. This third boss was even more ruthless, saying that he would carve words outside the palace. This wasn't just a matter of provoking beyond heaven and Yu Sang Tian, he was clearly rebelling against the spiritualized universe. This person was much more ruthless than them. You're really rebelling against the spiritualized universe? Dia Wu asked in a daze. Luin smiled, yes, together. Why? Horizon felt a sense of danger. This person's goal was the same as theirs, but they couldn't tell who this person was or what his status was. There were many rumors in the outside world, but there was one that they were almost certain was true. This person was from the Tian Yuan universe. Dayu Villa was from the Tian Yuan universe, and the first boss was Primal Origin. However, even Primal Origin might not be able to surpass this person in terms of strength. This person was definitely on the same level as Yu Sang Tian. They had asked around on the first day they had left, and because of their misgivings, they had continued to ask around and discuss. In the end, Diao Wu had confirmed that they had returned. This was a chance to deal with Yu Sang Tian. They couldn't deal with Yu Sang Tian by themselves. Lu Yin was certain that they would return because of Diao Wu. Diao Wu had a stubborn personality, and she had wanted to drag Horizon to beyond heaven for so many years. She wouldn't give up on such an opportunity. If it was just Horizon, Lu Yin wouldn't be so sure. This person was actually very rational. The more he was like Lu Yin, the more he didn't want to interact with him because he didn't understand him. Lu Yin poured some tea for them. I'm from the Tian Yuan universe. The two weren't surprised. The Tian Yuan universe is about to be reactivated. I knew about it, so I came, Lu Yin said directly. Horizon asked, you want to overturn the spiritualized universe? Lu Yin laughed, you can say that, but it's not that exaggerated. As long as we deal with Yu Sang Tian, the spiritualized universe won't be a threat to the Tian Yuan universe. Your spiritualized universe has looked down on the Tian Yuan universe for so many years, believing that primal origin had already set things up and that any random person would be able to invade and reactivate the Tian Yuan universe. In reality, the Tian Yuan universe is stronger than you think. Horizon sighed, from your strength, we can see that. Diao Wu's eyes lit up, we don't have any thoughts of reactivating the Tian Yuan universe. Eternal life is too illusory. I just want to kill Yu Sang Tian. Can you do that? Lu Yin looked up at her, it'll be difficult. Diao Wu didn't refute him, as it was indeed difficult. Yu Sang Tian's strength is unknown, and that's the most difficult part. If we can see through him, then it'll be possible. Lu Yin put down his teacup, you can forget about Yu Sang Tian's position. You won't be able to do it with your strength. After all, you'll need to work together. I'll fight for Yu Sang Tian's position and get close to him to test his strength. This time, Diao Wu didn't retort. Everyone had the same goal, and Lu Yin was more suitable than them to test Yu Sang Tian's strength, especially since they didn't even know how strong Lu Yin was. To them, Lu Yin and Yu Sang Tian were both monsters. If one monster went looking for trouble with another, why not? The two stood up and bowed deeply to Lu Yin. Even if dealing with Yu Sang Tian was part of your plan, we from Dancing Butterfly World will remember this favor. Please accept our bow. Because this is the chessboard of these monsters. They can do whatever they want. Tian Yu couldn't help but ask, what does this have to do with you joining the Daiyu Manor? Will you be able to stop them if you join them? Diao Wu's gaze was resolute. At least I'll be close enough to see it clearly. On the mainland, within the Peach Garden, Lu Yin had not expected Diao Wu to join the Daiyu Manor. He could see that Diao Wu was wary of him. It seemed like she had taken the initiative to join the Daiyu Manor, but it was precisely because of this that she did not trust him. Tian Yu was not blinded by hatred, and he had his own way of looking at the world. Diao Wu was blinded by hatred, but she was not stupid. These two people joining the Daiyu Manor had increased its strength, and it did not matter how they viewed the Daiyu Manor or Lu Yin. Their joining the Daiyu Manor also meant that the spiritualized universe had lost 2 experts. Congratulations, Master. The Daiyu Manor has gained 2 more experts, Old Tao congratulated. Lu Yin's expression was calm. You're also the second in command of the Daiyu Manor. Congratulate yourself. The title of second in command disgusted Old Tao. He did not enjoy the benefits of being the second in command, but he had to bear the infamy of being the second in command. It would be fine if the Daiyu Manor could persevere, but if it could not, he would definitely be one of the unluckiest people. Next, Lu Yin said. Old Tao's body trembled. Master, you're still looking for experts. Lu Yin naturally replied, there are so many experts here. If they all listen to Yu Sang Tian and cause trouble for me, the Dayu manner might not be able to hold on. Now that we have a chance to deal with them one by one, it's much more convenient. Old Tao hesitated. Lu Yin looked at him. What's wrong? Old Tao replied, there have indeed been a few remaining experts since ancient times. Some are waiting for death in the gate of techniques, choosing to make their final contributions to the sequence foundation. Others have gone into hiding and are unwilling to contribute their strength, but they are also waiting for death. There are also some who want to fight for Sang Tian's position. No matter how long it has been since ancient times, there is a limit to the number of remaining experts. We've already dealt with Jin, Daylily, and Dancing Butterfly. I believe that there shouldn't be any more experts left to fight for Sang Tian's position. Even if there are, they're hidden within the various great powers, especially the 7 great powers. For example, Heaven's Hand has such existences, so it doesn't matter if we look for them in the outside world. Lu Yin stared at him. You've said a lot. Why? Is the next one hard to deal with? Old Tao looked at Lu Yin and muttered, the Plain Master's Path. Plain Master Dao. Palace Master Yao and Kai Keqing were surprised. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow, looks like he's a big shot. Why are you looking for Master Su Dao? Palace Master Yao was puzzled. Old Tao smiled bitterly. This is the name list given by the Heavenly Hand. The Heavenly Hand hopes to borrow the third leader's hand to eliminate some experts who are competing for the position of Sang Tian. The first few people are all like this. This Su Shi Dao is the last person on the list. Plain Master Dao doesn't fight for the position of Sang Tian. Palace Master Yao said. Lu Yin frowned. Not competing for Sang Tian's position. Old Tao nodded his head. That's why I advised the head not to look for him. The Plain Master sect will not fight for Sang Tian's position. The reason why Heaven Hand placed the Plain Master sect last on the list is definitely because he wants to use the Plain Master sect to deal with the head. Because the Plain Master sect will not fight for Sang Tian's position, the head might fight for it instead. When Heaven's Hand kills people, other than assassination, there are also schemes. This is a scheme. Lu Yin did not care about what Skyhand thought. There were enemies everywhere in the spiritualized universe, and it was normal for others to scheme against him. However, he was more interested in this Master Su Dao. Tian Shou actually has the confidence to borrow Su Shi. Were they not afraid that Lu Yin would seek trouble with Heaven's Hand if the Plain Master sect was defeated? Clearly, they were very confident in the Master Su Dao. Who is this Master Su Dao? Old Tao's expression was stern. An old monster from the bitter adversity. Lu Yin was not surprised. Whether it was the primordial realm or the bitter adversity, they were all the same. The difference in battle prowess was not based on these two factors. Of course, when some people reached the bitter adversity level, their strength would increase greatly, but that would be because they had comprehended something at that level and not because they had broken through. The people he had dealt with before were all primordial realm experts, who could only be said to be qualified to fight for Sang Tian's position. The ones who could truly secure Sang Tian's position were the bitter adversity experts. How was it possible for an expert who had not reached the bitter adversity level to fight for Sang Tian's position? These experts might be hidden in the 7 great organizations. There were already quite a few experts in the outside world, and they were all independent cultivators. 2 years ago, Meng Sang Tian won the competition for Sang Tian's position. That time, the Plain Master sect also took action and fought with Meng Sang Tian. If not for their bad luck, Meng Sang Tian would have lost. Many people say that the Plain Master sect does not lack strength, but rather luck. They are truly comparable to Sang Tian, and they might even surpass Meng Sang Tian and Bao Qi. However, after that battle, the Plain Master sect announced that they would no longer compete for Sang Tian's position. As a result, they did not take action during Bao Qi's battle for Sang Tian's position. Otherwise, they would have replaced Bao Qi and become Sang Tian. This is a true expert on the same level as Sang Tian. Lu Yin listened calmly. Sang Tian. It was not like he had not fought against him before. Meng Sang Tian had been defeated by him, and Bao Qi and Yi Sang Tian had not been his opponents. The spiritualized universe had not seen through his true strength. In the previous battles, he had not used his full strength. Otherwise, whether it was Zhen, the carefree old man, or Dancing Butterfly in the world, none of them would have had a chance to fight. He could have killed them with just his consciousness. Lu Yin had attacked time and time again, raising the level of the spiritualized universe's strength until he could finally defeat Yu Sang Tian. This was Lu Yin's path. Dancing Butterfly in the world had seen it clearly. Thunder's world's attack was not weak, and it had been created to kill Yu Sang Tian. However, because this attack had not been able to injure Lu Yin at all, they could see that Lu Yin might be a monster on the same level as Yu Sang Tian. However, even old Tao could not see through this level. The Plain Master sect is known as the Numinous Treasure Grand Heavenly Master, and he is the #1 Numinous Treasure Heavenly Master in the spiritualized universe. His eternal sword can cut through everything, and his sword Dao River can shake the spiritualized universe. He is very strong, and even Yu Sang Tian praises him. Out of the 7 great Sang Tians, not many can defeat the Plain Master sect, Palace Mistress Yao continued. Lu Yin's eyes trembled. Numinous Treasure Heavenly Master. Source boxes existed throughout the universe, not just in the Tian Yuan universe. Source boxes were known as spirit treasures in the spiritualized universe. The Numinous Treasure Heavenly Master corresponded to the Origin Array Heavenly Master in the Tian Yuan universe. The Plain Master sect was actually the strongest Origin Array Heavenly Master in the spiritualized universe. This was something that Lu Yin had not expected. It had been a long time since he had last unlocked a source box. Old Tao's expression turned solemn. That's right. The Plain Master sect is the Numinous Treasure Heavenly Master, and he controls one of the 36 domains, the Numinous Treasure region. He is in charge of the Numinous Treasure Association and has great influence in the spiritualized universe. If not for that, Sky's Hand would not have had the confidence to use this person to deal with Master. Master, we should not provoke the Plain Master sect if we can. He will not compete for the position of Sang Tian, so he is not a threat to us. Lu Yin did not mind and asked, where is Bao Qi? Any news? Old Tao hesitated again. Let's go, Spirit Treasure Realm. I also want to see the sourcebox array of this spiritualized universe. The Star Toad stuck out his tongue. He did not know what these people were worried about. This kid was the #1 Origin Array Heavenly Master in the Tian Yuan universe. Right, they did not know. How could the spiritualized universe's people know how many abilities Lu Yin had grasped? Old Tao could only lead the way to the Spirit Treasure Realm with apprehension. He kept praying that Lu Yin would not go against the Numinous Treasure Association. The Numinous Treasure Association seemed to be a loose organization, but it was actually very united. Going against them would be very troublesome. Very troublesome. At the same time, in the Supreme Heaven Palace in the Beyond Heaven, Yu Sang Tian had his hands behind his back as he looked in a certain direction. Plain Master Path. From where Yu Sang Tian was looking, there was a domain called the Spirit Treasure Realm. The Spirit Treasure Realm was different from other domains. Anyone was allowed to enter, but no one dared to casually enter because it was filled with danger. The spiritualized universe's cultivation method was unified, and some resources were also unified. All the numinous treasures were stored in the Spirit Treasure Realm. It was not a proper place to store them. The Jikong domain had simply thrown all the numinous treasures in the spiritualized universe into the Spirit Treasure Realm. It was once said that if there was a day when the spirit treasure realm no longer had the danger of numinous treasures, then the spiritualized universe would no longer be limited by numinous treasures. One could unlock, set up, and completely grasp this path. How many numinous treasures were there in the spiritualized universe? No one knew. All of the numinous treasures were left in the spirit treasure realm, which led to numinous treasures being filled with danger. It was possible that there would be danger in the next step even if there was none at this step. This also led to the spirit treasure realm being the holy land of all the spiritualized universe's lockbreakers. They could only go to the spirit treasure realm, as they could not find any numinous treasures anywhere else. The Jikong domain's methods continuously raised the level of the spiritualized universe's lockbreakers. The Spirit Treasure Association had 9 heavenly masters, but that was not all of the spiritualized universe's members. There were at least 50 heavenly masters in the entire spiritualized universe. More than 50. Lu Yin was shocked. Old Tao was certain. At least 50, not including the Plane Master's path. Lu Yin sighed. The Jikong domain is indeed smart. Any numinous treasures that appear in the spiritualized universe must be thrown into the spirit treasure realm. This method not only solves the problem of lockbreakers not needing to search for numinous treasures, but it also gathers all the lockbreakers into the spirit treasure realm. They can cultivate, compete, and learn from each other, which greatly increases the level of lockbreakers. More than 50 heavenly masters was a number far greater than the Tian Yuan universes. In the entire Tian Yuan universe, there were only 10 to 20 origin heavenly masters, which was less than half of the spiritualized universe's total. And this was an optimistic estimate. If there were only a few origin heavenly masters in the reincarnation spacetime, then there would not even be 10 in total. The spiritualized universe was one step ahead of the rest. Old Tao tried to persuade Lu Yin again. Boss, although most of the heavenly masters have not joined the Spirit Treasure Association, their relationship with them is quite good. If you offend them, then, the heavenly masters represented their lock-breaking ability, not their actual strength. In a one-on-one battle, a heavenly master might not necessarily be a match for a sequence law powerhouse, and they might not even necessarily win against a progenitor. However, the heavenly masters were most formidable in their sourcebox arrays. If they were given enough time, they could easily kill anyone. Dozens of heavenly masters meant that there were more than 100 sourcebox arrays, or even more than 200. This was a terrifying number, and if all of them were thrown into the Dayu Villa, just thinking about it gave Lu Yin a headache. Lu Yin exhaled, and this feeling was similar to when he had gone to the intent realm and learned of Sovereign Chi's existence. The spiritualized universe had a deep foundation, and the Tian Yuan universe could not compare to it. After all, they all had the same cultivation method and the same distribution of resources. The Tian Yuan universe was like a lunatic with 4 limbs and a brain, but the spiritualized universe was like a complete person with intelligence and the ability to act. However, there was a fine line between a lunatic and a genius. In the depths of the spirit treasure realm, black and white intermingled. The mountains, waters, rivers, flowers, birds, fish, and insects were all black and white. This was a world of black and white. An old man sat alone on a fishing platform, leisurely and contented. Plain Master Sect, a low voice said. The old man opened his eyes. You sang Tian. What's the matter? Are you satisfied with that battle back then? The old man calmly looked at the lake. The lake water was black, but the fish swimming at the bottom were white. It was very conspicuous, but even so, he still could not catch any. So what if I'm satisfied? So what if I'm not? If you're not satisfied, you can continue to fight for Sang Tian's position. I'm old, and I don't have the heart for that. You should know that there was a hidden story behind that battle. The old man's eyes flashed. What hidden story? There was a hidden story. Are you satisfied? The old man put down his fishing rod. You're not satisfied. Tell me, what are your conditions? The third master of the Dayu manor is coming. Suppress him, or kill him. The old man picked up his fishing rod again. That third master is not to be trifled with. He's coming for you. If he comes for me, I'll accompany him. The old man looked at the bottom of the lake in a daze. The white fish occasionally approached him, but they quickly left. Before they left, they even swung their tails, splashing water on the old man. It was intentional. The old man smiled and did not mind. He continued to fish. The spirit treasure realm was in the lower half of the word spirit in the 36 realms. It was one of the few realms with absolute strength that was not in the upper half. The distance from the continent of the dancing butterfly world to the spirit treasure realm was not close, but it was not far either. After Lu Yin's group left the continent, the people who were watching them were guessing their destination. There were some realms in that direction, as well as some starry sky cities or strange places. When Lu Yin's group headed in that direction, many cultivators in that direction ran away. The higher their cultivation, the faster they ran. They did not dare to stay behind, afraid that Lu Yin would cause trouble for them. Sky Hand was relieved, as that direction was the spirit treasure realm. The closer they got to the spirit treasure realm, the more worried old Tao became. Offending the Spirit Treasure Association was different from offending one of the 7 great powers. Offending one of the 7 great powers was one thing, but the Spirit Treasure Association did not have any conflicts of interest with the other powers. The other powers still wanted to curry favor with the Spirit Treasure Association. Offending the Spirit Treasure Association would not be any better than provoking the realm beyond heaven. Of course, old Tao did not dare to say such things. Looking at the Dayu Manor's actions, they were challenging the spiritualized universe's bottom line. Why had Lu Yin brought Palace Mistress Yao and Kai Keqing out? Yushan was still tied up and boundless, which was a provocation. If old Tao had said such things, the third master would have been even happier. He could not speak of his troubles. As they got closer to the spirit treasure realm, the atmosphere began to change. Lu Yin saw a few lockbreakers. Lockbreakers and cultivators had different auras, and it was usually easy to distinguish them. These lockbreakers were not afraid of Lu Yin, and some of them even looked at him with shining eyes, as if they were from 2 different worlds. Lu Yin felt nostalgic. When he had offended the Day-Night clan, he had relied on the Lockbreakers Society to survive. The Lockbreakers helped each other and were united, which had given him a chance to survive. In essence, he had a good impression of Lockbreakers. A few days later, a few youths blocked their path. Who are you people? Why are you blocking the way? Old Tao asked. The man in the middle stepped forward and stared at Lu Yin. May I ask if you are the Dayu Manor's third master? Lu Yin looked at him. He was a lockbreaker. That's me. Where are you going, third master? The man asked again. Lu Yin laughed. Do I need to tell you? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3490. The man took a deep breath. Our strength is no different from that of ants to you, third master. But we are not afraid of death. The realm of spirit treasure is just ahead of us. If you want to find trouble with the realm of spirit treasure, you can step over our dead bodies. Yes, you can step over our dead bodies. We are not afraid. The few of them stepped forward and stared at Lu Yin. Old Tao frowned. Disperse. It is not up to you to control what our master wants to do. The man said, we can't control you. You can kill us if you want, but please don't find trouble with the spirit treasure domain. The spirit treasure domain has always been peaceful and has never fought with the outside world. Old Tao looked at Lu Yin in a dilemma. Lu Yin looked at them. Who asked you to come? The few of them stared at Lu Yin. No one asked us to come. We don't want you to destroy the spirit treasure domain. We came on our own accord. The spirit treasure domain has the obligation to protect the spirit treasure domain. We are all members of the spirit treasure domain. Lu Yin looked at them. Karma spirals appeared on his fingertips and pierced through them. At the same time, Lu Yin looked at their karma lines. Master, Master, I have completed it. Oh. Let me see. You have completed it well. Next, we will go through the 100,000 mountains. 100,000 mountains. That's a lot. Ha 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 ha, this is the spirit treasure domain. Every place and every corner may have a spirit treasure. My wish is to find all the spirit treasures in the spirit treasure domain and see what is sealed inside. Master, I will definitely help you. Master, don't die. It is all because of the killing intent of the spirit treasure. Master, Master, cough, cough. Disciple, don't blame the spirit treasure for its killing intent. You must be grateful. This is the charm of searching for spirit treasures and unlocking their secrets. I will leave first. I did not manage to cross the 100,000 mountains. Master, don't worry. I will be grateful. I will walk through the 100,000 mountains and fulfill your last wish. Ha, ha ha ha. That's good. Brother Ning, can we escape to the spirit treasure domain? Will they really not chase after us? Don't worry. This is the spirit treasure domain. I am from the spirit treasure domain. They will not dare to come. Brother Ning, they are here. Hide behind me. Hey, Brother Ning, they left again. It was the people from the Spirit Treasure Association. They helped us. I told you that we would be safe as long as we reached the Spirit Treasure region. The Spirit Treasure Association is the most united force in the universe. We survived. The karmic threads continued to appear, and scene after scene was imprinted into Lu Yin's eyes. When combined with the karmic spiral, Lu Yin was certain that these people had truly come to stop him on their own. In order to fulfill his master's last wish of crossing the 100,000 mountains, the man in the middle was grateful to the spirit treasure realm. The man and woman next to him swore to protect the realm of spirit treasure as they were saved by it. The remaining few people all had their own stories. They were all using their own methods to protect the realm of spirit treasure. In the beginning, they protected the realm of spirit treasure because they wanted to survive. But now, for the gratitude of surviving, they wanted to protect the realm of spirit treasure. The few of them stared at Lu Yin nervously. They had stepped forward with great courage, even though their hearts were not as calm as they seemed on the surface. The man in the middle clenched his teeth so hard that his gums were bleeding. The scene of his master's death kept replaying in his mind. He was grateful. Many people were watching this scene. Many hoped that Lu Yin would take action and offend the realm of spirit treasure. But thinking about it, the third head did not seem to care. After all, he had already offended the entire spiritualized universe. No matter how special the realm of spirit treasure was, it could not be separated from the realm beyond heaven. If the Daya Villa became the enemy of the realm beyond heaven, it was the same as becoming the enemy of the realm of spirit treasure. There was no difference. You are insulting me. Lu Yin spoke. His tone was calm, and no one could tell whether he was happy or angry. The people in front were puzzled. How could they dare to insult the third head? Lu Yin stared at them. I said I want to challenge all the experts in the world. Can you represent all the experts in the world? Among the people in front, the man in the middle said, the realm of spirit treasure does not have the person you are looking for. Lu Yin laughed. You are insulting the realm of spirit treasure again. The realm of spirit treasure has the 9 great heavenly masters and the plain master sect that is known as the number 1 heavenly master in the spiritualized universe. Now, you are telling me that the experts in the world are not qualified to fight with me? Who gave you the guts? The man in the middle turned pale. I did not mean to insult the realm of spirit treasure. Beside him, a lady stood out and stared at Luin with anger and fear. You don't bully people. The man in the middle quickly pulled the lady behind him and stared at Luin cautiously. Luin looked at the lady with interest. Little girl, you are very cute. Third head, this has nothing to do with her. The man in the middle was frightened. The people around him blocked the lady behind them. Luin laughed. But she came with you. If I want to kill you, she will be included. The man in the middle wanted to say something, but he could not. The people around him were ashen-faced. The word kill was enough to make them tremble. That woman had a pretty face, and her temperament as a pretty daughter from a humble family was very lovable. Luin looked at the lady. The lady looked at him and was shocked. She quickly lowered her head and did not dare to look at him again. Little girl, what is your name? The lady gritted her teeth. I will not tell you. If you want to kill me, then kill me. At most, I will be a tomboy in 20 years. Luin was speechless. You don't look like a tomboy. I will stand out. The lady gathered her courage and glared at Luin. Luin was amused. You said that I am a bully. Then how can I not be considered a bully? The people around him were surprised. He did not attack. The lady rolled her eyes and a cunning look flashed across her eyes. The domain of spirit treasures is in front of us. In the domain of spirit treasures, we fight by unlocking spirit treasures. If you can beat us in this aspect, then you are not a bully. Luin nodded. Yes, that is the reason. The lady looked at Luin expectantly. So, you want to compete with us in unlocking spirit treasures? Luin's face was serious. I refuse. The lady was stunned. You? Luin waved his hand and a gust of wind swept them away. Looking at them falling into the distance, Luin laughed. I am in a good mood. I will not bully you. You are not worthy of being bullied by me. Ha ha ha. The few of them looked at the gliding pole and stood up awkwardly. They were powerless to stop him. Around them, the people who had been watching Luin's group both openly and covertly ignored them and continued their pursuit. They looked at each other. Chase. The lady was angry. Chase, he is a bully. The domain of spirit treasures was very unique. As there could be spirit treasures hidden everywhere, the domain of spirit treasures was known as the most dangerous domain but also the safest. There was no need to worry about killing between cultivators. The only thing to be careful of was the danger of spirit treasures. The gliding pole landed and arrived at the domain of spirit treasures. Countless people in the domain of spirit treasures looked at them. Finally, they were here. Luin and the rest came all the way from the land of dancing butterflies. Looking at the direction, many people knew that his destination was the domain of spirit treasures. As for the person, it should be the sect of Su. Many people soared into the sky and tried to stop the gliding pole from heading towards the domain of spirit treasures. Third head, the person you are looking for is not in the domain of spirit treasures. Please leave. Third head, please leave. Old Tao waved his hand and wanted to chase these people away. However, some of them were as strong as Old Tao. Especially a middle-aged man who had the strength of a sequence law. He took all of Old Tao's attacks. Luin looked up. It is boring to bully the younger generation. If you block my way again, don't blame me for attacking. In front of him, a group of people from the domain of spirit treasures were afraid. Luin snorted and looked past them. He looked at the huge building in the center of the domain of spirit treasures. The domain of spirit treasures does not even dare to let me in. His voice formed a shockwave that tore through the sky and caused the world to rumble. It pressed towards the domain of spirit treasures. Within the domain of spirit treasures, a lady opened her eyes. Make way. In front of Luin, the middle-aged man looked back and hesitated for a moment before making way. The gliding pole continued towards the domain of spirit treasures. In the depths of the domain of black and white, an old man looked at the lake calmly. What was meant to come had come. The entire domain of spirit treasures was boiling. Regardless of whether they were in seclusion or out, many of them had returned. It was as if they were united against a common enemy. The people of the domain of spirit treasures were united. This atmosphere was completely different from what Luin had encountered in other domains. After those who were watching Luin entered the domain of spirit treasures, many of them were unintentionally affected by the killing intent of the domain of spirit treasures and got into trouble. It was just like how Zhang Qianqian's group had been surrounded by debaters in the domain of spirit treasures. Some domains were not easy to enter. The gliding pole landed in the plaza of the domain of spirit treasures. It was so crowded that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Countless gazes fell on Luin. Luin was leisurely and contented. Old Tao's heart trembled. He had been to the domain of spirit treasures before, and each time, he had not seen many people. Furthermore, no one had paid attention to him. It was unlike this time, where everyone was watching them. The domain of spirit treasures might not have many powerhouses, but there were countless killing intents here. This was especially true within the domain of spirit treasures, where there was bound to be a spirit treasure array. Palace Mistress Yao took a deep breath. The domain of spirit treasures also made her feel pressured. Luin looked underground. On the surface, there was nothing special about the domain of spirit treasures. It was just a huge building, but in reality, there were huge spirit treasures underground. 1, 2, 3, 7, 9. There were a total of 9 huge spirit treasures. It was similar to the Lockbreaker Realms Neoverse Universe's 6 ancient spirit array, except that there were 3 more. This was the array that protected the domain of spirit treasures. Once they encountered an enemy, the array would activate, and Luin would not be able to immediately see how powerful this array was. The entire domain of spirit treasures contained countless spirit treasures, which was similar to the ancient spirit sea in the Lockbreaker realm. The ancient spirit sea also contained many source boxes, and every source box that was taken had to be placed inside. It seemed that the Tian Yuan universe and the spiritualized universe were similar in terms of lockbreaking. In front of them, a woman walked out from the plaza. She had a graceful temperament, and her gaze seemed to be able to see through people's hearts as she stared at Luin. Everyone around her bowed. Greetings, Heavenly Master Yuran. Greetings, Heavenly Master Yuran. Greetings, Yuran. Luin's eyes twitched. Heavenly Master Yuran. She was the leader of the 9 Heavenly Masters of the domain of spirit treasures, and she was also the leader of the domain of spirit treasures. Although the Plain Master was the #1 Heavenly Master of spirit treasures in the spiritualized universe, she had never asked about the domain of spirit treasures. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3491. Although Heavenly Master Yuran looked ordinary, he had a noble temperament. His eyes, in particular, left a deep impression. As for his strength, he was definitely not at the spiritual prime realm. This was similar to the Tian Yuan universe. Lockbreakers put a lot of effort into lockbreaking, especially Origin Array Heavenly Masters. They were constantly researching sourcebox arrays and neglected their cultivation. Origin Array Heavenly Masters were usually one level lower than cultivators. However, they had sourcebox arrays to make up for it. In a one-on-one battle, Origin Array Heavenly Masters might be at a disadvantage, but as long as they had time to prepare, it was hard to say who would win. There were some things that only Origin Array Heavenly Masters could do. Heavenly Master Yuran faced Luin. Third Master, why have you come to the Numinous Treasure Association? Luin sat down lazily. How do you know that I don't do things for others? Heavenly Master Yuran's expression was indifferent. The Numinous Treasure Association does not have the grievances that you are looking for. Even if it does, it is our internal matter and has nothing to do with outsiders. Sage Damu said the same. The Kai family said the same. Ask Palace Mistress Yao next to me. The Jade Water Palace is the same. As an outsider, I should not interfere, but I still do. Heavenly Master Yuran looked up. Then you can ask everyone here who is willing to let an outsider interfere. The Numinous Treasure Association will deal with our own matters. We do not need to trouble outsiders, someone shouted. Third Master, please go back. Even if someone is being treated unfairly, we will not allow outsiders to interfere. No one invited Third Master. We do not welcome you here. Please leave, countless voices rang out, drowning Lu Yin and the others like a wave. Old Tao was helpless. This was the Numinous Treasure Association, and they were extremely united. Even if someone wanted to use Lu Yin to seek justice, they would be despised by the entire association. This was different from the Kai family, the Daming region, and the Jade Water Palace. It was different from all the outside powers. Unity was something that cultivation could not achieve. It was a kind of momentum, a kind of spirit, and a kind of belief that could overcome everything. These two words rarely appeared in the cultivation world, and cultivators were not used to it. Lu Yin praised, as expected of the Numinous Treasure Association. Heavenly Master Yuran is so confident. You are right. I do not do things for others' eyes. Who is it? Plain Master Dao. Yuran was not surprised. Out of all the spiritual treasure realm and the entire spiritualized universe, the only one that Lu Yin was willing to fight was the Su Master's way. Third Master, please return. Senior Su has long stopped caring about worldly affairs. Regardless of whether it's the battle for Mulberry Sky or the battle of the world's experts, it has nothing to do with Senior Su. Lu Yin looked at her, I believe that. Then, there's one more person. Yuran was puzzled. Other than the Plain Master, who else in the spirit treasure realm could catch the attention of the Third Master? Who is it? Lu Yin solemnly raised a hand and pointed at himself. Me. Everyone was confused. Old Tao, Palace Mistress Yao, and the others were all confused, as they had no idea what Lu Yin was talking about. Yuran was puzzled. What do you mean, Third Master? Lu Yin said with a serious face, I have crossed the vast starry sky to come to the spirit treasure domain. I can't do anything and I can't see anyone. If the Spirit Treasure Guild really wanted to fight to the death with Lu Yin, the outcome would be worse than the artistic conception. Yuran hoped to pressure Lu Yin with the entire Spirit Treasure Guild, but if the pressure was not enough to make Lu Yin retreat, the only thing that awaited them was a fight to the death. The 9-step Celestial Master Ladder was located in a corner of the Spirit Treasure Guild. It was the same height as the main hall of the Spirit Treasure Guild and was one of the highest places in the guild. No one could stop Lu Yin. Lu Yin arrived at the bottom of the 9-step Celestial Master Ladder in a flash. Behind him, the two guards of the Celestial Master Ladder looked at him blankly. Yuran saw Lu Yin appear at the bottom of the Celestial Master Ladder and his heart sank. It was too late. The people of the Spirit Treasure Guild followed. At this moment, the air was silent. Lu Yin looked at the bottom of the celestial master ladder and found it. You. Lu Yin turned around and smiled at the two. You've worked hard. You humiliated the celestial master ladder, kill him. Someone was furious, his eyes red and was about to attack. Yuran shouted, Third Master, you want to fight to the death with the Spirit Treasure Guild. Lu Yin looked at the murderous intent of countless people from the Spirit Treasure Guild. These people really wanted to attack. In the square, Old Tao and the others were also surrounded. The atmosphere dropped to the freezing point, and a fight could happen at any time. Old Tao broke out in cold sweat. Master, following you is too exciting. He would never have thought that he would be besieged by the entire Spirit Treasure Guild. How many Spirit Treasure Guilds would descend? Palace Master Yao was alert. It was difficult to kill out of the Spirit Treasure Guild. This was going to be a tough battle. Kai Keqing was also moved. The third master's ability to cause trouble was too strong. The star toad's body changed from gold to a colorful color. Although this guy could lock break, it would be troublesome if the opponent did not give them time to fight. Su Wang and Li Shou put down their poles and bared their teeth at the surroundings. Those who had been following Lu Yin retreated. Sure enough, the third master had angered the entire Spirit Treasure Guild and sent them to test the Dayu Villa's strength. The Spirit Treasure Realm was silent at this moment. Everyone was waiting for the first person to make a move. At the bottom of the Celestial Master Ladder, Lu Yin looked around. Why are you so nervous? This Celestial Master Ladder is difficult to climb. Yuran stared at Lu Yin and scanned the ground. It seemed that he had to use this array. Suddenly, she looked up at Lu Yin and was stunned. What was going on? Lu Yin had stepped onto the Celestial Master Ladder without anyone noticing. This was nothing. What really stunned Yuran was the reaction of the ladder. It was very calm. How could this be? Could it be that the third master also knew how to unlock spirit treasures? It wasn't just Yuran, everyone was stunned. In the plaza, Old Tao and the others also saw this scene from afar. Did the third master know how to unlock spirit treasures? Palace Mistress Yao, Kai Keqing, and the others were all stunned. Only the star toad rolled its eyes. The atmosphere had been so tense that it had thought that a fight would break out. Its body turned golden again. There was a good show to watch. No one in the spiritualized universe knew that this kid was the most powerful origin array heavenly master in the Tian Yuan universe. This was equivalent to the Tian Yuan universe messing with the spiritualized universe. Interesting. It stared at the Celestial Master Ladder. Lu Yin took another step onto the Celestial Master Ladder and stood firmly on the first step. He stood on the first step of the 9-step Celestial Master Ladder. Yuran felt like she had seen a ghost. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3492. The first time he challenged the first step, he thought his footprints were shallow, but the other masters who saw him challenge, especially Yuran, said that he would fail. He failed that time. The second time, his footprints were even shallower, but Yuran still said he would fail. In the end, he still failed. For the third challenge, he believed that his footprints were very shallow. If Yuran said that he might succeed, then it could only be a possibility. That time, he was lucky and succeeded by a hair's breadth. If he was unlucky, he would have failed as well. After becoming a master of the Numinous Treasure Association, he asked Yuran how to be sure he would succeed. Heavenly Master Yulan had personally walked the first step, allowing him to see the huge gap. Only then did he realize how deep his first step, which he thought was shallow, was. In comparison, it was unfathomable. The first step of the celestial master staircase could easily determine whether the challenger could become a master. Everyone knew that the first step of the celestial master staircase judged the challenger's ability by the depth of their footprints, but most people did not know what the standard was. Now, Ing Han knew. Yuran knew even more clearly. Luin lifted his foot and stepped onto the second step. At the same time, he revealed the footprints on the first step. Nothing. Everyone was stunned, and many people subconsciously rubbed their eyes. Still nothing. How could there be no footprints? Ing Han rubbed her eyes hard. She must be seeing things. Luin lifted his foot again and stepped onto the second step. No one was paying attention to him now. Everyone was staring at the first step. Even Old Tao and the others were the same. They also knew the legend of the first step. But how could there be no footprints? Impossible. Ing Han did not believe it. It was impossible that there were no footprints. She had never heard of such a thing. Yuran was shocked and stared at Luin. No footprints, how could it be? How could there be such a thing? Many years ago, she had also asked Senior Su for advice like Ing Han. At that moment, Senior Su had stepped on the first step without footprints. That was a legend that was not recorded in the Numinous Treasure Association. How did this person do it? His ability in the Numinous Treasure Association was comparable to Senior Mei Su's. Impossible, absolutely impossible. This was strength. He did it with his own strength. They could not see it. That was Sang Tian's strength. There was no doubt about it. He was using his absolute strength to humiliate the Numinous Treasure Association. Yuran clenched his fists and glared at Luin. No one could insult Lingbao Association like this. Lingbao Association would fight to regain their dignity even if they had to sacrifice their last man. I'll fight you to the death. A cultivator from the Spirit Treasure Association rushed out, his eyes bloodshot as he tried to kill Luin, but he was stopped by the people beside him. He used his strength to suppress the first step, which is the 9-step celestial master staircase. The first step tests the Tao of Numinous Treasures. This person is insulting the Numinous Treasures Association and the Tao of Numinous Treasures. We won't let him off. Hold it in. He's still on the celestial master staircase. You don't want the celestial master staircase to be destroyed, do you? Let's wait for him to come down. Yuran stared at Luin, intending to activate the spiritual treasure gatherings array as soon as Luin came down. He would not let him go even if he had to fight to the last man. Old Tao's heart trembled even more, and his entire being was miserable. Third boss, you're too provocative. They already don't like us, and now they hate us even more. What's the point? And why bother? Even if you're not afraid of death, you can't become an all-rounder. In the face of the Spiritual Treasure Society's anger, Luin was at a loss. What was going on? Hadn't he just stepped on the source box? Furthermore, he had just reached the first step, and the void had an almost invisible substance that sealed the source box. That substance could only be detected the moment one stepped on it, and it tested one's ability to unlock a source box. He had unlocked it in an instant. Shouldn't these people be shocked or even in disbelief? Why were they all so angry? It was as if he had stepped on their tails. Different perspectives led to different considerations. These people from the Spiritual Treasure Association, as well as the entire spiritualized universe, could not believe that Luin could unlock source boxes. Moreover, he was so powerful that he could rival the Master of Su. When they could not find an answer, they would naturally fill in the blanks. And Lu Yin's strength was the best answer. The Spiritual Treasure Association was on the verge of breaking out, and everyone was nervous. Under such circumstances, Luin stood on the second step and looked at the stone in front of him. It did not have any special characteristics, and it was just a stone. It was just a stone, but its surface was filled with the danger of a source box. In the spiritualized universe, this was known as the danger of a spirit treasure. This was a test of his lock-breaking ability. This was the level of a 1-star boundless advanced source box, and it was not low. He looked up. The 9-step celestial master staircase was not easy, and a boundless advanced source box had appeared on the 2nd step. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Luin approached the stone step by step, as if he could not see the danger on its surface. He was getting closer and closer. The members of the Spiritual Treasure Association held their breaths. They were now worried that the 3rd master would be enveloped by the danger of the source box and think that the association would act and destroy the 9-step celestial master staircase. Although the Spiritual Treasure Association would definitely fight to the death with this person, they did not wish for the celestial master staircase to be destroyed. At this moment, even Heavenly Master Yulan's heart was in his throat. Finally, Luin stopped right in front of the source box's danger, almost touching it. Then, under everyone's incredulous gazes, he raised his hand and reached into the danger. The angle was tricky, and it looked very strange to those who did not know how to lock-break. However, this action made Heavenly Master Yulan, Heavenly Master Inghan, and the rest of the Spiritual Treasure Association feel like they had seen a ghost. This was an action that allowed one to see through the source box's danger and accurately locate the lock-breaking position. Looking at the source box's danger, the simplest and fastest way to unlock it was to find a strand of danger. It was like finding the end of a loose thread among thousands of knots. Once it was pulled open, the source box's danger would immediately dissipate. Luin praised, "Not a bad idea. It seems complicated, but it tests one's eyesight. Not bad." He did not even look back as he stepped over the stone and stepped onto the 3rd step. At this moment, the atmosphere of the numinous treasure gathering changed abruptly. Everyone was dumbfounded. The atmosphere, which had been so tense that it was difficult to breathe, suddenly relaxed. The person who had been pressed down and was about to attack the celestial master staircase stared blankly. What was going on? Had he cultivated the path of spiritual treasures? No one could understand how Luin had managed to unlock the 2nd step of the celestial master staircase, which was even more difficult to unlock than the other treasures on the same level. This was because this was a man-made danger, and it was as complicated as it could be. Those who had reached a certain level could instantly unlock it, but those who were not would not be able to unlock it even if they were given a year. Even if they had absolute strength, they would only be able to destroy it, not unlock it. Inghan remembered that she had tried for several days before finally seeing through it and unlocking it. But this 3rd master had done it in an instant. How was this possible? Yuran was stunned. How was this possible? The 1st step. Leaving a footprint, the 2nd step was unlocked instantly. This person had not used his strength to humiliate the Spiritual Treasure Association. He had truly walked the path of spiritual treasures. This was too. She did not know how to describe it. Throughout her life, she had never scolded anyone. Now, she really wanted to. Was the universe still fair? This person was so young, but his strength was strong enough to challenge Yu Sang Tian. In the path of spiritual treasures, no one could catch up to him. This was a true genius. In the plaza, old Tao let out a long breath. So that was how it was. He smiled bitterly. 3rd master, you should have said so earlier. You made me worry for so long. Palace Mistress Yao and Kai Keqing were stunned. This person could unlock spiritual treasures? Although the path of spiritual treasures and the path of cultivation did not clash, they were both time-consuming. Usually, those who were successful in the path of spiritual treasures would not have much success in the path of cultivation. The most glorious one was Master Su, who had reached the level of Dooku and was also the #1 spiritual treasure master in the spiritual universe. However, Master Su had not become a spiritual treasure master first. He had first walked the path of cultivation before walking the path of spiritual treasures. His seniority was quite high, and he was of the same generation as Yuan Qi and Wu Huang. How had this third master done it? No one could explain it to them. In a short period of time, the people of the Spiritual Treasure Association had been defeated multiple times. This was something that had never happened before, and they actually began to look forward to what other shocking things this third master could do. At this moment, Lu Yin was standing on the third step. In front of him was another source box, but it was not a stone. It was truly a source box, and according to the Tian Yuan Universe's classification, it was a 5-star boundless advanced source box, which was the highest level of source boxes. Source boxes were very unique, and while they were all 5-star boundless advanced source boxes, some could be unlocked by a 5-star boundless advanced lockbreaker, while others could not be unlocked by an origin array heavenly master. Although this source box was complicated in Lu Yin's eyes, it was also simple. He immediately began to unlock it. A spiritualized source box contained a different substance from the Tian Yuan universe, but the method of unlocking it was the same. Once one saw it clearly, they could unlock it. According to what Heavenly Master Yuran and the others knew, this source box would usually take 3 days to unlock. When Heavenly Master Inghan had reached the third step, she had taken 10 days to unlock a similar source box. Now, 1 day had passed, and the source box had been unlocked. Heavenly Master Yuran completely exhaled. This third master was definitely a spiritual treasure master who could rival Senior Su. Otherwise, he would not have been able to unlock it so quickly. At this moment, she also relaxed. There was no need to risk her life. This person was truly qualified to step onto the 9-step celestial master staircase, and he had not insulted the Spiritual Treasure Association. Even if this person had not joined the Spiritual Treasure Association, it did not matter since it was just part of the process. Against such a person, it would be best to avoid making enemies. She was not going to throw her life away. There was no point in risking the entire Spiritual Treasure Association. The people of the Spiritual Treasure Association also relaxed, and their gazes changed as they looked at Lu Yin. Enemy? No, it should be them. Lu Yin's accomplishments in the path of spiritual treasures were admirable. In the corner, the few people who had tried to stop Lu Yin were stunned, and the cute girl's eyes were filled with worship. She admired such a powerful spiritual treasure cultivator. The third master was amazing. On the third step of the 9-step celestial master staircase, Lu Yin opened the source box. Inside was an insect that looked very familiar. A dead insect. Lu Yin had never expected that this source box would be sealed with a dead insect. A dead insect was once ranked second on the Astral Beast Domain Celestial Beast list in the Tian Yuan Universe's origin space. It was extremely rare, and it was rumored that it could only be born from the body of a progenitor. It was from the bloodline of the insect ancestor and could ignore physical defenses. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3493. During the Supreme Tournament, Lu Yin had also encountered a death bug. Although it was small, it was extremely hard and fast. He had not expected to encounter one in the spiritualized universe. It was clearly the same. Different universes could give birth to similar species. This death bug looked very young and did not have a powerful aura. Perhaps it had been sealed not long after it had been born. Lu Yin put it away, looked up, and walked up to the fourth step. The hostility behind him had completely disappeared. Lu Yin could not understand what these people were thinking. Those who had been keeping an eye on him were constantly spreading the news, and the spiritualized universe was about to be shaken again. This third master was an all-rounder. How could he know everything? His physical strength had crushed Yushan, his consciousness had crushed Yushan's domain, and his spiritual force was like a butterfly dancing in the sky. Now, even his accomplishments in the path of spiritual treasures were astonishing. Was there anything that he could not do? How did such a person cultivate? Perhaps this was the greatest mystery of this era. The cultivation path of such a person had to be found. There were no source boxes on the fourth step, only a very dense danger. This step was actually a test of cultivation. Although a spiritual treasure cultivator did not necessarily need to have a powerful cultivation, if they did not reach a certain level, they would not be able to deal with some source boxes. In the Tian Yuan universe, discerning elementary lockbreakers had to be at least a melder to become one. Perceptive intermediate lockbreakers had to be at least an explorer, or else they would not be recognized by the lockbreaker society even if they had the ability. Boundless advanced lockbreakers had to be at least a hunter. This was for the sake of the lockbreakers themselves. Otherwise, if they were not careful, they would die from the sourcebox's danger. This sourcebox's danger had reached the level of a progenitor. With the spiritualized universe's cultivation environment, this level was reasonable. Lu Yin walked by himself and did not avoid it, nor did he undo it. He simply walked past it, displaying his powerful strength. This sourcebox's danger that had vexed Inghan had not even ruffled his clothes, which left many of the Spiritual Treasure Society's members dumbfounded. Heavenly Master Yulan was helpless. Even if a level 4 sourcebox's danger had reached the level of a spiritual prime, it should not have been able to obstruct this third master. This person was too strong. There was a sourcebox array on the fifth step, and Lu Yin's eyes lit up. This was the true beginning. If one wanted to become a heavenly master of spiritual treasures, then they had to create their own array while also being able to undo other people's array. The first 4 steps were the foundation. Only at this step would one truly come into contact with the level of Heavenly Master Numinous Treasure. The people of Numinous Treasure Association became nervous again. From the 5th step, one could see the third leader's attainments in Numinous Treasure Array formations. There were some people who were very good at lock-breaking and could do it quickly, but they were unable to master sourcebox arrays. There were such people in the Tian Yuan universe. Naturally, there were spiritualized universes as well. Lu Yin's performance in the first 4 stages had been astounding, and they subconsciously hoped that he would continue on. Perhaps he could become a legend. Lu Yin looked at the sourcebox array in front of him and paused for a moment before walking forward. Along the way, he turned left, turned right, turned left, and turned right. He made 4 turns before finally stepping onto the 6th step. Everyone who saw it was dumbfounded. Inghan's mouth was wide open without a care for her image. She was stunned. Yuran stared blankly. So fast. Heavenly Master, is there nothing at the 5th level? Someone asked. This was also the question that most people had. Even old Tao wanted to ask. Wasn't this too much of a joke? 5th. There is a numinous treasure array for each rank. A voice came from outside the numinous treasure assembly. Many people looked over. It's Celestial Master Ling. He's here too. It's not just Celestial Master Ling. I saw Celestial Master Bao as well. There must be quite a few Celestial Masters around. That's right. Many Celestial Masters live in the Numinous Treasure Realm. They heard that the Numinous Treasure Assembly was being targeted by the 3rd manager, so they naturally came to help. Even though these Celestial Masters have not become the 10th Celestial Master of the Numinous Treasure Assembly, they still care about the Assembly, just like us. Celestial Master Ling said that there is a Numinous Treasure Array for the 5th step, so it must be true. Wasn't Celestial Master Ling the last person to challenge the 9 Celestial Steps? He lost on the 6th step. But how is the third manager so fast? Monster, Celestial Masterling's gaze turned heavy as he looked at the figure on the 9 celestial steps. It really was a monster. Celestial Masterling had lost on the 6th step, and he had personally experienced the numinous treasure array for the 5th step. Although it was only an introductory numinous treasure array and was used to determine whether the challenger had grasped a numinous treasure array or the ability to crack it, it should not have been so fast. Celestial Masterling had taken him more than 10 days to reach the top. How long had this third manager been? Celestial Masterling, and he had only taken 2 turns at most. Celestial Masterling could not understand how this person had done it. Some people solved some answers, but when the answers were given to others, they would not be able to understand it even if they tried to deduce it. Celestial Masterling could not understand how Lu Yin had done it. However, Celestial Master Yuran could understand it, so her eyes shone brightly. This third manager's current ability was definitely enough to succeed in the challenge and become the 10th Celestial Master of the Numinous Treasure Assembly. The 10th Celestial Master, the third manager of the Dayu Villa. Celestial Masterling felt a headache coming on. This person did not seem to be honest. He had challenged all the experts in the world along the way, and now he was going to the Extreme Palace to carve words and provoke Yu Sang Tian. What would the Numinous Treasure Assembly do? Celestial Masterling's head hurt. How could there be such a person? Celestial Masterling hoped that the next 4 steps would be enough to stop him. Celestial Masterling stared at Lu Yin. The 6th step. Celestial Masterling had lost on the 6th step. The 6th step was also a numinous treasure array called Feng Lin Wan. It came from one of the 9 celestial masters of the numinous treasure assembly, Feng Lin Wan. In a corner of the assembly, someone walked out and looked at the celestial master stairs. Had he arrived? Not far away were the people who had stopped Lu Yin. Look, Feng Lin Wan. It's true. Feng Lin Wan rarely appears. I didn't expect him to come out. Feng Lin Wan looked over and smiled. Ji Hua, you're still so naughty. Among them, the cute little girl stuck out her tongue. Uncle Feng, I'm not naughty. Do you think your grandfather doesn't know what you've done? Fortunately, the third manager did not make a move. Otherwise, no one would be able to save you. Feng Lin Wan's expression turned serious. Ji Hua quickly lowered her head. The people around her were confused. They did not know where this girl came from. They only knew that her name was Ji Hua and that she had been following them. Now, it seemed that Ji Hua's background was not simple. She even knew Feng Lin Wan. In the square, Old Tao heard the discussions around him and was surprised. The 6th step is Feng Lin Wan's numinous treasure array. The manager might be in trouble. Feng Lin Wan. Kai Keqing was confused. She had never heard of this before. Old Tao said, Feng Lin Wan is one of the 9 celestial masters of the Numinous Treasure Association. His numinous treasure array is known as the most beautiful killing machine. I'm not sure what it is exactly, as I've never encountered it before. I've only heard of it when I first came to the association. His numinous treasure array has buried many experts, and it has even accompanied him to battle in the consciousness universe. He's a numinous treasure master. Kai Keqing's gaze shifted. Such a numinous treasure master was rarely seen. Lu Yin entered the numinous treasure array the moment he stepped onto the 6th step of the celestial master staircase. At this moment, he was very calm, so calm that it was strange. He saw the maple forest and the fallen leaves, and he experienced a tranquility that he had never experienced before. Even his chaotic heart calmed down. This feeling was similar to that of the Great Ming Domain's Milky Way river mist. A sourcebox array could achieve absolute tranquility. The person who had created this sourcebox array was very powerful, but it did not necessarily mean that the array itself was tranquil. All of the tranquility that a person experienced in their life originated from chaos. For this person to be able to create such a tranquil sourcebox array, he must have experienced incomparable chaos. A battlefield was the most suitable. So, what would happen to this sourcebox array? He was curious. In the maple forest, a withered yellow color replaced the sky, but it was also gradually replaced by darkness. Lu Yin looked up. So that was how it was. Using tranquility to devour oneself would result in a silent death. This was a beautiful way to die. Heavenly Master Yulan looked at the sixth step. The maple forest's name was night. The word night was the ultimate killing intent of this sourcebox array. Everyone longed for tranquility, but they would also be buried forever by this tranquility. Using a sourcebox's killing intent to do something like this was similar to a battle technique. Returning Maple was definitely a genius. He had once challenged the Celestial Master Staircase and succeeded in just one attempt. Of the 9 Heavenly Masters of the Numinous Treasure Association, this person could be ranked in the top 3. How was the third head going to break this numinous treasure array? Had Lu Yin broken through? No, he had not. Since the tranquility could devour him, then so be it. He closed his eyes and fell asleep. It had been a long time since he had slept so peacefully. In the outside world, everyone from the Numinous Treasure Association stared at the sixth step. They watched as Lu Yin closed his eyes. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3494. Uncle Feng, what happened to the third master? Ji Hua asked. She found herself admiring the third master. His unparalleled arrogance made her heart beat faster. She did not want him to die in Maplewood Night. Qian Huifeng did not know how to answer. Let's wait and see. Old Tao and the rest looked at each other. They were not so nervous anymore. The Spirit Treasure Association did not treat them with hostility after discovering that the Master walked the path of spirit treasures. But what was wrong with the Master? How could he be swallowed so easily? They did not believe it. They had seen Lu Yin's strength along the way. There was no way he would be defeated here. Challenging the 9-step Celestial Master ladder was not done overnight. Some people took months to achieve a result. They could only wait. As long as Yuran did not announce Lu Yin's failure, they would wait. Soon, a day passed. Lu Yin maintained his position and did not move. Then, another day passed. He moved. Everyone stared at him. Lu Yin slowly opened his eyes and stretched. What a comfortable sleep. Everyone was speechless. Sleep. Sleep. Was he sleeping? What a joke. Sleeping in Maplewood Night. Was everyone waiting for him to sleep? Although he didn't dare to believe it, it was the truth. Lu Yin slept very comfortably and moved his body, sweeping away the feeling of laziness. He got up and walked through the maple forest's evening spirit treasure array. He stepped onto the 7th step smoothly. Everyone was stunned again. Since Lu Yin came to the Spirit Treasure Association, they had been shocked and stunned again. They thought they were mentally prepared, but they were still stunned. In the square, Old Tao and the rest were not surprised. How could the Master be swallowed so easily? It was just a spirit treasure array. In the corner, Qian Huifeng was calm. Ji Hua was happy and cheered. Then, she reacted and looked at Qian Huifeng carefully. Qian Huifeng was not angry. Sleep. So that was it. It was not that easy. It seemed that Maplewood Night was still too weak. Yuran shook her head. She thought that Maplewood Night had stopped him, but it turned out that it was just asleep. She did not know what to say. This feeling was like igniting a huge fire, only to find that it was extinguished with a stomp. This was the difference in level. This person was indeed a monster. This kid, Lin Feng, will become a laughing stock. An old voice not far away. Yuran looked over. You're back too. It was an old man with white hair, but he was in good spirits. I came back to take a look. I heard that the third master came to the spirit treasure realm. I will help if I can. After all, it is my specialty. How long do you think you can last? Yuran looked at the seventh step. The old man thought for a moment. It's hard to say. You're too embarrassed to say it. It's hard to say. Speaking of which, Yuran, this third master isn't as ferocious as the rumors say. Yuran was surprised. What happened? The old man smiled bitterly. That granddaughter of mine is lawless. She followed a few people to block his path. When I found out, I was almost scared to death. Fortunately, the third master didn't make a move. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to see me. Yuran looked at the celestial master ladder. Fortunately, I didn't make a move. Otherwise, this spiritual treasure gathering would be gone. The old man felt warmth in his heart. This was the Numinous Treasure Society. If he died in the hands of the third keeper, the Numinous Treasure Society would never let him go. In Spirit Hoyo Eternity, the Spirit Treasure Society was a very peculiar existence, so no one was willing to offend the people of the Spirit Treasure Society. Fortunately. His name was Ji Shan, one of the 9 great celestial masters. If this sort of sourcebox array was used on the battlefield, it would be completely ineffective against his enemies. As he stepped into the tomb of landscape, he was surrounded by the danger of the sourceboxes. Before his eyes, there were layers upon layers of mountains and rivers that seemed to stretch on endlessly. There was only a thin line in the sky, and the endless mountains and rivers seemed to be increasing in number. Lu Yin quietly observed his surroundings and sighed. This is a pretty good array, but it's a pity that it's not very useful. Everyone outside heard him, and no one refuted him. The tomb of landscape was indeed of little value. Lu Yin slowly walked forward. The mountains and rivers in front of him were both illusory and real, and they blocked his path. If he wanted to pass, he would either have to break through the mountains and rivers or unlock the danger of the sourceboxes. These were the only 2 paths. The sourceboxes in the tomb of landscape were extremely complex, but Lu Yin could unlock them. However, it would take him a long time. Generally speaking, if one wanted to pass the Celestial Master Staircase, they would have to rely on lock-breaking techniques. However, Lu Yin did not plan on joining the Spiritual Treasure Association. Challenging the Celestial Master Staircase was just a way for both parties to step down. He rather admired the Spiritual Treasure Association, as it gave him a sense of intimacy. Since both parties had a way out, there was no need to delay any further. Time. He raised a hand and tapped out. His realm of palm battle force spread out, and his strength seemed endless. He used the Tao of Tianyi to tap the mountains and rivers in front of him. The spiritual treasure realm trembled imperceptibly. Most people would not be able to sense it, but Yuran and the others could. They all looked at each other in shock. This third master's strength was so great that it was unheard of. Ji Shan stared intently at the 7th step. This third master was definitely an expert at the mulberry sky level, and Ji Shan had always hoped that someone at that level would attempt to break through the tomb of landscape. If even someone at that level could be trapped, then no matter how useless the tomb of landscape was, it would still become one of the Spiritual Treasure Association's most important arrays. Could it trap him? In a corner of the Spiritual Treasure Association, Mu Feng, Ji Hua, and the others watched nervously. At this moment, the Tomb of Landscape's future status would be decided, as well as Zhishan's. If the Tomb of Landscape could trap an expert at the mulberry sky level, then Zhishan would become one of the most powerful celestial masters in the Spiritual Treasure Association, surpassing Mu Feng. Otherwise, his position would still be below Mu Feng's. The Celestial Master Staircase. With a single tap of Lu Yin's finger, the mountains and rivers were destroyed, but they appeared again without end. The mountains and rivers had a sliver of sky, and the sourcebox's killing intent was endless, forming a state similar to that of the Sky Palace. Lu Yin admired the celestial master who had created the Tomb of Landscape more and more. Regardless of whether the celestial master had accidentally comprehended something or not, the Tomb of Landscape was truly strange. Unfortunately, he had run into Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not know how to break through it if it was someone else, but it was simple for him. The starry sky in his heart circled around his fingertips, and under the Sky Palace, his power constellation flowed without end. The mountains and rivers appeared without end, and his own power was even more limitless. It all depended on how long the Tomb of Landscape could last. The spiritual treasure realm's tremors grew more intense, and more people felt it. Everyone looked at the celestial master staircase and watched as Lu Yin's finger continued to extend. He then raised his foot and took a step forward, causing a crack to spread along the staircase. Celestial Master Zhishan's face paled, and he closed his eyes. It had been broken. Celestial Master Yuran looked on in shock. It had been broken. The Tomb of Landscape could not stop an expert at Sang Tian's level. Lu Yin took a step forward and passed through the Tomb of Landscape with a relaxed expression. The first 7 steps, even the Tomb of Landscape, had not given him any trouble. At most, he had used a bit more strength, but that was all. The Tomb of Landscape's destruction was a blow to both Celestial Master Zhishan and the Spiritual Treasure Association. However, before they could recover, someone exclaimed, "There's someone on the 8th step." Everyone looked at the 8th step. Celestial Master Yuran's expression changed. "Celestial Weir, what are you doing?" Lu Yin looked up at the 8th step. A man was standing on the 8th step, and he did not look much older than Lu Yin. He had a smile on his face, but it was too fake, as if he was wearing a mask. "Third Master, please wait a moment. I was the one who set up the array for the 8th step, and it's still incomplete." Lu Yin raised his brows. "Incomplete? Then what have you been doing before?" His tone was not polite at all. This person was obviously a hypocrite, and he was clearly targeting him. The man smiled. "Third Master, don't worry. It'll be done soon. You can't afford to waste my time." Lu Yin stepped onto the 8th step and walked forward. He had never planned to become a celestial master, and now that he had achieved his goal, he did not want to waste time waiting for this person to finish setting up the array. This person was not qualified to make him wait. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3495. The man did not expect Lu Yin to wait for him. He hurriedly said, "There is no spiritual treasure array on the 8th step. Even if you walk past it, it doesn't count." Lu Yin stepped on the 8th step and walked towards the 9th step without looking at the man. The man gritted his teeth and watched Lu Yin walk past him. He shouted anxiously, "Are you afraid?" Lu Yin stopped and turned to look at the man. The man and Lu Yin looked at each other. He was nervous and no longer had the smile on his face. "Are you looking for death?" Lu Yin said slowly. The man gritted his teeth, "It's just a spiritual treasure array. If you're not afraid, why are you running away? Where are you from?" Lu Yin asked. The man said in a deep voice, Heavenly Master of the Numinous Treasure Association, weighing. I'm asking you, where are you from? I'm from the Numinous Treasure region. Luwin frowned. The karma spiral on his fingertip pierced through the man. In an instant, the man felt like he was penetrated. He subconsciously took a few steps back and looked at Luwin in confusion. His face was pale as he did not know what happened. Luwin squinted his eyes. Royal God Mountain. The man's eyes narrowed. How did this person know he was from the Royal God Mountain? From afar, Heavenly Master Yuran shouted, Heavenly Master Weighing, leave the Celestial Master Staircase immediately. You're violating the rules of the Numinous Treasure Association. Weighing ignored Heavenly Master Yuran and stared at Luwin. What did you do to me? Luwin smiled. Seems like you're looking for death. He looked forward. Just as well, the spiritual treasure array is completed. Weighing heaved a sigh of relief. Since it's completed, please challenge me. He was about to leave the Celestial Master Staircase. Suddenly, a hand fell on his shoulder. It was Luwin. You come and go as you please. Who do you think you are? Luwin threw Weighing into the spiritual treasure array. Weighing was shocked and hurriedly defended himself. The modified spiritual treasure array was called Heavenly Punishment. It was created by some heavenly master of the Royal God Mountain. It was given to him to join the Numinous Treasure Association. The Royal God Mountain was a small spiritual universe. They did not know that they were not part of the spiritualized universe. However, under Yu Sang Tian's management, they were subconsciously separated from the major forces of the spiritualized universe. Although they were separated, they would still send people to join them to understand the major forces. Weighing was the heavenly master sent by the Royal God Mountain to join the Numinous Treasure Association. This time, he took the risk of altering the Numinous Treasure Array in order to use the heavenly retribution to get rid of the third master. Once he got rid of this person, his position in the Royal God Mountain would be different. In fact, he didn't know much about the third master's character. He only knew that this person came from the Dayu Mountain Villa and was an enemy of the Imperial God Mountain. He was the one who protected the Imperial God Mountain's criminals. As for Luwin challenging the world's experts along the way, he had been in seclusion at the time and had not had the time to deal with it. It wasn't until Luwin had challenged the Celestial Master Staircase and caused such a huge commotion that he had come out. When he saw that it was Luwin, he didn't think much of it and attacked. As for breaking the rules of the Numinous Treasure Association, he did not mind. At most, he could challenge the Celestial Master Stairs again. However, he did not expect that the third master would be even more unruly than him. Not only did he not wait for him to modify the spiritual treasure array, he had also delayed the completion of the spiritual treasure array with great difficulty, but this person actually threw him in first. This was a scoundrel. His name was Weighing, and he liked to weigh others. This time, he was also weighing the third master. He didn't expect that in the end, he would be weighed by the third master. Third boss, please show mercy. Heavenly Master Yuran shouted. Luwin looked over. Your Numinous Treasure Association members don't follow the rules, so don't blame me. This guy is from the Royal God Mountain. He wants to use the Celestial Master Stairs to kill me. I still need an explanation from the Numinous Treasure Association. Yuran did not expect such a thing to happen. She knew that Weighing came from the Royal God Mountain, and so did the Numinous Treasure Association. However, she did not care. The Numinous Treasure Association had people from various factions. They were not a single faction, but a gathering place for people who cultivated the Tao of Numinous Treasures. However, the Numinous Treasure Association had its own rules. Factions were not allowed to fight internally. Once violated, they would be expelled from the association. Weighing's action could be big or small. If the third master did not mind, they could just strip him of his position as the heavenly master Wang and never allow him to challenge the celestial master stairs to become a celestial master. However, if the third master minded, Wang's action could be regarded as an assassination by the Numinous Treasure Association. It would have a huge impact on the association. The reputation of the Numinous Treasure Association in the spiritualized universe would instantly collapse. Third Master, the 8 steps array has been changed. I can make the decision. You do not need to walk on it. You can directly ascend to the 9th step. This is our compensation to you. As for Wang, we will strip him of his position as a celestial master and never allow him to become a celestial master again. Yuran hurriedly said. This punishment was fair. After all, Lu Yin did not step into the array after the change, so he did not lose anything. Lu Yin was cold and arrogant. I do not accept. Yuran frowned. Third Master, what do you want? Lu Yin looked around. The Celestial Master stairs is said to be unpardonable by outsiders. Even the Numinous Treasure Association wants to regain its dignity. What about yourselves? Everyone in the Numinous Treasure Association had ugly expressions. Your own people changed the array in front of everyone just to deal with someone who challenged the Celestial Master stairs. Isn't this an insult to the Celestial Master stairs? What will the senior who created the Celestial Master stairs think? How will the Numinous Treasure Association survive in the spiritualized universe? I would like to ask, is this matter that simple? No one refuted Lu Yin's words. This matter was too ugly, and everyone in the Numinous Treasure Association was humiliated. Yuran clenched his fist. Third Master is right. From today onwards, Wang Master will be expelled from the Numinous Treasure Association and will never be allowed to step into the Numinous Treasure domain. No one objected. Even those who were close to Wang Master did not plead for mercy. This matter was too embarrassing. Heavenly Master Ji Shan shook his head. This Wang Master was too stupid. Even if he wanted to deal with the Third Master, he should not have done so. Did he really think that the Numinous Treasure Association would stand up for him? Or did he not know how powerful the Third Master was? Qian Huifeng's gaze was cold. Wang Master, even if he was not expelled from the Numinous Treasure Association, he would still kick Wang Master out. Those who did not become Celestial Masters were furious. This Wang Master was not worthy of being a Celestial Master. On the Celestial Master stairs, Lu Yin nodded. That's more like it. This will make me believe that this matter has nothing to do with the Numinous Treasure Association. Next, it will be between me and this person. Heavenly Master Yuran was surprised. Third Master, Wang Master has already been punished. That's the Numinous Treasure Association's punishment. What does it have to do with me? This person wanted to deal with me in front of everyone. If I don't kill him, how can I live up to the title of Third Master of the Dayu Manor? Lu Yin shouted. Third Master, please deal with him after you leave the Numinous Treasure domain. Heavenly Master Yuran hurriedly said. Wang Master was a disgrace to the Numinous Treasure Association, but before this person had contributed greatly to the association. It was not a problem for him to study the Numinous Treasure array with them. If they allowed the Third Master to kill Wang Master here, the Numinous Treasure Association would not be able to accept it. Expelling Wang Master from the Numinous Treasure domain was also to give him time to escape. This was the Numinous Treasure Association's last bit of mercy. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. Are you telling me what to do? Heavenly Master Yuran was helpless. This person's words were arrogant, but his strength made her feel helpless. Third Master also walks the path of Numinous Treasure. You can be considered half a member of the Numinous Treasure Association. Please give us some face. Heavenly Master Yuran's attitude softened. On the side, Heavenly Master Ji Shan bowed. Third Master, please give us some face. Let's talk after we leave the Numinous Treasure domain. Heavenly Master Ing Han bowed, "Third Master, please give us some face." In the corner, Qian Huifeng bowed, "Third Master, please give us some face." "Third Master, please," voices sounded from all directions. They all came from the Heavenly Masters. Some were the 9 Heavenly Masters of the Numinous Treasure Association. Some were not yet Heavenly Masters of the Numinous Treasure Association, but they were still Heavenly Masters of Numinous Treasure. Listening carefully, there were almost 20 people around. That was almost 20 Heavenly Masters of Numinous Treasure begging for mercy. At this moment, Ji Hua said clearly in the corner, "Third Master, please give us some face. Let's talk after we leave the Numinous Treasure domain." Several people hurriedly bowed, "Third Master, please." One after another, everyone in the Numinous Treasure Association bowed and begged for mercy. Heavenly Master Yuran did not expect this. The Numinous Treasure Association's attitude towards the Third Master had completely changed. In the beginning, they were ready to fight to the death to protect their dignity. Now, they were begging for mercy, not because they were afraid, but because they treated the Third Master as half of their own. If they were afraid, they would rather die than surrender. But when it came to their own people, they could beg for mercy. There was no longer any hostility from them. Lu Yin also noticed it. If it were the Heavenly Masters who begged for mercy, he might not have given them face. But there were so many people in the Numinous Treasure Association who were begging for mercy. They all called him a junior, which wiped away his killing intent. These people were no longer hostile to him. He saw the shadow of the Tianyuan Universe's Lockbreaker Society in these people. At this moment, the Numinous Treasure Association bowed to him, but it did not count as bowing. They acknowledged Lu Yin's position as a powerhouse in the Numinous Treasure Association. "He's just a piece of trash. If you want him, I'll give him to you." Lu Yin did not care. Heavenly Master Yuran heaved a sigh of relief. The people of the Numinous Treasure Association raised their heads. "Thank you, Third Master. Thank you, Third Master." At this time, Wei came out of the Numinous Treasure Array in a sorry state. This array was set up by him, so he could naturally escape, but it was not easy. He was panting heavily and sweating profusely. He was still in a state of shock. He looked up and saw Lu Yin's mocking gaze. "Wei, you are expelled from the Numinous Treasure Association. Leave the Numinous Treasure domain immediately," Heavenly Master Yuran shouted. Wei could not hear anything outside the Numinous Treasure Array. Heavenly Master Yuran's words shocked him. "You expelled me from the Numinous Treasure Association." Heavenly Master Yuran's gaze was cold. If not for this person, she would not have begged the Third Master and asked the entire Numinous Treasure Association to plead for mercy, leave the Numinous Treasure domain immediately and never set foot in it again. Wei could not accept it. "I was the one who set up the Tier 8 array. I just changed it. I wanted to change it anyway, but the Third Master happened to challenge me. It was just a coincidence. What did I do wrong?" Jishan's Tomb of Landscape used to be a Tier 1 array. The Third Master changed it to a Tier 2 array. He is the same. Jishan was stunned. He was being dragged into this. Lu Yin glanced at Jishan with a cold gaze. Jishan quickly bowed and smiled awkwardly. Lu Yin retracted his gaze. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3496. The Taoist Master Yuran shouted, "The Tomb of Landscape originally had 2 levels. You can have 1 or 2 levels. But you changed the Numinous Treasure formation at the last minute. Everyone can see that. The Numinous Treasure Guild has unanimously decided to expel you and leave immediately. I don't accept this." Wei Ying was furious. He left the Royal God Mountain and joined the Spirit Treasure Association. He had a bright future. How could he fail? I'll just change the array back. The third head keeper did not enter the array. It has no effect on him. Qian Huifeng shouted, Wei Ying, leave the Spirit Treasure region. Stop talking. Ji Shan said, leave. Yu Ran shouted, leave immediately. Some people were too focused on something and lacked experience. Wei Ying was like that. Due to his special background in the Royal God Mountain, he had been in contact with the Spirit Treasure Dao since young. He rarely communicated with the outside world. His future was already planned. As long as he walked step by step, he could reach the position he wanted. The process was supposed to be long, but everyone was the same. He already had the upper hand. But Lu Yin's arrival showed him a shortcut. As long as he killed the third head keeper, he could shorten the time. This was the reason why he took action. As for the consequences, he did not care. Since the Spirit Treasure Association was supporting him, he could quit being a celestial master. It was worth it to kill the third head keeper. But he did not expect to be expelled before he killed the third head keeper. Especially when he experienced life and death in the array. How could he accept this? The entire Numinous Treasure Association was hostile towards him. He was clearly a member of Numinous Treasure Association, so this should be his territory. Wei Ying was furious. He stared at Yu Ran and said, You are afraid. The expressions of Heavenly Master Yu Ran and the others changed. Wei Ying roared, You are afraid of the third head keeper? He expelled you just because he said so. What kind of Spirit Treasure Association are you? What kind of unity is this? You expelled me, one of the 9 celestial masters, for him. You are all a bunch of trash. I just changed the array. He did not lose anything. But he expelled me just because I came from the Royal God Mountain. Who do you think you are? Wei Ying's voice echoed from the Spirit Treasure Association. Everyone in the association was stunned. Lu Yin smiled. Interesting. The whole Spirit Treasure Association was pleading for mercy for the third head keeper. In the end, the third head keeper blamed the association. Did he not know him? Or did he not understand the Spiritual Treasure Society? In the square, Old Tao looked at him and said, This person is a talent. Palace Master Yao looked at the scale with disdain and contempt. Only then could Qin Qin not even look at him. In the corner, Qian Huifeng was trembling with anger. Wei Ying, what nonsense are you talking about? Wei Ying roared, Isn't it? You hypocrites, you keep talking about unity and the Lingbao society being one. But what happened in the end? You don't even dare to attack this person who violated the rules. So what if I change the array formation? So what if he wanted to deal with him? If you don't dare, I'll do it. You're all trash, a bunch of trash. Qian Huifeng wished he could slap him to death. This person had already disgraced the Numinous Treasure Guild by changing the array formation of the Numinous Treasure Guild. There were not only people from the Numinous Treasure Association here, but also many outsiders. He could imagine that this matter would spread throughout the spiritualized universe, and he would become the laughingstock of the spiritualized universe. The Numinous Treasure Association would also become a laughingstock. If such a person were to become a heavenly master, what prestige would Numinous Treasure have? Lu Yin was curious. How did such a person become a celestial master? Rain burning the sky master, can you help me clear up my doubts? Yu Ran closed his eyes. What happened today was the most humiliating thing in the history of the Numinous Treasure Association. One of their own insulted the celestial master ladder, and the entire Numinous Treasure Association was insulted by one of their own. Wei Ying was so angry that he lost his mind. He stared at Lu Yin and said, You're amazing. You can make the entire Numinous Treasure Association not dare to attack and banish me for you. If you have the ability, you can break through this array formation. I've specially set up this array formation for you. You dare to offend the Royal God Mountain? I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Lu Yin's eyes widened. How dare you? An earth-shattering pressure suddenly descended, as if it was guiding the light from the sky, and fell into the Numinous Treasure region. At this moment, the Numinous Treasure region trembled, and the starry sky was distorted. Everyone felt an unimaginable pressure from heaven and earth. The air seemed to have become 10,000 times heavier. The Numinous Treasure Association went silent. The pressure did not fall on them, but it made it hard for them to breathe. Everyone subconsciously bent their knees to prevent their bodies from being crushed. They lowered their heads, and their bodies were drenched in sweat. Wei Ying fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was shocked. What kind of pressure is this? I've never experienced anything like this before, so how can it be so strong? This person is clearly so young. Wei Ying's vision blurred, and his brain buzzed. His thoughts were in chaos, and blood flowed out of his orifices. His body trembled uncontrollably, and his blood stopped flowing. His entire body went numb. The world turned gray. Lu Yin looked down at Wei Ying from above, as if the heavens had descended. Lu Yin had encountered people like Wei Ying ever since he had embarked on the path of cultivation. They had all come from monstrous backgrounds and believed that they could control everything, but in the end, they had lost everything. Night Queen Yanqing was one such person, but the numerous clashes had allowed her to see the truth. Night King Zhenwu had a monstrous background, but he had been careful with his actions. Even if he had been certain of victory, he had still used poison. Such people were the most terrifying. There had to be someone behind Wei Ying. However, the person behind Wei Ying could not threaten Lu Yin at all. The current leader of the spiritualized universe was Yu Sang Tian, and even he could not suppress Lu Yin, let alone others. As he looked at Wei Ying, who was sprawled on the ground, Lu Yin knew that he had become the person he had once looked up to, the person who viewed everything as ants. However, this was a path that had to be taken in order to cultivate. Viewing everything as ants was a kind of height, but Lu Yin's mentality was to protect the Tian Yuan universe and those who supported him. He hoped that he could guide others to do good, but of course, whether or not he could do so was another matter. However, Wei Ying was indeed something that he viewed as an ant. Lu Yin raised his foot and stepped over Wei Ying. With a stomp, he left. He had stepped over Wei Ying, which was a great humiliation to Wei Ying. This humiliation was enough to make the two of them fight to the death, but it did not matter. Wei Ying would not live to see the next day. Lu Yin walked towards the 9th step. Behind him, Wei Ying's eyes were as red as blood as he resisted the pressure. He gritted his teeth as fresh blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. If you have the ability, then go through the array. Lu Yin stopped and did not even turn around. Your pride is strong enough to withstand my pressure. Then, who gave it to you? Wei Ying coughed up blood and stared at Lu Yin's back. Lu Yin turned to look at Heavenly Master Yuran. I think it's better to cut the weeds and dig up the roots. Heavenly Master Yuran's eyes trembled, but he did not reply. Wei Ying's eyes widened, and he laughed bitterly. Cut the weeds and dig up the roots. Fine, fine. If you have the ability, then go to Royal God Mountain and find him. He gave me dignity and status. He gave me my future path, but you cut it off. He won't let you go. Lu Yin's lips curled up. I'll find him. Wei Ying coughed up blood again. You don't dare. You don't even dare to enter this array. You don't dare to find him. You don't dare. Lu Yin raised a hand and reached into the Heavenly Retribution Sourcebox array. Under everyone's gaze, he waved his hand and forcefully pulled out a strand of the Sourcebox's murderous intent, which pierced through Wang's body. Wang was stunned, and he fell to the ground with disbelief and unwillingness. How was this possible? Heavenly Master Yu Ran and the others did not stop Lu Yin from killing Wang, but they had not expected Lu Yin to use such a method. Using the Heavenly Retribution Sourcebox's murderous intent to kill Wang meant that he could not only break the array but also control it. This third master had not used his own strength to kill Wang, but had used a sourcebox array to kill Wang using Heavenly Retribution. This was something that Wang could not believe even in death. Lu Yin had not even entered the array, so how could he control it? Heavenly Master Yu Ran could not understand. How high was this person's strength in the Tao of spiritual treasures? The rest of the Spiritual Treasure Association were silent. Wang had died, and they did not blame Lu Yin for not leaving the realm of spiritual treasures alive. This was especially so since Lu Yin had used his strength in the Tao of spiritual treasures to kill Wang, which could be considered giving face to the association. It was Wang's own arrogance. He had wanted to harm the third master, and he had also been so arrogant that he had even insulted the Spiritual Treasure Association. They could not blame Lu Yin for this. Lu Yin retracted his hand. The Heavenly Retribution Sourcebox array's murderous intent was constantly changing due to the loss of one sourcebox. It might become even more terrifying, but it was likely to gradually calm down. At the very least, it would not be the same array as before. Lu Yin did not even look at the corpse being weighed. This person was not even qualified to enter the general platform hell. He was not strong and had walked the path of spiritual treasures from start to finish. He would not have much karma, so it was meaningless. Was it Lord? He was from the Royal God Mountain, and he was the one behind weighing. To be able to give him so much dignity, he was obviously not to be trifled with. However, Lu Yin did not care. The Royal God Mountain was destined to be his enemy. He raised his foot and took another step, arriving at the 9th step. Everyone shifted their gazes away from the corpse and looked at Lu Yin. Once he crossed the 9th step, this third master would be the 10th Heavenly Master of the Spiritual Treasure Association. No, the 9th Heavenly Master. In the plaza, Old Tao did not look too good. Lord. He seemed to have heard of this person before, but he did not know the details. He looked at Palace Mistress Yao, who also had a heavy expression, but now was not the time to talk about this. On the 9th step of the Celestial Master staircase, Lu Yin looked ahead but saw nothing. Heavenly Master Yu Ran walked out. Heavenly Master Ji Shan reminded him, it might not be the same as before. You have to grasp it yourself. Heavenly Master Yu Ran paused, nodded, and walked towards the Celestial Master staircase. Lu Yin looked over and saw Heavenly Master Yu Ran reach the 9th step. He raised his eyebrows. Why? Do you want to learn how to weigh and give me a hard one? Heavenly Master Yu Ran glanced at the corpse being weighed. He asked for it. It has nothing to do with others. However, Third Master has a strong killing intent. Be careful of Lord. Lu Yin placed his hands behind his back and did not care. No one in the spiritualized universe can threaten me. Yu Sang Tian is no exception. Heavenly Master Yu Ran looked at Lu Yin deeply. Third Master, do you really want to become a Heavenly Master of the Spiritual Treasure Association? Lu Yin looked at her and smiled. If I say yes, would you dare to accept it? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3497. Hearing Lu Yin's words, Yu Ran nodded. The Numinous Treasure Association gathers cultivators who walk the path of numinous treasure. Unless this person is evil, there is no reason for the association to reject him. Lu Yin laughed. This is similar to the rules of the Dayu Villa. Do you think I'm evil? Yu Ran frowned. Evil. Yes, but the Dayu Villa has broken the rules. It is evil in the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin did not refute. Different standpoints led to different ways of looking at problems. In the eyes of the people from the spiritualized universe, he was an evil person. Breaking a taboo was an evil act. This was decided by their countless years of cultivation and culture. The Celestial Master Staircase is the most sacred thing in the Numinous Treasure Association. If one succeeds in the challenge, one can become a Celestial Master. But perhaps you will be an exception. Lu Yin did not mind. I have seen the unity of the Numinous Treasure Association. I can understand why they did not accept me. After all, they cannot offend the entire spiritualized universe for someone as evil as me. I admire you for being honest. Yuran smiled bitterly. Although you have broken the rules, you are open and upright. I personally hope that you can join the Numinous Treasure Association, but for the sake of the association, I am willing to bear the consequences. If the Dayu Villa is in trouble in the future, the Numinous Treasure Association will not kick you when you are down. Lu Yin smiled and did not speak. In that case, what we are going to do next is indeed the same as weighing. Yuran looked at Lu Yin seriously. I want to change it to the 9th step. How? Originally, the 9th step wouldn't be able to stop the 3rd leader. But now, I want to try myself. If I can stop the 3rd leader from passing the Celestial Master Staircase, that would be the best. If I can't, I will bear all the blame. Lu Yin looked around and saw the members of the Numinous Treasure Association. They had all heard Yuran's words, which was why Lu Yin admired her. She was open and upright. The Numinous Treasure Association had no obligation to offend the spiritualized universe for Lu Yin, even if he became a celestial master. They could not throw the entire association into the mix. Although they were united, they were not stupid. Lu Yin could understand. You are thinking too much. I have never thought of joining the Numinous Treasure Association or becoming a celestial master. I am just curious about the Celestial Master Staircase, Lu Yin said. Heavenly Master Yulan took a deep breath and said, the 9th step, spiritual chess. 3rd Master, you can choose your own spiritual treasure. Lingqi. Lu Yin was confused. Master Yulan was surprised. 3rd Master, you don't know about Lingqi. Explain. The so-called spiritual chess is a chess piece that uses the spiritual treasure's killing intent as the chess pieces. It is divided into black and white, Lu Yin understood. This was a stable perimeter. This spiritualized universe also played this game, but the name was different. 3rd Master, do you understand? Understood. I've played it before, but I don't know the name. Alright, let's begin. 3rd Master, please choose your spiritual treasure. Lu Yin was amused. Since you've changed the Lingqi, you can also choose the Lingqi treasure. Heavenly Master Yuran's eyes were solemn. 3rd Master, are you serious? Doesn't matter. Heaven Master Yulan thought for a moment, then waved his hand, causing numerous spirit treasures to appear. Soon, the entire spirit treasure assembly was in an uproar. Heavenly Master Ji Shan, Qian Huifeng, Ying Han, and the others were all shocked. How many spirit treasures were there? Lu Yin was shocked as well. 10, a total of 10 boundless advanced source boxes. This Heaven Master Yuran was really ruthless. The most difficult stable Lu Yin had ever experienced was when he had fought against Mu Shang. He had used 8 boundless advanced source boxes. If not for Celestial Master Qiuling's memories, Lu Yin would not have been able to beat Mu Shang. In the end, he had relied on Gu Yu's letter to see through the hidden corners to win. He had not expected Heaven Master Yuran to directly use 10 boundless advanced source boxes. 10 boundless advanced source boxes shocked the entire spirit treasure assembly. It was obvious that even in this spiritualized universe, where lock-breaking surpassed the Tian-Yuan universe's spirit treasure assembly, it was rare to see a game with so many boundless advanced source boxes. Even Heaven Master Yuran was cautious. Third Master, are you alright? Lu Yin looked deeply at Heaven Master Yuran. Are you alright? Thank you for your concern, Third Master. Then, let us begin, Heaven Master Yuran said. She was staking everything on this one throw. In order to stop Lu Yin from reaching the 9th step and to avoid being scolded by the Spirit Treasure Assembly, she was willing to take this risk. Her cultivation was at the level of the sequence laws, and 8 boundless advanced source boxes would not be a problem. Even Mu Shang would be able to withstand it. However, with each additional source box, the difficulty would increase exponentially. This was because the danger from the source boxes would become extremely complex, and it would not be as simple as doubling or tripling the difficulty. Now, there were 10 boundless advanced source boxes, and even sequence laws powerhouses would have to be careful. They would have to guard against the danger from the source boxes while also completing the game. This was disadvantageous for Heaven Master Yuran, as she was far weaker than Lu Yin. On the other hand, this was beneficial to Lu Yin, as he could completely ignore the danger from the source boxes. Heaven Master Yuran was helpless. No matter how many source boxes she placed, they would not be able to threaten the Third Master. In that case, she would have to place as many source boxes as possible and make this game as complex as possible. The more complex it was, the more she would have to rely on the strength of a source box. Only then would she have a higher chance of winning. However, if she made a single wrong move, she would have to pay with her life. At this moment, above the 9th stair, the danger from the 10 boundless advanced source boxes collided in an irregular manner and continued to spread. It had already spread to the 8th, 7th, and even the 5th stair, and it was still spreading. These dangers collided, combined, and cancelled each other out. It took more than an hour for everything to calm down. Finally, the Celestial Master's staircase was completely covered by the danger from the source boxes. The Landscape Tomb, Maplewood Night, Heavenly Retribution, and other source box arrays were also included. They collided with the danger from the 10 source boxes, creating a strange scene. Water dripped from the void over at the Landscape Tomb. Light appeared over Maplewood Night. The Heavenly Retribution source box array had been destroyed by Lu Yin and was currently collapsing. However, at this moment, it was filled with the sound of thunder, and lightning bolts occasionally streaked across the sky. This was something that Heaven Master Yuran had not expected. She had never used 10 boundless advanced source boxes before, she had only used 9 at most. 10 source boxes had become uncontrollable. Now, the combination of so many source box arrays was even more frightening. Ji Shan shouted, Heaven Master Yuran, rearrange the source boxes. This round of source boxes is over. Qian Huifeng also shouted, this is no longer source box. It's somewhere between a source box array and a source box. It's completely changed, and we can't control it. Inghan's face paled, as this was indeed not source box. Once he entered, he would not be able to hold on for long. That lightning, that water dripping from the void, and that light were all unfathomable. What the hell was that? Heaven Master Yuran frowned and subconsciously looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin continued to look at her. You can redo it. I'm fine with that. Heaven Master Yuran gritted her teeth. No need. This is the 9th steps trial. Lu Yin laughed. The more complex the source box is, the more you think you can win. That represents your confidence, but if you can't even withstand the source box's danger, how can you play? I can tell you this clearly. He pointed at the original location of the Heavenly Retribution array, which was now filled with lightning. That location is enough to kill you. Heaven Master Yuran gasped. She took a deep breath. This is the path of source boxes. Every cultivator of this path is fighting against the heavens, and they can die without regrets. Lu Yin sighed. Your spirit is commendable, but it's not worth it. Let Su Sherdao come. He can play with me. Heaven Master Yuran was solemn. If you win, I will personally take you to see Senior Su, but this round is mine. Lu Yin shrugged. Up to you. Don't blame me if you die. Choose black or white. Black. Then I'll choose white. Heaven Master Yuran retracted her gaze and looked at Sourcebox. Now, she had to find the way in. Lu Yin also looked at Sourcebox. Although he did not care about the Sourcebox's danger, if he rashly went in and messed up the Sourcebox's danger, causing all the black stones to disappear, he would lose even if it was a matter of luck. He had never tried such a stable perimeter before, and this was a challenge. It would be of great help to improve his lock-breaking ability and cognition. More people came to the Spirit Treasure Association. Some were cultivators, and some were members of the association. The third master of the Dayu Villa had challenged the Celestial Master Staircase and climbed all the way to the 9th step. This had caused a great shock to the outside world, and it was comparable to when he had been invincible in terms of intent realm. The path of spiritual treasures was different from the path of cultivation. No one had expected the third master to be so powerful in both the path of cultivation and the path of spiritual treasures. He was so powerful that he was only one step away from becoming a celestial master. How did this person cultivate? In the Beyond Heaven Palace, Yu Seng Tian looked into the distance. He was not surprised. After all, this person was the master of the Tian Yuan universe and was born from the fate of the universe. He could even comprehend the path of karma, let alone the path of spiritual treasures. Su Sherdao hoped that he would not disappoint him. Also, where was the one true God? Yu Seng Tian's face darkened as he stared at Lu Yin. He thought that he had seen through the master of the Tian Yuan universe, but he had lost track of the eternal ruler. That existence also made him apprehensive. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3498. Spirit chess rules dictated that only one black piece remained. Even if the black piece disappeared until only one remained, the black piece would still win. Rainburn grew anxious, as this third master had clearly seen through the spirit chess board. If she waited any longer, she would not even have the time to enter the board. She no longer hesitated and stepped out of the board. Lu Yin's gaze froze. Rainburn had not completely seen through the spirit chess board, and her decision to enter had been based on luck. However, her luck was not bad. The danger from the source boxes constantly changed and combined like a boiling ocean that swept through everything. Regardless of whether it was the black or white pieces, they were all wiped out. Lu Yin had originally allowed the black pieces to have the advantage in numbers, but now, all of them had been wiped out, which meant that all of his previous efforts had been destroyed. This would not do. Lu Yin tapped his finger lightly and guided the danger from the source boxes towards Rainburn. There were 10 boundless advanced source boxes, each with a different danger. One of the source boxes' danger was like a pile of stones that constantly piled up to form an ancient structure that brazenly pressed down on Rainburn. Rainburn gritted her teeth and changed her position to avoid the danger. The change in position caused the danger from the source boxes to change as well. Even Lu Yin could not easily predict what this change would be, as it was too complicated. If Lu Yin wanted to determine the victor, he could simply use the danger to deal with Rainburn, and she would not be able to block it. However, that would be too low class. After all, this was the path of lock-breaking, and one's strength was inferior. The reason why he could see through the spirit chess board was largely due to his strength, which was unfair to begin with. Within the spirit chessboard, he would try to give her as much fairness as possible. Rainburn counterattacked and took out something similar to a lock-breaking tool to guide the danger from the source boxes towards Luin. Luin also counterattacked. He did not need a lock-breaking tool, so the danger from the source boxes did not affect him at all. This fact made Rainburn sullen, but there was nothing she could do. She could only attack the black pieces, but her speed was not as fast as Lu Yin's. As they fought, the black and white pieces were constantly consumed. As time passed, the white pieces were being wiped out faster and faster. Even the outsiders could see this. Rainburn has lost. How did the third master cultivate? He's so powerful even in the path of spiritual treasures. Wrong, he still relies on his strength. But we can't deny that this third master has the strength of a celestial master when it comes to spiritual treasures. Otherwise, he would not have been able to reach this step. No one refuted him, as Lu Yin's lock-breaking ability was obvious to all. Without the corresponding lock-breaking ability, Lu Yin could destroy the sourcebox's danger zones, but he would not be able to use them. As more and more white chess pieces were wiped out, Yuran became more and more anxious. Unknowingly, he was close to the 8th step, which was where the heavenly retribution earthly annihilation spiritual treasure array formation was. She didn't react until the thunder roared. The terrifying lightning was like a monster. It suddenly erupted and swept towards her. Heavenly Master Yulan looked at the incoming thunder and saw 2 golden eyes devouring it. The power of the explosion tore her skin apart. She retreated, but her surroundings were filled with the danger of sourceboxes. Every step she took was filled with unpredictable danger. Outside, the people of Numinous Treasure Society were shocked. Heaven Master Yuran, be careful. Ji Shan was shocked. Suddenly, several water droplets appeared in front of Heavenly Master Yulan. 1 mountain, 1 water. The water droplets turned into mountains to stop the lightning. She came back to her senses and retreated once again. Only then did she leave the range of the lightning. This was the mountain river tomb. She looked at the 7th step, and Lu Yin withdrew his hand. This was because he had taken action just now. He had changed the mountain river tomb and used the water droplets from the void to save Heavenly Master Yuran. Otherwise, this woman would have died. The sourcebox array's power was comparable to a sequence law, and it was very rare. After all, it was a combination of 10 boundless advanced sourceboxes and a sourcebox array. It had never appeared in the Tian Yuan universe before. Thank you, Heavenly Master Yuran said gratefully. Outside, the people of Numinous Treasure Society looked at Lu Yin gratefully. Heavenly Master Yuran's status in Numinous Treasure Society was extremely high. She liked to help the younger generation and was not arrogant. Most of the society's unity was due to her. It could be said that Numinous Treasure Society could lose the #1 Heavenly Master of Numinous Treasure, but they could not lose Yuran. She was the true pillar of Numinous Treasure Society. In particular, Lu Yin had saved her by using the Mountain River Tombs array. He had used the path of Numinous Treasure to save someone, which earned the society's respect. They had been hostile at the beginning, but now, they were starting to respect Lu Yin. Ji Hua even cheered. After being saved by Lu Yin, Heavenly Master Yuran was too ashamed to continue playing, and she dejectedly left the spirit board. The moment she left the board, she had lost. The people of Numinous Treasure Society were not unwilling. This was the difference in strength, and there was no other way. Third head, I admit defeat. You can leave as well, Heavenly Master Yuran said politely. Lu Yin looked around. Even if I leave this spirit board, it will be hard for you to solve it. Heavenly Master Yuran said, don't worry, Numinous Treasure Society can solve it. Lu Yin wanted to help them get rid of the spirit board, but since Heavenly Master Yuran said so, he let her be. Her life was saved by Lu Yin, and she could be grateful. However, Numinous Treasure Society could not be looked down upon. If they could not even solve this spirit board, it would be too embarrassing. Lu Yin walked out of the spirit board and stood on the 9th step. The Heavenly Master Staircase Challenge was successful. Numinous Treasure Society was silent as everyone looked on with mixed feelings. What should Numinous Treasure Society do next? Should they accept the third head as a Heavenly Master of Numinous Treasure Society? Thinking of the Dayu Villa's violation of the rules and what the third head had done, their scalps went numb. Once the third head joined Numinous Treasure Society, it would mean that Numinous Treasure Society would become enemies with all the major forces in the spiritualized universe for him. Otherwise, it would go against the unity of Numinous Treasure Society. They did not want to do so, but they could not reject it, especially since they respected the third head. What was wrong with this person? Could he not cause so much trouble? If this person was normal, everyone in Numinous Treasure Society would welcome him with open arms. Heavenly Master Yuran was even more bitter. If this person was not an enemy of the Outland, she would even give up her position as president to him. Why did it have to be this kind of person? Even if they had agreed to stop this person from joining Numinous Treasure Society, did they really have to do that? Was this person really evil? Her life was saved, and she could not live with her conscience. Numinous Treasure Society was in an unprecedented awkward situation. Heavenly Master Yuran was in an unprecedented awkward situation. Under such circumstances, the more conscientious a person was, the more they would feel guilty. However, in the entire cultivation world, there were not many people like this. They were all worn down by the mutual deception of the cultivation world. The reason why Numinous Treasure Society could maintain such a mentality was related to their uniqueness. Numinous Treasure Society did not need to compete with the outside world for resources. All the numinous treasures in the spiritualized universe were still a numinous treasure domain, so they did not need to interact with the outside world. Perhaps Shikong domain had already thought of this situation. Numinous Treasure Society was like a pure land in the cultivation world. Although there were occasional impurities, it was not a big deal. Lu Yin stood on the Celestial Master Staircase and looked in a direction. He felt an indescribable sense of danger in that direction. There was a power there. At his fingertip, a karmic spiral twined. With a wave of his hand, the karmic spiral moved in that direction. No matter what kind of powerhouse existed in that direction, they could not pry into the karmic spiral. This was a power that even Yu Sang Tian was afraid of, and he had even killed his way to the Tian Yuan universe. The black and white landscape was a painting, but the people in the painting were alive. The karmic spiral entered, causing ripples to appear in the painting. The old man by the lake was penetrated, and Lu Yin saw Yu Sang Tian and himself. This old man had karma with him. The old man turned and looked at Lu Yin. His eyes were filled with surprise and confusion, but there was also a hint of a smile. I am Master Su. I have long heard of your great name, Third Master. Please come and have a chat with me. Latest update on this site. Yuran, lead the way for Third Master. Yuran heard this and politely said to Lu Yin, Third Master, please follow me to meet Senior Su. The karmic spiral dissipated, and Lu Yin retracted his gaze. This old man was from Master Su. He was indeed powerful. Although he could not pry into karma, he could actually avoid it, just like Mr. Li. He had sensed something in advance, but he did not avoid it, allowing the karmic spiral to penetrate him. What was he thinking? Lu Yin could see Master Su, but he could not. His goal was to find Bao Qi's whereabouts. Heaven's hand had placed Bao Qi's location at the foot of the Celestial Master Staircase, so he had no choice but to come. Since Master Su was not fighting for Sang Tian's position, and Lu Yin had a good impression of Spiritual Treasure Association, there was no need to cause trouble. But now, He was curious. Why did Master Su not avoid the karmic spiral? Normal people would avoid invisible attacks. This was an instinct. Even if they did not know what the attack represented, they would still avoid it. Why was Master Su an exception? Everyone in Spiritual Treasure Association quietly watched Lu Yin follow Yu Ran to Master Su's location. Their gazes were complicated, and they did not know how to treat this third master. In the square, Old Tao and the rest were worried again. They thought that Lu Yin could leave after successfully challenging the Celestial Master staircase. They knew that Lu Yin's goal was Bao Qi's position at the foot of the Celestial Master staircase. But now, Lu Yin was following Yu Ran to meet Master Su. What would the result be? They did not know. Would Master Su attack them like he did to Jin, Forget Sorrow Elder, and Dancing Butterfly World Horizon? They could not imagine the result of the battle between Master Su and Master Su. Would Spiritual Treasure Association's attitude towards them change? Master Su was the supreme sect in Spiritual Treasure Association. Even Sang Tian had to be courteous when he saw him. Lu Yin knew the location of Master Su, but he still followed Yu Ran to it. His speed was neither fast nor slow. On the way, Yu Ran asked, "Third Master came to Spiritual Treasure Association for Master Su?" Lu Yin said calmly, "Not for anything, just for people." He was actually doing this for Bao Qi, but in Yu Ran's ears, he was doing this for the Su Master Dao. "Third Master, why did you challenge all the experts in the world? Are you curious?" "Something like that. Nothing much. I just want to see if there are any experts in the spiritualized universe that can stop me." Yu Ran stopped and looked at Lu Yin. "Is there no expert in the Tian Yuan universe that can stop Third Master?" After the battle of intent, Lu Yin and the rest's origin was clear. They came from the Tian Yuan universe, but no one exposed it. They were all waiting for Sky Beyond's reaction. If Dayu Manor was weak, it would have been besieged. But Dayu Manor, especially Lu Yin's terrifying strength, no one stood out. They could only wait. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3499. Lu Yin and Yu Ran looked at each other and smiled. "No." Yu Ran shook her head. "If not, the Tian Yuan universe will be in danger. It's better for you to plan ahead." "What do you mean?" "Wu Jiang came from the Tian Yuan universe to provoke Yu Sang Tian. Does Yuan Qi really want to replace Yu Sang Tian? Let's not talk about the strength of Beyond Heaven. It has 7 forces and 36 domains. You have made the wrong move. Provoking Yu Sang Tian to increase Yu Manor's position in the spiritualized universe is a huge mistake." The outside world only knew that Wu Jiang came from the Tian Yuan universe, but they did not know that Yuan Qi was not Wu Jiang's master. There were many guesses in the outside world. Only the top figures in the spiritualized universe knew that Yuan Qi was being controlled. "Why is it wrong?" Lu Yin asked. Yu Ran was solemn. The spiritualized universe is much stronger than the Tian Yuan universe. Time has been merciless. The gap is like a bottomless ravine. If you are invincible in the Tian Yuan universe, then the spiritualized universe can find at least 10 experts to sweep through the Tian Yuan universe, or even more. This site is the first to be updated. Is the Plain Master sect one of them? Lu Yin asked. Yu Ran nodded. The Numinous Treasure Association hopes that the Third Master will consider the Grand Uvilla's position and re-establish contact with the spiritualized universe. If possible, the Numinous Treasure Association is willing to help the Third Master establish a foothold in the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin looked at her back. "Why?" "Because I saved you." Yu Ran did not answer. She did not know why. Was it because of his respect for the spiritualized universe? Although he was arrogant and unruly, he always showed respect for the spiritualized universe. Chang Liang's death was caused by him using the spiritualized universe. She was also saved by him using the spiritualized universe. He succeeded in challenging the celestial master ladder and surpassed her in the spiritualized universe. However, he did not use that to threaten the spiritualized universe. Was he really as lawless as he appeared to be? Yuran could see it clearly. Many eyes in the spiritualized universe could see it clearly. This person was just a facade. The ground was separated by black and white. The Plain Master sect was ahead. Heavenly Master Yuran looked ahead and muttered to himself, black and white domain, where Senior Su resides. Black and white are not the colors of heaven and earth. They come from the river of swords. Lu Yin stepped forward. The Sword Path River is Senior Su's famous spirit treasure array formation. It specializes in killing, and each sword edge is enough to kill the spirit ancestor instantly. No one knows how many sword edges there are in the Sword Path River. Once, Senior Su used the Sword Path River to fight Mang Sang Tian. Lu Yin slowly walked towards the black and white lights. Was this a Sword Dao River spirit treasure array? He rarely saw such a numinous treasure array. The origin array Heavenly Master who specialized in killing in the Tian Yuan universe was Heavenly Masterly. Perhaps Heavenly Masterly had someone similar. He took a step forward and stepped on the black and white soil. Yuran's eyes flashed. They were here. A gust of wind blew past, carrying the fallen leaves into the distance. The fallen leaves came out of the black and white region. They were black and white, but after leaving the black and white region, they turned yellow. Lu Yin accepted it, and the dried leaves crumbled at his fingertips before scattering to the ground. Why is there no movement? Heavenly Master Yuran was puzzled. An old voice rang out. A friend from afar. Ha ha ha. Lu Yin smiled and stepped into the black and white region. Lost. Heavenly Master Yuran stood outside the black and white region and looked inside. He did not leave and just stood there, hoping that the third master would listen to him. There were too many powerhouses in the spiritualized universe. Some came because their lifespans were approaching, some because of resources, and some because of Yu Sang Tian. The world had lost all other colors, and only black and white remained. Lu Yin had never seen such a scene before. He had seen the gray color of time standing still, and he had also seen the colorful colors. He was no stranger to this place. He walked all the way to the lakeside and saw an old man fishing with his back facing him. The old man looked at the bottom of the lake seriously. The lake water was clear, and he could see the bottom at a glance. The fish approached the fishing line but quickly swam away. From time to time, they would flap their tails and splash water onto the old man. The old man did not get angry and just stared at the bottom of the lake. Lu Yin walked to the lakeside and watched the fish tease the old man. He smiled. Why do you have to fish when you can catch them at any time? The old man smiled. That's what makes it fun. The fish is smart enough to know that you, the fisherman, will only tease you. You won't be able to catch it in this lifetime. The old man laughed. Isn't that more fun? Some people think they're fishermen, but they're actually the ones being fished. In the fish's eyes, I'm just someone who is being teased, but I can't do anything about it. It can get close to the fishing line or stay away from it. When it's bored, it will tease me, but it doesn't know that many times, I can catch it just by reaching out. Lu Yin sat down. The fish doesn't have the foresight to see what you can do. Yes, people are the same. Some people think they're fishing, but they're actually the ones being fished. But if a true fisherman never pulls in the net, then he'll really become the one being fished. That depends on the strength and patience of both parties. In any case, I've been fishing for this fish for 100 years. The longer you wait, the more it will think that you can't do anything to it, Luin said. The old man suddenly reached out and grabbed the fish at the bottom of the lake. The fish's eyes were filled with fear and confusion, and its tail kept flapping as it struggled to escape. Let's see if you can still run. He casually tossed the fish back into the lake. The fish hurriedly swam to a corner of the lake and kept drilling down, hoping to escape from the old man's line of sight. The old man laughed. How sad. Now that it sees clearly, it'll live in fear for the rest of its life. It might as well be stewed by me. Luin agreed. Yes, it might as well be stewed. The old man looked at Luin. You agree? Luin nodded and said seriously, I agree. In any case, it can't escape. You understand? Yes. Then why are you causing so much trouble? What does it have to do with me? We're talking about a fish. You're a fish. Even if you're a senior, you can't scold me. The old man was speechless. I said that you're a fish that keeps causing trouble. What's the difference between you and a fisherman? Luin retorted, I'm not a fish. Believe me, you are. I'm really not. The old man sighed and put down his fishing rod. Yu Sang Tian came looking for me and gave me a condition to kill you. Luin wasn't surprised. You can't do it. Whether or not I can do it is another matter. In this universe, whether it's the spiritualized universe or the Tianyuan universe, Yu Sang Tian will always be a fisherman, and you can only be a fish. You came from the Tianyuan universe. You came from the Tianyuan universe to the spiritualized universe, but you just swam from one side of the lake to the other and around the fishing rod. He can catch you whenever he wants. At this point, he stood up. What's wrong with you, Junior? At our level, there's no need to explain things so clearly. You just don't understand. Luin stood up as well. I understand, but I'm definitely not a fish. Then you're bait. Old man, you're bent on scolding me, aren't you? The old man laughed. In any case, I'm sure that Yu Sang Tian is a fisherman. Luin couldn't help but laugh. How ruthless, you're even scolding yourself. I'm a fish, and so are you. All three universes are fish, and only Yu Sang Tian is fishing. Junior, don't cause any more trouble. This isn't the way to protect the Tianyuan universe. Yuran just reminded you that there are too many powerhouses in the spiritualized universe, and some of them have lived longer than me. But no matter who they are, they're all suppressed by Yu Sang Tian. There are no exceptions. If you want to protect the Tianyuan universe, the Numinous Treasure Association can help you. This is the price you have to pay for saving Yuran's life. Luin didn't believe it. Can the Numinous Treasure Association help me protect the Tianyuan universe? The old man thought about it. It's very difficult. Yes, sorry, I'm afraid you can't protect it. There are too many people waiting for the universe to restart, but protecting the boundless universe shouldn't be a problem. What makes you think you can do that? Yu Sang Tian will listen to you, Luin retorted. The old man was pleased. Don't underestimate the Numinous Treasure Association. Spirit treasures are also resources of the universe, but they're all placed in the Numinous Treasure domain. Why? Because spirit treasures are the only things that can peek into the mysteries of the universe. What existed before the birth of humans can only be seen through spirit treasures. Yu Sang Tian has reached his level, and the only thing left is eternal life. Once he reaches eternal life, what else can he do? Sit around and wait for death. Waiting for death is just a dream. He can't die, so he can only pursue higher goals. Luin listened quietly. This might not be what Yu Sang Tian wanted to do, but it was the original intention behind the establishment of the Numinous Treasure Association. Spirit treasures were the only things that could avoid time. Time couldn't erode spirit treasures. Lock-breaking spirit treasures connected two separate periods of time. Before the birth of humans, what was the universe like? What creatures existed? Only through spirit treasures could they find out. The Numinous Treasure Association attracted countless people to join because of this. It was as if the lock-breaking spirit treasures were a shortcut. But the truth was that while the Numinous Treasure Association was important, it couldn't change Yu Sang Tian. A dream with a future that could never compare to reality. I'm curious. Why are you helping me? Just because you saved Yuran. Then you shouldn't have ignored Yu Sang Tian's conditions. Lu Yin didn't understand. The old man looked up at the stars. There was a secret behind the battle with Meng Sang. I knew it then. Yu Sang Tian used this as a condition for me to get rid of you, so he revealed the secret. Perhaps I could replace Meng Sang, but after so many years, I don't want to be involved in these matters anymore. I don't want to be Sang Tian either. Lu Yin understood. Heart as still as water. The old man laughed. It's not that exaggerated. It's good to stay in the Numinous Treasure domain in the future. Fortunately, you're like this. Otherwise, you would have been cheated, Lu Yin said. The old man was puzzled. What do you mean by cheated? Lu Yin looked at him. Meng Sang Tian went missing. The more time passes, the less likely he is to remain in his position. Even if you don't step forward to replace him, someone else will. The old man was shocked. How can this be? Meng Sang Tian went missing. Did you do it? No. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3500. The elder was confused. How do you know? Even I don't know, and the spiritualized universe definitely doesn't know either. You're from the Tian Yuan universe, so how do you know if you didn't do it? Lu Yin said naturally, I just know. The elder looked at Lu Yin deeply. Forget it, this has nothing to do with me. I've already warned you, so you can leave. Right, there's one more thing. The person behind the scale isn't simple. Lu Yin didn't leave. I also want to ask you something. Why didn't you dodge before? The elder met Lu Yin's gaze. I was curious. Curious. To be honest, I've never encountered an invisible attack in my entire life. I also want to see what it is. Perhaps I can find out why Yu Sang Tian cares so much about you but doesn't attack you. Unfortunately, I still can't understand it. At this point, he stared at Lu Yin as if waiting for an explanation. Lu Yin moved his arm. If you let me go, how are you going to explain it to Yu Sang Tian? The elder was disappointed. There's no need for that. It's just a deal. The worst-case scenario is that the deal fails. Do you want to put on a show? I'm quite curious about your spirit treasure array. There's a legendary spirit treasure array called Grafting Flowers. I'd like to see it. Lu Yin's eyes lit up as he looked at the elder. The elder shook his head. I'm old, and I don't have the heart to fight. Since there's no need to explain to Yu Sang Tian, what's the point of fighting? I can tell you what that invisible attack is, Lu Yin said. The elder was excited. Good, I was waiting for you to say that. I'm not interested in Yu Sang Tian's deal, but yours is different. I'm Master Su, the #1 spirit treasure master in the spiritualized universe. Please. Lu Yin solemnly said, Number 1 Origin Array Heavenly Master in the Tian Yuan Universe, Lu Yin. Please. Master Su was surprised. Origin Array Heavenly Master. Equivalent to a Heavenly Master. You're the strongest in the Tian Yuan Universe? For now, I am. Ha, good, the number 1 in the spiritualized universe versus the number 1 in the Tian Yuan Universe. Interesting, interesting. Then, the black and white colors suddenly shrank and shot out from Lu Yin's feet towards Master Su. Finally, it turned into a huge black and white sword that slashed down at Lu Yin. Ancient sword. This move came too quickly, and Lu Yin didn't expect it. Old man, you cheated. This spiritual treasure array has already been set up. Lu Yin was dissatisfied. Master Su laughed, Junior, I am the heavenly master of numinous treasures. Since you have entered, you must be mentally prepared. Come. Ancient sword. In the numinous treasure society, everyone's jaws dropped as they stared blankly at the black and white swords that connected heaven and earth. Old Tao, Palace Master Yao, and the others were shocked. The black and white twin swords gave them a huge pressure. This pressure turned into a gale that swept across the spirit treasure domain. The entire spirit treasure domain was shaking. Countless spirit treasures were suppressed by the gale and were unable to move. This third head had really challenged the plain Master Dao. The result of this battle would definitely be the same as the intent realm battle. It would shock the spiritualized universe. The black and white swords looked huge, but they were only about 10 meters away from Lu Yin. Lu Yin didn't underestimate Master Su. He gathered the soil from the mortal ancestors' world to form a spear and thrust it forward. Bang! Every crack swallowed the surroundings, and the black and white domain was instantly destroyed. Then, it headed for the Spirit Treasure Association. Lu Yin's spear extended along with the black and white swords, and it instantly pierced towards Master Su. Around Master Su, countless black and white swords appeared and slashed at the spear. At the same time, the black and white swords suddenly disappeared and turned into black and white gas. They formed a soft but sharp attack that slashed towards Lu Yin. There were no sequence particles, and it was a pure attack formed from a spirit treasure array. However, it was more terrifying than most of the sequence techniques that Lu Yin had encountered. These two attacks were enough to easily kill a sequence law expert. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. The spear in his hand suddenly split apart and spread around him. He used the soil as the sourcebox's killing intent to form a sourcebox array, seemingly sealed shut. Seemingly sealed shut came from true insight. When the Prime Clear One had used the 3 Yang ancestral Qi to transform into progenitor Hui, he had used seemingly sealed shut to seal Lu Yin. Seemingly sealed shut could seal the enemy, but it could also protect oneself. Master Su's eyes widened. Not a bad spirit treasure array, but it's useless. The black and white gas continued to slash down, but seemingly sealed shut couldn't last for long. Lu Yin remained calm and composed. Seemingly sealed shut naturally couldn't block Master Su's spirit treasure array, but what if he added another one? Which of the sourcebox arrays that progenitor Hui had created was the most powerful? No one could say for sure. Some sourcebox arrays were used for combat, while others were used to assist in cultivation. There were also sourcebox arrays that protected an area. The one that Lu Yin admired the most was Limitless Power. This Limitless Power sourcebox array protected the battlefield on the other side of the astral tree realm, allowing the fifth mainland to fight with the Eternals for so many years. If not for this sourcebox array, the astral tree realm would not have been able to stop the Eternals. After Lu Yin had become invincible, he had specially gone to the battlefield on the other side of the astral tree realm to research this Limitless Power sourcebox array. Although this sourcebox array was difficult to set up, and even Divine Master Gu Yen found it difficult to do so, it wasn't because the array itself was difficult. Rather, it was because this sourcebox array was too vast and involved too many things. In particular, it required strength to support it. If Divine Master Gu Yen had enough materials and time, he would have been able to set it up. Otherwise, his strength would have limited him. But now, Lu Yin was able to use the soil from Progenitor Chen's world to set it up. His strength had long since surpassed Progenitor Hui's, and even if it wasn't as complicated as the limitless power sourcebox array, it was still enough to block the black and white swords. When the limitless power sourcebox array appeared, it coordinated with seemingly sealed shut. It was like an endless source of power that cancelled out the black and white gas. Master Su was shocked. "You created this spirit treasure array yourself?" Lu Yin replied, "Not me. It was created by a respectable senior from the Tian Yuan universe." Master Su praised, "An endless source of power. Good. What's it called?" "Limitless power." "What an amazing limitless power. I'm impressed. This spirit treasure array is similar to my grafting flowers, but it's also fundamentally different. If you want to see grafting flowers, I'll show you." The black and white gas disappeared. With the support of the limitless power sourcebox array, the black and white swords were helpless. Lu Yin also displayed the strength that an origin array heavenly master should have. His expression turned solemn. Grafting flowers. He had finally seen it. On the way here, Old Tao and Palace Mistress Yo had told him that the Master Su's most powerful spirit treasure array was grafting flowers. What kind of power did this spirit treasure array have? They couldn't explain it clearly, but they could only describe it in one word: limitless power. These words made Lu Yin think of his own Azure Sky Palace. The seventh step of the Celestial Master Staircase, the Tomb of Landscape, also had a similar ability. However, while it seemed to be limitless, it was far from being truly limitless. Regardless of whether it was cultivation or lockbreaking, the further one progressed, the more energy one would consume. At a certain point, this sort of thing was like a tacit agreement. If that was really the case, then the Azure Sky Palace was not simple. This was also why Lu Yin was curious about grafting flowers. He wanted to see if this sourcebox array could truly achieve the same level as the Azure Sky Palace, where it would not consume energy and could unleash limitless attacks. On the ground, a tree bloomed, and its trunk continued to grow as it spread out into the black and white domain. Lu Yin watched the tree bloom, which was formed by the danger of the sourceboxes. The Su Master Sect's ability in lockbreaking could be seen vividly from this tree. This was because even with Lu Yin's experience, he couldn't see through this tree at first glance. This tree had been set up in an extremely short period of time, and it had not been set up for a long time. The Master Su's lockbreaking ability surpassed Lu Yin's, but he was not surprised that he could sense the aura of the ancient sword from this tree. Were these two sourcebox arrays linked together? The tree branches stretched out, and the tree enveloped the entire black and white domain before finally enveloping the Spirit Treasure Association. Yu Ran stared in a daze. Grafting flowers. He also saw that Senior Su had used her full strength in this battle. Grafting flowers had left its mark in the history of the spiritualized universe, and it was known as the culmination of all spirit treasure array techniques. Since ancient times, no one had been able to surpass it. The Master Su had almost defeated Meng Sang Tian because of grafting flowers. They had only relied on this array technique. Aside from that, there were no other array techniques or battle techniques that could be used. A spirit treasure array could be set up in an instant and almost defeated Meng Sang Tian. One could only imagine the shock this array brought to the spiritualized universe. There was no one in the Spirit Treasure Association who did not want to learn grafting flowers. The Master Su had once claimed that they could teach anyone, but all of the heavenly masters who had tried to learn had failed. This included Yu Ran himself. Within the black and white domain, Luin watched the tree grow and extend its branches until black and white flowers bloomed one after another. His gaze changed from shock to shock. How could this be? Ever since he had stepped onto the path of lock-breaking, the first thing that had shocked Luin was the splitting sky array. The splitting sky array sealed the splitting sky battle technique within a sourcebox array before unleashing it. Because of this, there were later microarray weapons. However, microarray weapons required materials, carvings, and so on. Grafting flowers was a type of microarray weapon, and those blooming black and white flowers were the ancient swords. He had used the flower grafting sourcebox array to graft the eternal sword sourcebox array onto the tree. Every flower was an eternal sword, and it was unknown just how many flowers there were on this tree. The danger of the sourceboxes intertwined with one another, but they were also spread out like a line. Just one ancient sword was already so powerful that Luin had to rely on his unlimited power to support his seemingly sealed-off technique. Now, there were so many ancient swords. He looked at the Master Su in shock. The Master Su was pleased. How is it? Do you understand now? This is my grafting flowers. Any spirit treasure array can bloom here and become my strength. Luin sighed. Grafting flowers is not any type of spirit treasure array. It's more like a tray that can support all spirit treasure array techniques. Latest update, first release. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3501. Haha, that's right. This is grafting flowers onto trees. Su Sherdao laughed. Back then when I fought with Meng Sang Tian, he couldn't withstand my substitution and was almost defeated. If it weren't for my secret, there would be no Meng Sang Tian, only Su Sherdao. It's a pity that nothing is up to us. Even at my level, I can feel the injustice. However, it doesn't matter. I don't care about Sang Tian anymore. As for you, with your position, could it be that you want to fight for the position of Sang Tian? Lu Yin's lips curled up. Why not? As long as Yu Sang Tian does not let me spiritualize the universe's public enemy, I will have a chance. Su Sherdao sighed. You are ruthless. Don't forget that you are a fish. Old man, I am not a fish. Nothing is up to humans. That's right. I thought you were going to say that my life is up to me and not the heavens. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. The cycle of karma is predestined. Going against the heavens is just another cycle of karma. At least, we can't break free from karma. Karma. This is your invisible attack, right? Su Sherdao looked deeply at Lu Yin. Lu Yin nodded. This is also why Yu Sang Tian wants to deal with me. Su Sherdao praised. How many people want to comprehend the Tao of karma? Back then, Elder Xing Xia wanted to walk this path, but unfortunately, he was killed by Yu Sang Tian. Anyone who walks this path will die. Yu Sang Tian is so overbearing. You are indeed a fish. Lu Yin was speechless. He looked at the tree. Su Sherdao did not attack. Since Lu Yin wanted to see grafting flowers onto trees, he would let Lu Yin see it. If grafting flowers onto Lu Yin, they did not know what would happen, but the Numinous Treasure Association would definitely cease to exist. They were not enemies, so there was no point. Lu Yin stood under the tree and watched. 10 days passed just like that. For 10 days, he didn't move at all. He looked at the tree, looked at every branch, looked at every flower. Finally, he sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. Su Sherdao looked at Lu Yin with deep admiration in his eyes, but there was also pity. From the standpoint of the three universes, he should be enemies with this person. However, the Tian Yuan universe was destined to be reactivated. If this person did not die, he would have to join the spiritualized universe if he wanted to live. From the looks of things, they did not need to be enemies. Unfortunately, this person couldn't escape from Yu Sang Tian's evil hands. What a pity. The tree slowly disappeared. Heavenly Master Yuran was at a loss. It had been 10 days, but he still hadn't made a move. What was going on inside? Everyone in Numinous Treasure Society was waiting. Another half a month passed, and one day, Lu Yin opened his eyes, 999 flowers. Su Shidao's eyes widened. What did you say? Lu Yin looked at him and smiled. 999. Su Shidao and Lu Yin looked at each other. They were obviously shocked. It hasn't even been a month and you can tell. Lu Yin smiled. It's a rather complicated sourcebox array. If I'm not wrong, you cheated again. Ha ha ha, there's no such thing as cheating in the adult world. If you can tell, it's cheating. If you can't tell, then it's not cheating. I'm starting to admire you more and more. No one has ever seen through you before. Impressive, impressive. You truly are the #1 heavenly master of numinous treasure. Lu Yin stood up. The limit is 999 flowers. What's the most you've bloomed in one go? Just now. I've bloomed 270 flowers. You can't do more than that. It's more difficult. Do you think it's easy? When I fought Meng Sang Tian, I only bloomed 190 flowers. That means that Meng Sang Tian received 190 ancient sword strikes and was lucky not to die. That's why I said that there was a secret. He cheated to win. But you cheated from the start. At this point, Lu Yin glanced at Su Shidao. I get it. You cheated too, so you're not unhappy about the secret. It doesn't matter, right? You're the fish, the salted fish. Su Shidao rolled his eyes. Young man, don't be so harsh with your words. If Yu Sang Tian can't tell that I cheated, then it's not cheating. Lu Yin chuckled. The reason why he had been able to set up the grafting flowers sourcebox array so quickly was because Su Shidao had been setting it up for a long time, and he had only been able to lure it out when he had made his move. If Lu Yin had been asked to set up the grafting flowers array from scratch, he would not have had the time to do so, and Meng Sang Tian would not have given him the time to do so. In that battle, Meng Sang Tian had spent an unknown amount of time setting up the 190 flowers, which was considered cheating. But just as he had said, if no one could tell, then it was not cheating. Over the past month of observation, Lu Yin had seen through the grafting flowers array, and he knew that the tree's limit was 999 black and white flowers. That was already an exaggeration, but it was not enough. Because it was limited to that tree, there was a limit. Lu Yin had spent the last half a month thinking of a way to break through that limit. There were two major problems with the grafting flowers array. The first was to graft the sourcebox array onto the grafting flowers array, and the second was to break through the limit. Lu Yin could not solve the first problem. Although he had seen through it, he could not do it. Thus, he connected the two problems together and finally decided to give up on the grafting flowers array. Instead, he had been inspired by this sourcebox array and used the Jade Sky Palace as the grafting flowers array. He was about to try it out. But before that, he still wanted to ask, how did the ancient sword get grafted onto the grafting flowers array? You don't have to tell me if it's inconvenient. Su Shidao chuckled. You can just use horizontal shift. Horizontal shift. Lu Yin was puzzled. He had simulated it countless times in his mind, but it still did not work. Su Shidao was pleased. My spiritual innate gift is horizontal shift. Lu Yin stared at him in a daze and did not recover for a long time. So, the success of this sourcebox array depends on your spiritual innate gift. That's right. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. Since ancient times, you're probably the only one who can use it. No one else can learn it. Su Shidao sighed. Yes, that's what I'm worried about as well. The outside world says that those who cannot learn it are innate gifts, but I can't bear to discourage them. I also hope that this array can be left behind for future generations, but it's a pity. Lu Yin looked outside the black and white region. I want to learn some killing sourcebox arrays. I can exchange them with sourcebox arrays from the Tian Yuan universe. Su Shidao waved his hand. There's no need to exchange. You can learn whatever you want. With your ability, even if you don't learn them, you can create your own. It will only take you a bit of time. Alright, I want to learn the ancient sword, Lu Yin said directly. Su Shidao was amused. You're really not polite. Lu Yin temporarily stayed at the Spirit Treasure Association. In the plaza, Old Tao and the rest were told to stay at the Spirit Treasure Association. They were not worried that something would happen to Lu Yin. Even if something happened to Lu Yin, it would not happen quietly. At the very least, the Spirit Treasure realm would cease to exist. Everyone in the Spirit Treasure Association wanted to know how Lu Yin and the Su Shidao were doing. But why had they suddenly decided to stay? There were many guesses in the outside world. Many great powers wanted to spy on the black and white region, but they were all stopped by Yuran. She did not even know what Lu Yin and the Su Shidao were doing. Just as the Su Shidao had said, once one reached Lu Yin's level, they would be able to create their own sourcebox array. Learning other sourcebox array would be even easier. Not only did he learn Sword Dao's unending river and the ancient sword from the Su Shidao, but he also learned the shifting maples Maple Grove, Xishan's landscape tomb, Yuran, and the other heavenly master sourcebox array. Similarly, he had also taught the Su Shidao many sourcebox array techniques from the Tian Yuan universe. Among them, the one that interested the Su Shidao the most was the 6 ancient spirit array and its hidden corners. The Su Shidao praised, who created this 6 ancient spirit array? What a genius! This can solve the problem of the scattered treasures in the spirit treasure realm. We can gather all the treasures in the ancient spirit sea, just like the Lockbreaker Society. Lu Yin did not understand. Why do we need to gather them? Isn't it good to scatter them in the spirit treasure realm? We can just treat the spirit treasure realm as the ancient spirit sea. The Su Shidao said, some of them can be scattered, but it's better to gather the treasures that have too little danger. Otherwise, outsiders will use their strength to dig them out and sell them to the Spirit Treasure Association at a high price. So that's why. Lu Yin understood. The 6 ancient spirit array could indeed help the spirit treasure realm. What made the Su Shidao the happiest was the hidden corner. Interesting, very interesting. If possible, I really want to meet that heavenly master Gu Yen. He actually created a spirit treasure array that is specially made for spiritual chess. He's a genius. Lu Yin laughed. Yes, once the hidden corner is revealed, spiritual chess is always successful. The Su Shidao could not wait to find some heavenly masters to practice with, so they left the black and white domain. Only Lu Yin stayed behind. Latest update on this site. He wanted to use this opportunity to test out his idea. He would use the landscape tomb as an experiment. His idea was to get rid of the grafting technique and seal the sourcebox array within the Azure Sky Palace. The Azure Sky Palace would not consume energy, so it would not affect the sourcebox array no matter how long it was sealed. Once he thought of this method, he felt that it was simple. It was a pity that he had not thought of it before, but before he had the inspiration, it was indeed difficult to think of. He did not know if it would work, but he was just trying. The pole glided towards the sky. Below the ground, countless eyes from the Spirit Treasure Association were watching. Heavenly Master Yuran looked at the sky. He had finally left, and her gaze was complicated. This person is quite a character. It's a pity, the Su Sherdao said. Heavenly Master Yuran looked at Su Sherdao and said, Senior, are you referring to the third manager? Su Sherdao's gaze was complicated. There is such a character in the Tian Yuan universe. If he is given enough time, he will be able to defend himself. However, he is too young. Even if his strength is close to invincible, he is still not invincible. Yusang Tian is not someone he can deal with now. His future is 70% determined. What about the other 30%? Heavenly Master Yuran was curious. Su Sherdao's gaze was deep. Fate and opportunity are all within these 30%. What should the Spirit Treasure Association do? Su Sherdao laughed. Do what you need to do. Let's take it one step at a time. To be honest, I used to hate Yusang Tian and wanted him to disappear. However, if Yusang Tian really disappears and the Tian Yuan universe gives birth to this third manager, then it will be the misfortune of the spiritualized universe. I have mixed feelings. Heavenly Master Yuran was shocked. Aside from Yusang Tian, no one else in the spiritualized universe can stop this third manager. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3502. Su Sherdao thought about it and said, the difficulty lies in his versatility. He doesn't have any obvious weaknesses. His physical body, consciousness, essence, qi, and spirit, and even the Tao of spiritual treasures, etc. No one can find his weakness. Even if there is an old monster who can defeat him in terms of combat power, it won't be easy to completely suppress him. I wonder if such an old monster is still alive. Yuran did not expect Su Sherdao to give such a high evaluation of the third head. This meant that he was not the third head's match. He was at Sang Tian's level. Sang Tian represented the highest combat power in the spiritualized universe. Were there really any old monsters who could surpass Sang Tian still alive? Su Sherdao's seniority was high enough. If they were still alive, it would be unimaginable. There would be a gap in history. Yuran sighed as he understood Su Sherdao's feelings. Even if they hated Yusang Tian, who in the spiritualized universe could stop the third head without Yusang Tian? Head, Su Sherdao is not your match, right? Old Tao smiled and asked cheerfully. Lu Yin crossed his legs. That old man is all right. He just likes to scold people. Scold people. Old Tao was stunned and then became angry. He dares to scold you. Why don't you ask me to go? I will scold him to death. Forget it. His scolding is not bad. It doesn't matter, Lu Yin said. Old Tao flattered a few more times, which made Palace Mistress Yao and the others shudder. Hey, head, someone is chasing us, Old Tao said. Behind them, a group of people hurriedly chased after them. It was the group that had blocked them from coming to the Spirit Treasure region. Lu Yin stopped and sized them up. Why? You didn't let us come, and now you don't want to leave. Zhihua stepped forward and bowed to Lu Yin. I apologize for my previous rudeness. The others bowed as well. Apologize to third head. Lu Yin did not mind. All right, stop wasting my time. Let's go. Zhihua looked up and blinked. Will third head still come? Spirit Treasure region. Yes. I don't think so. Zhihua was disappointed. Before we leave, I have a gift for you. Lu Yin pointed, and the void rippled as it landed in Jihua's hand. The others looked over curiously, but it was a phantom. They could not understand it, and Jihua could not as well. The gliding pole swept past the front and gradually disappeared into the distance. Ji Shan suddenly tore through the void and roared angrily, "Girl, you're too daring. You're going to stop the third master again." Jihua blinked. Ji Shan was speechless. "What are you reluctant to part with?" Jihua opened her arms. "Grandpa, what is this?" "This third head, ass." Ji Shan looked at the virtual image in Jihua's palm and his body trembled. "This is. No, not the original mountain river tomb. Of the Lu Yin, T's Lu, of Lu. Of. This trip to the Spiritual Treasure Association had changed his sky palace, and it was enough to give the spiritualized universe a huge surprise. "Boss, where are we going next?" Old Tao asked. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. "Spatial abyss." Old Tao was puzzled. "Spatial abyss? I think I've heard of it before." Palace Mistress Yao said, "The abyss next to the Intelliski domain." "Oh, right, I remember. Spatial abyss is connected to the Intelliski domain, and it's bottomless." Old Tao was shocked and confused. "Boss, are you going to the Intelliski domain?" He was a little nervous, as the Intelliski domain was not simple. Although it was not explicitly stated that there were experts at the Sang Tian level, the entire spiritualized universe's resources were distributed to the Intelliski domain. The Intelliski domain's history was longer than the Yu Sang Tian and the 7 great Sang Tians, and it was second only to the Supreme Pole. If they touched the Intelliski domain, then they would be in deep trouble, as it would be tantamount to breaking through the spiritualized universe's sky. Lu Yin lay down on the pole and looked up at the sky. "Bao Qi is in spatial abyss." Old Tao, Palace Mistress Yao, and the others were shocked. "Bao Qi is in the Intelliski domain." The star toad turned to look at Lu Yin. "Sang Tian." Old Tao was confused. "Sang Tian? Why would he be in spatial abyss? And it's so close to the Intelliski domain." Lu Yin smiled. "That's the Yu Sang Tian. He told Bao Qi to keep an eye on the Intelliski domain." "Boss, the location of spatial abyss comes from the celestial master staircase, which is Heaven's Hand. Even if Heaven's Hand doesn't give us false information, even if it's true, we might still be surrounded if we can find Bao Qi." Old Tao was worried. Lu Yin had naturally thought of this. Heaven's Hand had wanted to use the Plain sect to deal with him, but that had been wishful thinking. If the Plain sect could not deal with him, then spatial abyss might very well be the place where they would be surrounded. This encirclement would be different from the one at circling Sun City. There would definitely be more than one powerhouse who had survived bitter adversity. It was unknown how the 7 great powers would work together and whether or not any powerhouses from the realm beyond heaven would appear. He also did not know if Yu Sang Tian would give him any more time. However, this trip to spatial abyss was a must. He had originally wanted to cause trouble for Heaven's Hand, but Heaven's Hand did not have a fixed location, and Old Tao could not find him either. Thus, he could only deal with Bao Qi first. In any case, his original goal of cooperating with Heaven's Hand had been Bao Qi. Now, the only question was whether Bao Qi would run away. After so long, the Dayu Villa had provoked the realm beyond heaven. Given Bao Qi's personality, he should have taken action long ago, but he had not. There was only one explanation for this: he had been suppressed by Yu Sang Tian and was not allowed to take action. Yu Sang Tian's goal was to prevent Lu Yin from completing his karma. Since that was the case, Lu Yin's trip to spatial abyss might seem like a trip to the Jikong domain to outsiders, but it would not be hidden from Yu Sang Tian. It was very likely that Yu Sang Tian had allowed Bao Qi to leave, leaving Lu Yin empty-handed and even leaving behind an encirclement. Not only would Lu Yin not be able to find Bao Qi, but he would also have to face a life-and-death crisis. Lu Yin muttered to himself for a moment and then said in a low voice, "Old Tao." Old Tao was attentive. "This lowly one is here. Spread the word that I'm going to spatial abyss to find Bao Qi. There are no experts in the world, and this grandfather is coming." Old Tao was shocked, and his face paled. Palace Mistress Yao and Kai Keqing stared at Lu Yin in shock. Directly challenging Sang Tian. Grandfather. Although Lu Yin had defeated Wills and walked out of the spiritual treasure gathering safely and was considered to be on Sang Tian's level, they still could not accept his arrogant challenge. They were born in the spiritualized universe, and the two words, Sang Tian, were like the heavens pressing down on them. However, they were only stunned for a moment as they recalled Lu Yin's actions. If Yu Sang Tian dared to challenge him, there was nothing Sang Tian would not dare to do. However, wasn't the two words grandfather a little too arrogant? Old Tao was put in a difficult position. Boss, isn't it inappropriate to say that? Speak. Old Tao was helpless as he coughed twice and looked around. He shouted, "The third manager of the Dayu Mountain Manor will head to Spatial Abyss immediately to challenge Sang Tian and Bao Qi. Bao Qi, don't run if you have the guts. Your third manager's grandfather is here." His loud voice reverberated throughout the cosmos. The cultivators who were staring at Lu Yin's group were stunned. Challenging Bao Qi to Sang Tian and calling himself grandfather? This third manager was truly heaven-defying. This was the real Sang Tian. Be it Reverend Qi, Master Su, or Dancing Butterfly in the world, they were all considered to be on Sang Tian's level, but they had not truly become Sang Tian. Bao Qi, on the other hand, was the real Sang Tian. Although he was only at the Spirit Prime realm, combined with the Cauldron Bell Sequence's foundation, he had transcendent and invincible strength. This third manager had actually challenged Sang Tian directly and even called himself grandfather. Although Lu Yin's various actions and the spiritualized universe had some understanding of his actions, this move still shocked many people and made many people curse. Insulting Sang Tian was insulting the spiritualized universe. At the same time, Old Tao was also cursed. Old Tao wanted to cry but had no tears. Arrogant. Bao Qi, Sang Tian, and the Cauldron Bell are invincible in the starry sky. That is the real Sang Tian who can suppress the current era. This third manager not only challenged him but also called himself grandfather. He is too arrogant. He has not been arrogant for a day or two. Bao Qi, Sang Tian, will let him see the difference between Sang Tian and not Sang Tian. I was fortunate enough to see Bao Qi, Sang Tian, in action. Under the Cauldron Bell, it is very difficult to approach him. He once suppressed 3 spirit primes with his own strength. That is Sang Tian. This third manager will definitely lose miserably. I am curious as to why Bao Qi, Sang Tian, is in Spatial Abyss. Is Bao Qi, Sang Tian, really in Spatial Abyss? Could it be that this third manager is spouting nonsense? He just randomly found a place. Anyway, Bao Qi, Sang Tian is not there and then spread the word that Bao Qi, Sang Tian, does not dare to fight him. It's possible. It's possible. I think it's true. Spatial Abyss is connected to the Intellicong domain. This Intellicong domain, the Intellicong domain is a taboo. Don't talk about it. I can't talk about it. Countless discussions took place in every corner of the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin's sudden challenge attracted everyone's attention to the Intellicong domain and Spatial Abyss. Lu Yin stopped in a city in outer space. He had gone into seclusion. He needed to make some preparations. He raised his hand, and his die appeared. He tapped it. It had been a long time since he had rolled the die, and it was time to roll enhance. He needed time. Spatial Abyss was a special place that was adjacent to the Intellicong domain. Its uniqueness was also due to the Intellicong domain. It was a bottomless starry abyss, and it could be considered a type of celestial phenomenon. No one knew where the end of Spatial Abyss led. Over countless years, many people had explored it, but those who returned could not see the end. Those who saw the end could not return. No one knew that Bao Qi, one of the 7 Sangtians, was actually in Spatial Abyss. When news of Bao Qi being in Spatial Abyss spread, the outside world not only discussed Lu Yin's challenge to Bao Qi, but they also discussed why Bao Qi was in Spatial Abyss and what exactly was at the bottom of Spatial Abyss. There were also some who stared at Spatial Abyss for no other reason than the fact that these people had seniors or juniors who had died in Spatial Abyss. They wanted to know if those deaths had anything to do with Bao Qi. Although Sang Tian was supreme, he could not change people's hearts. Hatred would continue, and if the deaths of their relatives and friends were really related to Bao Qi, then while this generation might not be able to take revenge, the next generation and the generation after that might not be able to. Sang Tian did not only come from those powerful organizations. He did not have any powerful organizations backing him. Many cultivators headed towards Spatial Abyss. At this moment, Lu Yin had stopped in a city in outer space. No one knew if he was in seclusion or something else, but everyone was waiting for any signs of movement from Spatial Abyss. On this day, an old man walked through Spatial Abyss and appeared in the eyes of many cultivators. "Is that the master of the Intellicong domain, Elder Yu?" Someone was shocked. The others retreated and bowed respectfully to Elder Yu. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3503. Those who didn't know Zhikong domain only thought it was one of the 36 domains, but those who knew Zhikong domain knew how high this old man's position was. It could be said that this old man was one of the few who didn't need to salute Yu Sang Tian. He could talk to the 7 big Sang Tian as equals. And Zhikong domain represented a long history. The old man walked to the edge of the abyss and looked down. Is Bao Qi Sang Tian under this abyss? Why didn't I know? All the practitioners looked at this scene. What was the meaning of this? The foolish old man explained himself. At the bottom of the abyss, a pair of eyes suddenly opened. The eyes were deep and the corners of his mouth were torn. Beside him, the cauldron bell was floating. It was Bao Qi. Old man, stop pretending. All the practitioners were shocked. This voice. Bao Qi Sang Tian. Bao Qi Sang Tian was really under the abyss. The foolish old man was surprised. Isn't this Bao Qi Sang Tian's voice? Are you really under the abyss? Bao Qi raised his eyes. It's not difficult to force me to show myself. A mere 3rd master of Du Manner can't scare me. I'm waiting for him in the abyss. The foolish old man laughed. Bao Qi Sang Tian misunderstood. I didn't mean to force you to show yourself. Speaking of which, why is Sang Tian in my Zhikong domain? Bao Qi narrowed his eyes and didn't speak anymore. The foolish old man smiled. Is this the abyss where Bao Qi Sang Tian cultivates? Then I'm sorry to disturb you. About the 3rd master of Du Manner challenging Sang Tian, I advise you to be careful. That 3rd master is not weak. Bao Qi's eyes turned cold. I'm waiting for him here. Old man, don't provoke me. Sang Tian misunderstood. Since that's the case, I'll leave. Bao Qi Sang Tian, take care." After speaking, the foolish old man walked toward Jikong domain. His arrival caused many cultivators to be confused. Did the foolish old man know that Baoqi Sang Tian was in the abyss? Logically speaking, he should have known, but what was going on just now? At his level, he disdained to lie. He was really forcing Baoqi Sang Tian to show himself. But what did this have to do with Jikong domain? Many people thought that Yu Sang Tian didn't allow Jikong domain to compete for Sang Tian's position. They also thought that Baoqi Sang Tian was staying in the abyss. Under the space abyss, Baoqi withdrew his gaze and looked at the cauldron bell. This old fellow was forcing him. How could he not know that he was in space abyss? They had a tacit understanding. Lord Yu Sang Tian was wary of the Jikong region, which was why he had placed him in the spatial abyss. That was the price he had to pay to become Sang Tian, and the Jikong region knew that very well. At this moment, this old man had appeared. Was he that confident in the third master? It wasn't just this old man. Lord Yu Sang Tian was also apprehensive of the third head. He didn't want him to make a move because he didn't have confidence in him. Baoqi thought back to Lu Yin's battles, and he knew that this was an unprecedentedly powerful enemy. But why was this person targeting him? He looked at the cauldron bell in a daze. If he really couldn't do it, then he would just enter the bitter adversity. No one knew what the future would be like. Sang Tian should have been able to cross the tribulation. He was one of the 7 great mulberry heavens of the spiritualized universe. He controlled the cauldron bell of the 10 foundations and was invincible in the universe. It was impossible for him to be afraid of the third head. He had been waiting for him for a long time. If Yu Sang Tian hadn't suppressed him, no one would have been able to suppress him. The conversation between Jianyuan and Jianyuan quickly spread throughout the spiritualized universe. Baoqi Sang Tian was in space abyss, and he had even said that he was waiting for the third master. The moment these words were spoken, the entire spiritualized universe went into an uproar. Countless cultivators headed towards the Jikong region to watch this battle. This battle would be different from the previous ones. Not only would it represent a true Sang Tian expert, but it also meant that if Baoqi lost, he would lose his position as Sang Tian. Sang Tian was not allowed to lose. This was a rule that had been established by beyond heaven and even the spiritualized universe. If Baoqi lost, he would lose his position as Sang Tian, and then the most intense battle for the position would begin. The day of the tribute spirit was approaching, and after the battle for Sang Tian's position, the tribute spirit would be next. This was an unprecedented opportunity. Since ancient times, such a thing had never happened before. The various great powers were envious, especially those that did not have Sang Tian in their ranks. For example, Heaven's Hand and Imperial God Mountain hoped that Baoqi would lose. Only then would they have a chance. As for the third master's defeat, that was no longer attractive to them. Because of the uniqueness of Sang Tian's position, the spiritualized universe's hopes for the outcome of this battle were split into 2 extremes. Some hoped that Baoqi would lose, while others hoped that Lu Yin would lose. At this moment, Lu Yin had gained a lot of support due to his special circumstances. Of course, this support could not be shown. However, the result was that even if someone tried to stop him from going to the Wisdom Sky domain, they would be secretly blocked by someone else. This allowed Lu Yin to safely head to the spatial abyss to fight Baoqi. In Beyond Heaven, Yu Sang Tian's face was gloomy. Baoqi's acceptance of the battle had disrupted his plans. That bastard had already warned him not to clash with the Dayu Villa. No one knew if Baoqi would be able to defeat Lu Yin, and everyone was speculating. How could Yu Sang Tian not know? Even if Baoqi had stepped into bitter disaster, he would still not be Master Lu's opponent. Lu Yin was the master of the Tian Yuan universe and had comprehended the way of karma. He was a powerhouse who was qualified to fight against Yu Sang Tian, but Yu Sang Tian had never fought with his full strength. If Lu Yin's true power was exposed, it would be enough to shock the entire spiritualized universe. Bao Qi, that bastard. However, this matter was also related to that old man from the Wisdom Sky domain. If that old man had not stepped forward, Bao Qi might not have accepted the challenge. Yu Sang Tian looked in the direction of the Wisdom Sky domain with a deep gaze. No one knew what he was thinking. Lu Yin stayed in a heavenly city for more than a month before leaving. No one knew what Lu Yin had done during this time. Was he in seclusion? Or was he recuperating? In many people's opinion, it was more likely that he was recuperating. After all, his opponent was the master of the Su sect, which was not easy to deal with. He glided his pole towards the Wisdom Sky domain. Lu Yin glanced around and commented, "There's much less noise." Old Tao respectfully replied, "Sir, Bao Qi has received a reply. He will wait for your battle in spatial abyss." Lu Yin smiled. He didn't run away. That's great. Because you want to fight Bao Qi, many people are supporting you, Old Tao said. Lu Yin immediately understood. They want Sang Tian's position to be vacant. Is there any news from beyond heaven? Not at the moment. Where's Shan Qian? Tell him to come see me. Old Tao was speechless. Shan Qian is still in the open realm. Lu Yin was stunned. In the open realm. And he's surrounded. Old Tao sighed. This person is rare. He's quite a character. He's just a troublemaker, Palace Mistress Yao said. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. What did the universe have to do with Shan Qian? If he hadn't gone to the open realm, he wouldn't have thought about such things in his life. Yet, he had gotten into a conflict with the open realm because of this. How long had it been? He was still in the open realm. Not long after, Lu Yin contacted the Zhan family and asked them to find out who supported him the most. The more people supported him, the more difficult it would be to fight for Sang Tian's position after Bao Qi lost. For example, Tian's hand would definitely be difficult to deal with. They were all eager to fight for Sang Tian's position. Lu Yin dared to guarantee that if he was seriously injured, Tian's hand would protect him until his battle with Bao Qi ended. The battle with Bao Qi was over. There was much less noise, and they glided towards the Wisdom Sky domain without encountering any obstacles. Lu Yin took out a death bug out of boredom. Old Tao looked at it and was shocked. Is this a death bug? Oh. Do you recognize it? Sir, this bug is born from powerhouses' corpses. I've seen it before. Lu Yin put away the death bug and looked at Old Tao's back. This guy knew a lot. There was almost nothing that he didn't know along the way. Time passed, and they got closer and closer to the Wisdom Sky domain. In the distance, a giant warship passed by, crossing the direction that Lu Yin and the others were heading in. Coincidentally, the warship and the glider were on the same line. At this speed, if both parties did not slow down, they would likely collide. Lu Yin would not slow down, so Old Tao did not ask. As for the warship, it did not slow down either. Both parties quickly saw each other. On the warship, many gazes looked diagonally across. That guy is arrogant. He's not slowing down and wants to collide with us. Humph, what an ignorant fool. Unless he has Sang Tian behind him, he deserves to die. Hee, interesting. Can't you recognize that this is the warship that went to the universe of consciousness? Crash over. I want to see if that guy really won't slow down. How arrogant. A man covered in light was dissatisfied. Ran one, yes, that's a glider. But why do I feel like one of the two maids looks familiar? Is it Palace Mistress Yao? Shut up. Palace Mistress Yao is a maid. Are you stupid? Look for yourself. That appearance is unique. No way, is it really Palace Mistress Yao? What? Palace Mistress Yao. That's Kai Kiching. I've seen her before. The leader is Senior Old Tao. He's one of the Vice City Lords of Torch City. We met him when we left for the universe of consciousness. Everyone on the battleship was stupefied as they stared at the gliding pole that was approaching them. A middle-aged man came to the deck to take a look. What's with the commotion? We've all returned to the spiritualized universe. Bring out some of the killing intent from the battlefield. No, Senior, that's Palace Mistress Yao. She's a maid. Nonsense. The middle-aged man looked over and was stunned. Palace Mistress Yao. Many people who were in seclusion on the warship were alarmed. They walked out and looked at the approaching glider in shock. At this moment, someone boarded the warship. It was Bo Fan Regent Sikong of the Bitter Sect. He warned, "Move aside. Don't collide." A gloomy elder walked out from the warship. "Sikong of the Bitter Sect, are you telling us to move aside? Who is this person? Is he backed by Sang Tian?" Another person boarded the warship. It was Cloud Crane Regent Shuha. He bowed to the elder. "Senior, please move aside. This matter is complicated." Thousand Orchid White Regent's Elder One boarded. "Old man, what are you doing? Move aside. Haven't you heard about the legend of Dayu Mountain Villa and the Third Master?" One by one, the spiritualized universe great beings boarded the warship, including people from the 7 major powers. This made the people on the warship dumbfounded. They had indeed not heard of the legend of Dayu Mountain Villa. The warship that traveled to the universe of consciousness was a very special existence. When returning from the universe of consciousness to the spiritualized universe, they were not allowed to communicate with anyone. Especially when returning to the spiritualized universe, the first place they had to go was sky beyond sky. This was to prevent information about the battlefield and the universe of consciousness from leaking out. It was also to distribute the captured life forms from the universe of consciousness and those that had surrendered. This was the rule. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3504. Rules were rules, but most of the time, it was impossible not to communicate with the outside world. The elder had gone on an expedition to the consciousness universe before, and there had been quite a bit of information exchange after his return. He couldn't understand why the people on the battleship were following the rules this time. The people on the battleship truly didn't know about the Dayu Villa incident. They had headed straight for Beyond Heaven after returning, and no one had expected to encounter Lu Yin here. Even the people behind them hadn't expected this. No one had guessed Lu Yin's itinerary, so they naturally hadn't expected this. Since the battleship had gone to Beyond Heaven, it was only natural that someone would report what had happened during this time. No one had expected the battleship to encounter Lu Yin's group ahead of time. Fortunately, it wasn't too late. The various powers warned the people watching Lu Yin, and the battleship made way for him. This was perhaps the first time in history that a battleship had made way for someone else. Everyone stood on the battleship, and the atmosphere was strangely quiet as they stared at the gliding pole. Lu Yin saw the youth's unwillingness and the older generation's apprehension. Lu Yin's expression was calm and natural. In the eyes of the people on the battleship, this expression was arrogant and insufferably arrogant. This person deserves to die. The glowing youth clenched his fists. Everyone stared at the gliding pole with murderous eyes, but no one dared to act rashly. No matter how arrogant they were, they had to back down in the face of Lu Yin's accomplishments. He was on the same level as Sang Tian, and they were going to fight him. The older generation's powerhouses looked at Palace Mistress Yao and Kai Keqing, similarly unwilling. In a corner of the battleship, a girl watched the gliding pole pass by, her eyes bright as she stared at Lu Yin. "Sis, this guy is ruthless, and he looks young. He meets your standards," the young man beside her whispered. She didn't reply and just stared at Lu Yin. Was he invincible and domineering? Suddenly, the gliding pole stopped and Lu Yin turned to look at the girl. He raised a hand and pointed at her. "You, come here." She was stunned. "Me?" The young man beside her was shocked. Was this person looking at them? Everyone on the battleship looked at the girl in the corner, not understanding why Lu Yin was staring at her. She looked ordinary and didn't attract much attention on the battleship. On the gliding pole, Lu Yin looked at her and his lips curled up. "Come here." The young man beside the woman immediately stood in front of her and glared at Lu Yin. "What are you trying to do?" Lu Yin ignored the man and looked at the woman instead. "Not a bad disguise. Looks like an expert helped you. I'm curious what you look like." After saying those words, Zhang Xian waved his hand casually, and before anyone could react, a powerful gust of wind blew past the battleship, right in front of the young lady. With a "hoo" sound, her hair flew about. The woman took several steps back, grabbing onto the wooden railing. She raised her head in shock, and then a world-shocking appearance appeared before everyone's eyes. At this moment, the starry sky lit up. That type of beauty was indescribable. It was as if a beam of light descended from the starry sky, illuminating this woman and dimming those around her. Lu Yin was stunned, but it only lasted for a moment. Although this woman was beautiful, she was only on par with Palace Mistress Yao, and she was about the same as Ming Yan and Bai Shui. It was just that in this situation, in the dark starry sky, her beauty was magnified infinitely, to the point that even Lu Yin was stunned. "Qing Yun!" someone exclaimed. Everyone on the battleship was stunned. Even the experts of the older generation were stunned. No one would have thought that this woman would follow them to battle in the consciousness universe. After a considerable amount of time. On the pole, Lu Yin was astonished. "Qing Yun." Old Tao was shocked. "Qing Yun, one of the grandmasters? She's actually here." Lu Yin raised his brows. "Oh. The grandmasters." He looked at Palace Mistress Yao. "This woman is one of the grandmasters who are on par with you." Palace Mistress Yao replied, "That's the name of a busybody. In the spiritualized universe, there are many who are on par with us in terms of appearance." "Then why are you called the grandmasters?" Lu Yin was curious, as Qing Yun's strength was not high. Palace Mistress Yao frowned. An old woman's bad taste. Lu Yin did not care about the title, but this Qing Yun could be used in the same way as Palace Mistress Yao. On the battleship, Qing Yun was panting heavily, and her delicate face was covered in fine beads of sweat. For a moment, she thought that she had died. She had never experienced such a feeling, not even when she was fighting in the consciousness universe. Her disguise had come from Sang Tian, and she had thought that it would be foolproof. She had not expected to be seen through, and her disguise could be removed with a wave of his hand. This person was worthy of Sang Tian's strength, and he was indeed qualified to fight Bao Qi and Sang Tian. She was still shaken, and she looked at Lu Yin. In front of her, a young man was worried. "Sister, are you all right?" Qing Yun shook her head. "Little brother, don't be rude." "Sister, he actually attacked you," the young man said angrily. His name was Qing Shao, and he was Qing Yun's younger brother. Around them, someone stepped forward. "Miss Qing Yun, are you all right?" "Miss Qing Yun." The arrogant man shrouded in light pushed the others aside and looked at Qing Yun with concern. "Are you all right?" I'll say it again. Come here. Lu Yin's voice rang out. Everyone looked over. Qing Yun frowned. The third master of Dayu Villa. Lu Yin sat on the pole and smiled. That's right. Why are you looking for me? Qing Yun asked. Lu Yin reached out and casually placed his hand on Palace Mistress Yao's head. This scene shocked everyone on the battleship. Palace Mistress Yao subconsciously wanted to avoid it, but she did not dare to. She recalled the karma of General Platform Hell, and she did not want to experience that pain again. Furthermore, she had been abandoned by Yu Sang Tian, and her only way out was to follow Lu Yin. Just like her, be a maid. Qing Yun was stunned. Maid? Qing Shao opened his mouth and raged, you're courting death. Around them, the cultivators who had been suppressing their anger cursed and wanted nothing more than to kill Lu Yin. The man shrouded in light stood in front of Qing Yun. Third master of Dayu Villa, I don't care about you. Before he could finish speaking, the void in front of him cracked, and an elder dragged him away, saving him from death. The elder looked at Lu Yin fearfully. Sir, you're too heavy-handed. Lu Yin sneered. I'm looking for my maid. If you don't want to die, go away. The eyes of the man shrouded in light flickered. In that moment, he had truly experienced the feeling of death. When he had gone to the consciousness universe to fight, he had actually had a protector. He was from the Grand Vice Chamber of Commerce, and his family had a high status there. He had Yi Sang Tian behind him, so it was just a process. Only now did he truly experience death. The light on his body also dissipated. This light had come from a supreme treasure, and it had instantly shattered. When he looked at Lu Yin again, his eyes were filled with fear. This person truly did not care about his status. The elder's expression sank. Third master, do you know the origin of this battleship? What does it have to do with me? If you have the ability, let me take you. Sang Tian is looking for me. Lu Yin did not care. He raised a hand to grab Qing Yun, and his palm turned white. Great Liao's sacred hand. He had easily learned this from watching Sage Great Liao attack, and this Great Liao's sacred hand emphasized strength. As for the battleship, the spiritualized universe had invaded the consciousness universe, and Lu Yin was from the Tian Yuan universe. It had nothing to do with him. The elder blurted out, Great Liao's sacred hand. What's your relationship with Sage Great Liao? The sequence particles swept through the sky and headed for Great Liao's sacred hand. The 38th sequence technique, annihilation. Lu Yin's expression changed. It was annihilation again, the sequence technique of dancing butterflies. Annihilation alone was not powerful enough. Only when dancing butterflies worked together could annihilation reach a level where it could threaten Lu Yin. Great Liao's sacred hand suddenly pressed down, scattering the sequence particles and grabbing at Qing Yun. The elder wanted to block it, but he could not. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Impossible. How could Great Liao's sacred hand easily destroy his sequence technique? Sage Great Liao could not do so either. Two more people attacked from the battleship. They were both sequence law powerhouses. Two sequence techniques blocked Great Liao's sacred hand. Battle techniques and cultivation techniques were useless. They wanted to use their sequence techniques to suppress Lu Yin. Lu Yin sneered. His jade-white Great Liao's sacred hand turned a dark purple as his palm realm battle force pressed down. Boom! There was a loud explosion, and the battleship shook. Many cultivators lost their balance, and many were almost thrown off. The two sequence powerhouses spat out blood as they were sent flying. They could not block it. They could not block it at all. It was just one Great Liao's sacred hand. The most powerful people on the battleship were the three sequence powerhouses. The rest were not even at the sequence level, so they could not shake Lu Yin. Lu Yin's black great Liao's sacred hand slowly descended, neither hurried nor slow. Qing Yun watched the black great Liao's sacred hand descend, but she did not panic. A maid? In her mind, this kind of domineering person should be the other half of her life. She had not expected that such a person would only want to treat her as a maid. Team up, attack with your consciousness. The elder roared, his face red. The first elder, Ku Men Sikong, and the others hurriedly reminded them, but they could no longer hear them. One by one, the cultivators formed a spirit treasure array with the 3 sequence powerhouses at the center. They released their consciousnesses to attack Lu Yin. The consciousnesses distorted the heavens, bringing with them a heavy pressure. Old Tao and the others mocked them. How dare they use their consciousnesses against their masters? Who gave them the guts? 3 consciousnesses attacked Lu Yin, and the people on the battleship stared at the scene. The third master was out of luck, as their consciousnesses had fought in the consciousness universe before. But in the next moment, nothing happened. The 3 consciousnesses swept past like a gentle breeze, and they did not affect Lu Yin at all. Lu Yin's great Liao's sacred hand descended, grabbed Qing Yun, and brought her out of the battleship. No one could stop him, and Lu Yin's tyranny was vividly displayed at this moment. At the bottom of the battleship were the captured beings from the consciousness universe, as well as those who had surrendered. They were all watching this scene as well. This human had actually ignored their consciousnesses, which meant that his consciousness was extremely powerful. The first elder, Ku Men Sikong, and the others were speechless. In the past, they would have thought that this third master was a being from the consciousness universe, which was why his consciousness was so powerful. But now, they did not think so. This person was from the Tian Yuan universe. How could a cultivator from the Tian Yuan universe reach such heights? It was too inconceivable. On the battleship, the 3 sequence powerhouses were stunned, but they did not give up. All the consciousnesses who have surrendered, attack. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.